Nero, originally named Lucius Domitius Ahenobarbus, was born in 37 AD into a lineage entwined with the bloodlines of Rome's greatest dynasties. His mother, Agrippina the Younger, a descendant of Augustus himself, was a woman of fierce ambition and unrelenting will. Following the early death of his father, Agrippina strategically positioned herself within the imperial court, ultimately marrying her uncle, Emperor Claudius. Through careful manipulation, she secured Nero's adoption as Claudius's heir, setting the young boy on a path toward supreme power. At the tender age of 16, Nero ascended the throne upon Claudius's mysterious death, a death many suspected Agrippina had hastened. Under the guidance of seasoned mentors such as the philosopher Seneca and the general Burrus, Nero's early reign promised peace and reform. Taxes were lowered, justice was pursued, and the young emperor was hailed as a new golden hope for Rome. Yet as Nero matured, darker instincts took root. Growing weary of restraint, he distanced himself from his advisors and gave in to his basest desires. The murder of his mother marked a turning point, severing the last thread of his conscience. Nero fancied himself not only an emperor but an artist of divine favor. He shocked Roman society by performing on stage and competing in athletic games, acts deemed unworthy of an emperor's dignity. His excesses grew grander and crueler with time. The Great Fire of Rome in 64 AD became the defining calamity of his reign. Whether or not he truly played his lyre as the city burned, Nero took advantage of the devastation, erecting a sprawling golden palace over the ruins and scapegoating the Christians to divert blame. Oppression, treachery, and extravagance consumed the remainder of his rule. As revolts erupted across the empire, even Nero's closest supporters deserted him. Declared a public enemy by the Senate, he fled Rome, a broken man. In 68 AD, cornered and abandoned, Nero took his own life, his final words a pitiful cry, "What an artist the world is losing." History remembers Nero not for building an empire, but for embodying the madness and decay that signal an empire's fall. Now sleep, shadowed sovereign. For even the brightest flames, once untamed, must yield to the silent dust of ages. Gaius Julius Caesar Germanicus, remembered by history as Caligula, was born in 12 AD, the beloved son of the esteemed general Germanicus and Agrippina the Elder. As a child, he accompanied his father on military campaigns, earning from the legions the affectionate nickname Caligula, meaning little boots, after the miniature soldier's footwear he wore. Fate, however, would not deal kindly with young Caligula. Tragedy struck early, as his father's sudden and suspicious death plunged his family into political peril. Through survival, cunning, and a stroke of fortune, Caligula found himself within reach of the imperial throne after the long oppressive reign of Emperor Tiberius. In 37 AD, following Tiberius's death, an event shrouded in whispers of foul play, Caligula ascended to the purple. His arrival was met with overwhelming jubilation. Rome, weary from years of fear and repression, welcomed him as a beacon of renewal. The first months of his reign were marked by acts of mercy and generosity. Political prisoners were freed, taxes were reduced, and grand games filled the streets. Hope flourished in every corner of the empire. But this golden dawn was fleeting. Later that same year, Caligula was struck by a grave and mysterious illness. Though he survived, the man who emerged was not the same. A shadow had fallen over his mind. Paranoia, cruelty, and delusions of grandeur took root.
Caligula's rule descended into madness.
He elevated his horse, Incitatus, to the status of priest, and reportedly planned to appoint him consul. He declared himself a living god, demanding worship from senators and citizens alike. Executions became spectacles, and Rome's once proud Senate was reduced to a gathering of trembling sycophants. Fear gripped the heart of the empire as Caligula's whims turned deadly. No one, not family, friend, nor statesman, was safe from his wrath. At last, in 41 AD, his own guards, the Praetorians, conspired against him. In a shadowed corridor of the Palatine Palace, Caligula was struck down by his assassins, his body left broken where once imperial power had clothed him.
Caligula's règne romain a dark testament tout the péril of absolute power intemperbaille, raison hors vertu.
Rest now, troubled spirit, for the mad echoes of your court have long since faded into the silent stones of Rome. Lucius Aurelius Commodus was born in 161 AD, a child of destiny and privilege, as the son of Emperor Marcus Aurelius, the philosopher king whose wisdom had long been the empire's guiding star. From an early age, Commodus was enveloped by the trappings of imperial grandeur, yet untouched by the stoic virtues his father so deeply cherished. At the tender age of 15, Commodus was named co-emperor, a sign that Marcus Aurelius sought to secure a smooth succession. When Marcus passed away in 180 AD, Commodus became sole ruler of the vast Roman Empire, the first emperor born to the purple, his birthright sealed by lineage rather than earned by merit. Rome, weary of war, welcomed the young emperor's decision to seek peace. Yet what seemed mercy soon revealed itself as apathy. Commodus had little interest in governance or the burdens of state. Affairs of the empire were surrendered to corrupt ministers, while the emperor himself withdrew into a life of luxury and spectacle. Obsessed with personal glory, Commodus fancied himself a new Hercules. He fought as a gladiator before roaring crowds, reveling in the bloodshed of staged battles while senators looked on in horror. He adorned statues with his image clad in a lion's skin, proclaiming himself the savior of Rome and the living embodiment of divine strength. His rule became a reign of vanity and cruelty. Those who opposed him vanished into prison cells or the blade of the executioner. He renamed Rome itself after his own titles, seeking to etch his name into every corner of the empire. But such hubris could not last. By 192 AD, conspiracies bloomed within the palace walls. Betrayed by those he once trusted, Commodus met his end not in the arena but within his own chambers, strangled by a wrestler sent by his closest advisors. With his death, the fragile peace of the empire shattered, plunging Rome into a season of chaos and civil war. Commodus is remembered not as a son of greatness, but as a ruler who squandered the legacy of giants in pursuit of fleeting pleasures. Rest now, wayward heir, for the roar of the crowds has long faded, and the sands of the arena lie silent beneath the twilight of forgotten glories. Born in 203 AD in the distant lands of Syria, Varius Avitus Bassianus, later known to history as Elagabalus, was thrust into the chaos of imperial ambition at a perilously young age. He served as high priest to the sun god Elagabal, a deity foreign to Roman tradition but deeply rooted in his native Emesa. Through the schemes of his formidable grandmother, Julia Misa, and the discontent of Roman legions weary of their rulers, young Elagabalus was proclaimed emperor in 218 AD, barely 14 years of age. With a child's innocence and a priest's zeal, he entered the heart of the empire, bearing not only his personal ambitions but also the heavy weight of a foreign god. Rome looked upon the boy emperor with suspicion, but it was not merely his youth that scandalized the Senate and people, it was his fervent devotion to alien rites. Elagabalus sought to elevate his eastern sun god above Jupiter himself, parading sacred black stones through the streets, marrying Roman Vestal virgins, and celebrating strange and lavish ceremonies that defied the customs of old. His court dissolved into unchecked decadence. Feasts overflowed with impossible abundance. Tales speak of petals so densely showered upon guests that they suffocated beneath the weight of roses. He mocked Roman institutions, appointed favorites based on whim, and defiled traditions held sacred since the days of the Republic. Disgust and fury swelled among the people and the Praetorian Guard alike.
Empire, on sa bastion au fort der en Romanita, s'émet d'adrift, à stage fort one jungmans blasphemien plosure.
By 222 AD, even his once powerful grandmother had turned against him. In a brutal uprising, Elagabalus and his mother were seized, butchered by the guards who had once hailed his ascent. His mutilated body was cast into the Tiber River, an offering to Roman memory that sought to wash away his scandalous reign. Heliogabalus remains a cautionary specter in history, an emperor undone not by war or ambition, but by his own excesses and his willful defiance of a world he never truly understood. Sleep now, lost priest of distant suns, for the river's current has long since carried your name into the forgotten depths of time. Born in 229 BC as the younger son of Qin Shi Huang, the first emperor to unite all of China, Hu Hai, later known as Qin Shi, entered a world shaped by iron will, ruthless ambition, and dreams of eternal dominion.
Yet from the beginning, the shadow of great loomed far too large for the young prince to escape.
When his father died in 210 BC during a fateful journey through the empire, dark plots brewed among the courtiers. The chief eunuch Zhao Gao, in collusion with the chancellor Li Si, concealed the emperor's death and forged a false decree, forcing Hu Hai onto the dragon throne and ordering the rightful heir's death. Thus, Qin Shi became emperor, not by destiny, nor by merit, but by conspiracy. Ill-prepared and easily manipulated, Qin Shi was but a puppet in the hands of Zhao Gao, whose whispered counsel shaped the emperor's every move. Instead of heeding the hardships of the people, burdened by endless taxes, harsh laws, and the backbreaking labor demanded by grandiose projects, the young emperor clung blindly to the cruel legacy of his father. Rebellions kindled like wildfire across the land, yet Qin Shi remained isolated within the gilded walls of his palace, ensnared in illusions spun by treacherous advisors. Fearful of betrayal, he ordered mass executions of officials and generals, hollowing out the very pillars of his fragile empire. As the empire crumbled, even Zhao Gao grew dissatisfied with the emperor he had made. In a final act of betrayal, he forced Qin Shi to take his own life in 207 BC. The once mighty Qin dynasty, which had proclaimed itself eternal, fell barely 15 years after its birth. Qin Shi is remembered as a tragic figure, not a tyrant of malice, but a monarch of weakness, whose ignorance and fear surrendered a vast empire to dust and rebellion. Rest now, sorrowful heir of a broken dream, for the dragon throne stands empty, and the walls of Xianyang are but ruins beneath the silent heavens. John Lackland, as history remembers him, was born in 1166 to the mighty Henry II of England and Eleanor of Aquitaine. From his very birth, he was cast in the shadow of his older brothers, none of whom would ever falter in their quest for power. Though John was given lands to govern, they were modest, and his destiny, unlike that of his siblings, seemed uncertain. Yet fate would not let him remain in obscurity. Upon the death of his brother Richard the Lionheart in 1199, John seized the throne with both hands, his ambition stirring the people's hopes of a strong reign. But John's ascent was clouded by deep controversies. Many believed he had a hand in his brother's untimely death, and his reign was born from this sin of suspicion. At the start of his rule, John's position was precarious. He found himself embroiled in constant conflict with the French crown, losing vast territories in Normandy and Aquitaine. The lands of his forefathers were torn asunder, his military failures devastating. His vassals, disillusioned with his incompetence, began to question his authority. But it was not just on the battlefield where John's reign faltered. His thirst for control and disregard for the rights of his barons and subjects grew into open tyranny. Heavy taxes, arbitrary imprisonment, and a disregard for the laws of the land embittered the nobility and commoners alike. The very foundation of his rule began to crack. In 1215, faced with widespread rebellion and an army gathered by the very nobles he had wronged, John was forced to meet with them at Runnymede, where he reluctantly signed the Magna Carta, a document that sought to limit the power of the king and protect the rights of his subjects. It was a moment of immense historical consequence, though John would later seek to nullify it, showing his true disdain for compromise. His reign ended in failure, for though he managed to hold onto his crown, the empire he inherited was fractured beyond repair. John died in 1216, his kingdom in chaos, and his legacy marred by his inability to wield power wisely. King John is remembered as one of the weakest and most despised monarchs in English history, his reign a cautionary tale of the dangers of misrule, arrogance, and the folly of ignoring the will of the people. Sleep now, fallen king, for the lands you once ruled now stand divided, and your name echoes in the halls of history as a king who lost all that was dear to him. Richard II, born in 1367, was the beloved son of the great Edward, the Black Prince, and the grandson of the formidable Edward III. He ascended to the throne at a mere 10 years of age, following the untimely death of his father, and was immediately caught in the shifting currents of politics and power. Though a child of noble blood, he was ill-prepared for the harsh realities of rule.
At first, Richard's règne promisait much.
He inherited a kingdom that had known relative peace after the 100 Years' War, and his reign was greeted with hope for the future. Yet his youthfulness, combined with an innate sense of entitlement, quickly became his undoing. As Richard grew into adulthood, so too did his arrogance and disconnect from the needs of his people. He surrounded himself with a small group of loyal advisors, often ignoring the counsel of his nobles and alienating them with his high-handed ways. His fondness for extravagance, spending lavishly on his court and personal pleasures, strained the royal coffers, while his disregard for his nobles' authority sowed dissent across the kingdom. The rise of the Peasants' Revolt in 1381, which Richard famously quelled with a rare show of decisiveness, did little to restore his reputation. His promises to the people were empty, and his failure to address the real issues of governance left his reign vulnerable to criticism. By the 1390s, Richard's reign had turned increasingly tyrannical. His disregard for the traditional structures of English governance, coupled with his erratic and often cruel decisions, led to growing unrest. He deposed and executed many of his rivals, including his own cousin, Henry Bolingbroke, in an effort to consolidate power. But it was this very action that would prove to be his undoing. In 1399, Henry Bolingbroke returned from exile, claiming his inheritance and challenging Richard's authority. The nobles, weary of Richard's arrogance and poor governance, rallied to Henry's side. Richard was captured, forced to abdicate, and imprisoned in the Tower of London, where he would eventually die under mysterious circumstances. Richard II's reign is remembered as one of the most tragic in English history, marked by squandered opportunities, arrogance, and an inability to rule effectively. His deposition and death marked the end of the Plantagenet dynasty's stability and the beginning of the Lancastrian era. Sleep now, fallen king, for the crown you once wore lies forgotten, and your reign is but a tale of what could have been, lost to the winds of time. Charles VI, born in 1368, ascended to the throne of France as a young and promising monarch, inheriting a kingdom long caught in the throes of the 100 Years' War with England. As the son of King Charles V, whose reign had brought relative stability to France, it seemed that Charles VI would continue his father's legacy. But fate, ever fickle, had different plans. At first, Charles VI was admired as a king full of potential, a ruler destined to maintain the grandeur of France. But as his reign progressed, it became clear that his mind was not as steadfast as the crown he wore.
In 1392, a shadow fell over Charles VI's règne.
After a violent outburst during a military campaign, he was struck by a fit of madness, a condition that would haunt him for the rest of his life. His mind, once sharp and capable, slowly unraveled, and he became subject to fits of delusion, paranoia, and violent outbursts. For periods of time, he would forget his identity, believe himself to be made of glass, or refuse to be touched, fearing he would shatter. These were not the actions of a king who could lead an empire at war. During these fits, France was without a ruler. The kingdom was thrown into chaos as rival factions vied for power, and his ministers and nobles took control of the affairs of state. His wife, Isabeau of Bavaria, tried to govern in his stead, but even she could not prevent the slow disintegration of France's unity. The mental instability of Charles VI left France rudderless, its armies defeated and its territories slowly slipping into English hands. In 1415, the English forces under Henry V achieved a decisive victory at the Battle of Agincourt, a crushing blow to the French, which could be directly linked to the king's inability to lead. Though Charles VI lived for many more years, his reign had already been irreparably tainted. He died in 1422, his mind still lost to madness, and left behind a fractured kingdom that would take decades to rebuild. Charles VI, known as Charles the Mad, is a tragic figure in history, a monarch whose mental illness and inability to govern plunged France into chaos during one of its darkest periods. Rest now, lost king. For your mind may have been broken, but the lands you once ruled, torn and divided, are now but memories in the annals of time. Edward II, born in 1284, was the son of the mighty Edward I, known for his victorious campaigns and relentless expansion of the English crown. The expectations upon young Edward were immense, heir to an empire of conquest and glory. But from the very start, it seemed that fate had other plans for him. Unlike his father, Edward was not a warrior at heart. He lacked the military prowess and sharp political instincts that had made Edward I a revered king. Rather than commanding the respect of his nobles and soldiers, Edward II earned only their disdain. His reign would be marked by weakness, poor decisions, and an inability to assert control over his kingdom. From the moment he took the throne in 1307, Edward's poor judgment became apparent. His close relationship with a group of favorites, most notably Piers Gaveston, alienated his nobles, who saw the king's favor toward them as a threat to their power and influence. Gaveston, a low-born man whom Edward treated as an equal, became a symbol of the king's failure to understand the delicate balance of power in England's feudal system. The nobles, growing ever more resentful of Edward's favoritisms and weak leadership, rebelled against him. In 1312, they seized Gaveston and executed him, sending a clear message to the king that his personal attachments could no longer override the needs of the realm. But Edward, instead of learning from the rebellion, only deepened his ties to other favorites, such as Hugh Despenser, which further inflamed the discontent of his nobles. As the king's rule faltered, so did his kingdom. Military defeats, most notably the disastrous loss to the Scots at the Battle of Bannockburn in 1314, further diminished Edward's authority. His inability to defend his kingdom and his disregard for the advice of his experienced nobles led to widespread disillusionment. By 1326, a full-scale rebellion had taken hold. Edward's wife, Queen Isabella, and her lover, Roger Mortimer, gathered an army, deposed the king, and forced Edward II into imprisonment. His reign, a tragic tale of lost opportunities and failed leadership, ended in his abdication in 1327, when his young son, Edward III, was declared king. Though Edward II would later die in captivity under mysterious circumstances, his legacy was sealed, a monarch whose reign fractured his kingdom and whose failures paved the way for civil war and the eventual rise of his son's more capable rule. Rest now, unfortunate king, for the crown you once wore lies heavy in the halls of history, a testament to the perils of favoritism and weak leadership. Stephen of Blois, born in 1092, was a man of noble lineage, nephew to the mighty Henry I of England. From a young age, Stephen was destined for a life of courtly favor, a loyal servant to the crown, and a key figure in the vast kingdom of England. Yet it was not by his own strength that he would ascend to the throne, but rather by the tragic absence of a stronger claimant. In 1135, after the untimely death of Henry I and the drowning of his only son William, Stephen found himself in a race for the crown. His cousin, Empress Matilda, also claimed the throne as the daughter of Henry I. But Stephen, having already secured the loyalty of many of the key nobles in England, seized the opportunity and declared himself king. Though crowned with great fanfare, Stephen's reign was from the outset marred by instability and uncertainty. His rule was not one of force, but of fractured alliances and divided loyalties. His rivals, led by the indomitable Matilda, refused to accept Stephen's rule, and soon England was plunged into a bitter civil war known as the Anarchy. Stephen's military leadership, though valiant at times, was never consistent enough to quell the ongoing strife. His attempts to gain control of the kingdom were thwarted time and again by Matilda's forces, and the land became a battlefield, with castles and towns changing hands in a constant struggle for supremacy. The failure to secure peace and the inability to reconcile the many factions of the realm marked Stephen as a weak ruler. His inability to quell the violence and restore order left his reign in turmoil. The kingdom, once a beacon of Norman strength, now stood fractured, its future uncertain. Despite this, Stephen persisted, holding onto his crown for nearly 2 decades. But in 1153, after years of bloodshed and broken promises, Stephen and Matilda's son, Henry Plantagenet, brokered a peace agreement. Stephen would remain king, but Henry would succeed him upon his death. And thus, Stephen's reign came to an end not with triumph, but with resignation. King Stephen is remembered not for his victories, but for his inability to hold his kingdom together. His reign is a poignant reminder of the fragility of power and the consequences of weak leadership in times of crisis. Rest now, weary king, for the lands you once fought for now lie under the steady hand of another, and your name lives on only in the whispers of a kingdom torn by civil war. Henry VIII, born in 1491, was the second son of Henry VII, the founder of the Tudor dynasty. At first, Henry was not destined for the throne, as his older brother Arthur was the heir. But fate, ever fickle, soon struck. Arthur's untimely death left the young Henry to inherit a kingdom that was still grappling with the scars of civil war and political instability. And thus, Henry became king in 1509, at the age of 17, with dreams of greatness and a youthful enthusiasm to match. In his early reign, Henry VIII was celebrated as a handsome, charismatic ruler. He was a lover of culture, the arts, and education. His court was vibrant, filled with musicians, scholars, and poets. The people adored him, and his marriage to the Spanish Princess Catherine of Aragon seemed to solidify England's position as a powerful united Christian kingdom. But as the years passed, Henry's desires grew. His longing for a male heir to secure the Tudor line became all-consuming. Catherine, despite her many virtues, failed to provide him with a surviving male child, and this, in Henry's eyes, was a grievous fault. Unwilling to accept his fate, Henry sought to annul his marriage to Catherine, a move that would ultimately reshape the course of English history. When Pope Clement VII refused to grant the annulment, Henry's anger and frustration reached their peak. His decision, driven by personal desire and dynastic ambition, was to sever England's ties with the Roman Catholic Church. In 1534, the Act of Supremacy was passed, declaring Henry the supreme head of the Church of England, a bold and irrevocable act that fractured centuries of religious tradition. With this act, England was set on a path that would forever alter the religious and political landscape of Europe. Henry's reign became one of tyranny and dissolution. In his pursuit of power and control, he ordered the execution of 2 of his wives, and Bullen and Catherine Howard, along with many others who stood in his way. His need to secure a male heir led to a series of disastrous marriages, each more tumultuous than the last. As his power grew, so too did his cruelty. His break from Rome set off a chain of events that led to the dissolution of the monasteries, the suppression of Catholicism, and the establishment of a Church of England that would continue to shape the nation's identity for centuries to come. While Henry's ambition succeeded in securing the Tudor dynasty, it also left a legacy of religious division and political turmoil. Henry VIII died in 1547, a broken man, his once strong frame ravaged by disease and excess. He left behind a kingdom irrevocably altered by his decisions, a legacy both glorious and tragic, built on the shifting sands of tyranny, ambition, and religious discord. Rest now, mighty king. For the world you once sought to control now stands in the shadow of your actions, a testament to the tumultuous reign of a monarch who sought to rule not only the land, but the very faith of his people. Ivan IV, later known to history as Ivan the Terrible, was born in 1530, the first son of Grand Prince Vasily III of Moscow. From the very beginning of his life, Ivan was thrust into a world of power struggles, intrigue, and violence. His father's death when Ivan was just 3 years old set the stage for a childhood marred by neglect and trauma. Left in the hands of ambitious regents, young Ivan witnessed the brutal politics of the Russian court, where treachery and betrayal were as common as breath itself. By the time Ivan ascended to the throne in 1547 at the age of 16, he was a deeply scarred and volatile figure. Determined to solidify his power, Ivan crowned himself the first Tsar of Russia, an act that symbolized the birth of a new autocratic regime. His early reign was marked by reform and the centralization of power. Ivan introduced a code of laws and worked to strengthen the Russian state, but beneath the surface, his insecurities and paranoia simmered, waiting to erupt. The turning point came in the mid-1550s, when Ivan's temperament began to shift from one of ambition and reform to one of cruelty and madness. His distrust of those around him grew, leading him to form the Oprichnina, a brutal secret police force that terrorized the Russian people. The Oprichnina ruthlessly purged Ivan's enemies, executing nobles and anyone suspected of disloyalty. Entire towns were razed, and the bloodshed left deep scars on the Russian psyche. Ivan's paranoia became legendary. He was convinced that betrayal lurked around every corner, and his fears led him to ever more horrific acts. In one of his most infamous moments, he killed his own son, Ivan Ivanovich, in a violent fit of rage, a tragedy that would haunt him for the rest of his life. This act, perhaps more than any other, sealed Ivan's reputation as one of history's most cruel and unstable rulers. His later years were marked by a slow unraveling of his mind and kingdom. Ivan's wars with neighboring states drained Russia's resources, and his reign, once marked by strong leadership, descended into tyranny and disorder. His reign ended in 1584 when he died under mysterious circumstances, leaving a fractured Russia behind him. Ivan IV the Terrible remains one of history's most chilling examples of the dangers of absolute power unchecked by reason. His rule is a testament to the fragility of the human mind and the depths to which a ruler can fall when consumed by fear and paranoia. Rest now, Ivan, for the terror you sowed has faded into the pages of history, and the lands you once ruled now whisper of your madness. Louis XVI was born in 1754, heir to the grand and ancient House of Bourbon. Raised in the palatial halls of Versailles, he was groomed to rule a nation with a proud tradition of kingship. Yet, beneath the glittering surface of his royal upbringing, Louis was a man of quiet temperament and indecisive nature, traits that would haunt him throughout his reign. At the age of 20, Louis ascended to the throne of France in 1774, following the death of his grandfather, Louis XV. The hopes of a nation rested upon him. France, a great power of Europe, faced mounting debts from endless wars, most notably the costly involvement in the American Revolution. But Louis, though kind-hearted and well-meaning, lacked the strength and decisiveness required to steer his kingdom through the storm. In the early years of his reign, Louis attempted to reform France's financial system, but his efforts were continually thwarted by a powerful and corrupt nobility. His indecision was evident at every turn, and he failed to address the widespread discontent that was beginning to bubble within the French populace. France's economic crisis deepened, with famine and inflation pushing the common people to the brink of revolt. In 1789, the people of France, burdened by high taxes and a rising sense of injustice, rose up against the monarchy in what became known as the French Revolution. Louis, who had once sought to be loved by his people, now found himself powerless in the face of their fury. His failure to understand the gravity of the situation or to act decisively led to the collapse of his monarchy. The once mighty king was imprisoned, his family torn from their side, and their luxurious world turned into one of fear and uncertainty. Louis's final days were tragic. In 1793, after a brief and humiliating trial, he was condemned to death by guillotine. As he walked to the scaffold, he was no longer the King of France, but a man who had failed his people and his destiny. His last words, "I die innocent of all the charges laid against me," echoed in the ears of a nation that had turned its back on him. Louis XVI is remembered not as a tyrant or a ruthless ruler, but as a man who, though well-intentioned, lacked the resolve to lead in times of crisis. His reign, though not one of cruelty, was one of missed opportunities and fatal indecision. It was his inability to adapt to the changing tides of his time that sealed both his fate and that of the French monarchy. Rest now, Louis, for your reign, though marked by the finest of luxuries, ended with the bitterest of losses, and the world you once ruled now stands forever altered. George IV, born in 1762, was the eldest son of King George III, a monarch whose own mental health struggles had left the crown in uncertain hands. From a young age, George was groomed for greatness, but his early years were marked not by duty, but by indulgence and excess. His love of luxury, fashion, and self-glorification soon became legendary, as he sought to create a world of opulence around him, all while the needs of his kingdom were slowly slipping away. In 1811, George became Prince Regent, officially taking charge of the British throne after his father's mental decline. By the time he was crowned king in 1820, George IV was already a figure of extravagance. His reign, which stretched from 1820 to 1830, was one of indulgence in every sense. He lived in a palace of unparalleled splendor, surrounded by fine art, rich food, and elaborate parties. His court was a reflection of his personality, disinterested in the suffering of his people, and absorbed only in his own pleasures. Despite the world around him, George IV seemed unconcerned with the mounting problems facing England. The country was suffering from economic hardship, social unrest, and the aftermath of the Napoleonic Wars. Yet George remained fixated on his lavish lifestyle, embroiling himself in scandalous affairs and a wasteful, lavish existence. His marriage to Caroline of Brunswick, forced upon him and later marked by public humiliation, added to his reputation as a king out of touch with his people. George's disinterest in governance and his extravagant spending took a heavy toll on the kingdom. While the working class struggled, George spent vast amounts of money on his personal pleasures, from grandiose palaces to expensive clothing and fine wines. His inability to address the political unrest, the struggles of his subjects, and the social inequalities of his time left Britain in a state of decline. When George IV died in 1830, he left behind a country weary and burdened by debt. His reign was not one of great victories or national progress, but one of missed opportunities, where self-interest overshadowed the welfare of his kingdom. His legacy is one of wasted potential and a monarch who, for all his grandeur, failed to live up to the immense responsibilities placed upon him. Rest now, George, for your reign has ended, and the land you once ruled now seeks new leaders, ones who will tend to its wounds and not to their own desires. The echoes of your extravagance now fade, replaced by the murmurs of a country longing for something more. Christian VII of Denmark was born in 1749, the son of Frederick V, a king whose long reign had brought stability to Denmark. From birth, Christian was expected to inherit the crown and continue his father's legacy. Yet, the young prince's life was destined to be far from the peace and order of his predecessors. Christian's mind, fragile and unpredictable, would prove a source of turmoil for both himself and his kingdom. Christian became king in 1766 at the tender age of 17, following the death of his father. However, the young monarch's mental health was already a matter of concern. While his body was royal, his mind was a prisoner of instability, veering between periods of madness and moments of lucidity. At the time, mental illness was not understood in the way we view it today, and it was often seen as a divine punishment or a moral failing. Christian's condition would plague him throughout his life, and it left the kingdom in the hands of others. In his early reign, Christian's lack of interest in ruling was apparent. He was easily influenced by those around him, and his court quickly became dominated by a group of ambitious advisors. The most notable of these was the German Dr. Johann Friedrich Struensee, who became Christian's close confidant and de facto ruler of Denmark. Struensee's influence over the king was absolute, and during his tenure, he introduced a series of reforms that modernized Denmark, including the abolition of torture, improved education, and reforms in the law. However, Struensee's rule was not without controversy. His power was seen as an affront to the Danish nobility and clergy, who resented a foreigner exerting such control over their king. The relationship between Christian and Struensee began to deteriorate, and in 1772, a coup was launched against Struensee, leading to his arrest, trial, and execution. Christian, though mentally ill and largely disinterested in governance, had played a passive role in the downfall of his most influential advisor. After Struensee's fall, Denmark was left without a strong leader. Christian's mental state deteriorated further, and his court became increasingly factionalized, as various advisors vied for control. The country, meanwhile, struggled with instability and a lack of clear direction. Christian's reign was marked by periods of neglect, as the king withdrew into himself, leaving the fate of the nation to those who governed in his place. Christian VII died in 1808, his reign a tragic testament to the dangers of a monarchy ruled by the whims of a man unable to hold the reins of power. His inability to govern, coupled with his mental illness, left Denmark vulnerable, and his legacy is that of a monarch whose mind faltered in the face of his royal responsibilities. Rest now, Christian, for the weight of your crown has fallen, and the kingdom you could never fully grasp moves on without you. Your suffering, both personal and political, has become a shadow of history, whispering of the fragile nature of kingship. Sultan Ibrahim, known to history as Ibrahim the Mad, was born in 1615 into the royal lineage of the mighty Ottoman Empire. As the son of Sultan Ahmed I, who had built the majestic Sultan Ahmed Mosque, or Blue Mosque in Istanbul, Ibrahim was destined for greatness. Yet fate, in its cruelty, dealt him a mind fragile and unstable, one that would lead him to a reign marked by erratic decisions and bizarre behavior. Ibrahim ascended to the throne in 1640, following the death of his brother, Sultan Mustafa I, whose own reign had been interrupted by periods of mental instability. Ibrahim, already known for his eccentricities, quickly proved that the crown would not bring him the peace or wisdom required to rule such a vast empire. The Ottomans, once proud and mighty, now found themselves under the rule of a man whose erratic whims would leave a deep mark on their history. Sultan Ibrahim's reign was as unpredictable as his temperament. His decisions seemed to swing wildly between indulgence and paranoia, and he was known to make decrees that were as outlandish as they were devastating. One of the most famous and chilling of his actions was the mass execution of the harem women, believing that his royal concubines were conspiring against him. The already lavishly extravagant sultan's spending spree became infamous. He lavished gold and jewels on his court, draining the empire's treasury in his insatiable desire for luxury. Perhaps the most bizarre episode of Ibrahim's reign was his obsession with the royal gardens. Fearing his own death, he ordered that his gardens be filled with the most extravagant flowers and fountains, thinking they would protect him from harm. His court grew ever more unsettled, and even his advisors found themselves helpless before the madness that gripped the sultan. In 1648, after just 8 years on the throne, Ibrahim's reign came to a tragic and fitting end. His erratic behavior had made him unpopular among both the nobility and the people. A coup, led by the powerful Janissaries and aided by the imperial palace guards, resulted in his deposition. Ibrahim was imprisoned, and it is said that he died in isolation, a man who had once ruled over a vast empire but whose mind had failed him.
Sultan Ibrahim, the Mad, left behind a legacy of chaos and ruin.
His reign was a testament to the dangers of unchecked power in the hands of an unstable ruler. His eccentricities and tyrannies did not just mark a dark chapter in Ottoman history, they embodied the peril of absolute rule when governed by madness and fear. Rest now, Ibrahim, for your reign has crumbled to dust. The gardens you once tended to have withered, and the riches you hoarded have been scattered by time, as your name fades into the shadowed corridors of history. King Yongjo, born in 1694, was the 21st ruler of the Joseon dynasty in Korea. His reign, which lasted from 1724 to 1776, was one of relative stability and cultural flourishing. Yongjo was a monarch of great ambition and determination, often seeking to balance traditional Confucian principles with the evolving needs of his kingdom. His wisdom was admired by many, and his reign brought peace and prosperity to Joseon, at least on the surface. Yet, beneath the grandeur of his court and the calm of his governance, a deep and tragic personal sorrow marred Yongjo's life. His son, Crown Prince Sado, was a young man of promise, destined to follow in his father's footsteps and become a ruler in his own right. But as the years passed, it became clear that the prince's mind was troubled, and the weight of the throne seemed to warp his spirit. Crown Prince Sado's behavior grew increasingly erratic. He was known to be quick-tempered, unpredictable, and cruel. His actions, which included violent outbursts and erratic displays of power, began to alarm the court and the people. Yongzhou, bound by duty and love for his son, faced a dilemma no parent should ever endure. The prince's mental instability posed a grave threat to the future of the Joseon dynasty. Yet Yongzhou, as much as he wished to help his son, could not ignore the growing danger he presented. In a tragic turn of events, the king ordered his son's execution in 1762. The method was particularly cruel. Sato was locked in a wooden rice chest, left to die from suffocation and madness over the course of 8 days. It is said that as he slowly perished, he begged for mercy, but the king's decision was final. The tragedy shattered not only the royal family, but also the moral fabric of Yongzhou's reign. Yongzhou, the wise and revered monarch, was forever haunted by the death of his son. Despite his attempts to distance himself from the act, the guilt and sorrow weighed heavily on him. His reign, once marked by wisdom and prosperity, was now irrevocably tarnished by the consequences of his choice. King Yongzhou died in 1776, his heart burdened with the weight of his actions. His legacy, though filled with cultural achievements, was forever shadowed by the tragic death of his beloved son. The sorrow that lingered over the Joseon court could never be erased, and Yongzhou's name, though revered, is forever intertwined with the heartbreaking fate of Crown Prince Sato. Rest now, King Yongzhou, for your reign, though prosperous, carried the unspoken burden of loss. May history remember not only the king who sought to elevate his kingdom, but the father who carried the unbearable weight of his own heart's torment. Ludwig II, born in 1845, was the last king of Bavaria, a realm known for its picturesque landscapes and grand royal traditions. A man of striking features, Ludwig possessed the rare quality of a dreamer, with eyes that often gazed beyond the mountains and castles of his homeland, lost in a world of his own creation. His youth was marked by isolation, sheltered from the court's intrigues by a mother who kept him close, and a father who had passed away when Ludwig was just a boy. In 1864, at the age of 18, Ludwig ascended to the throne of Bavaria, succeeding his father, Maximilian II. At first, it appeared that Ludwig might follow in the footsteps of his predecessors, leading with wisdom and grace. But it did not take long for the kingdom to realize that Ludwig's interests lay not in the practicalities of ruling, but in the realms of fantasy and imagination. King Ludwig became obsessed with the idea of creating castles, not just any castles, but fairy tale fortresses, each more extravagant and fantastical than the last. The most famous of these, Neuschwanstein Castle, perched atop a mountain like something out of a dream, was a monument to Ludwig's inner world, one filled with the music of Wagner, the mythology of knights, and the splendor of royal courts. But the creation of these castles came at a great cost. Ludwig's extravagant projects drained the royal treasury, and the kingdom's finances were severely strained. His obsession with building these castles, and his growing withdrawal from state matters, left Bavaria vulnerable. His government, struggling with economic hardship, became increasingly critical of his lavish spending. As Ludwig's mental state began to show signs of strain, his court grew wary. He became increasingly isolated, relying on a small circle of advisors, many of whom were powerless to challenge him. The Bavarian government, seeing the emperor's growing disconnection from reality, began to question his fitness to rule. In 1886, after being declared insane, Ludwig was deposed and placed under house arrest. He was taken to the shores of Lake Starnberg, where, under mysterious circumstances, he was found dead, drowning in the lake. Some whispered that it was suicide, while others believed that he was murdered to silence the king whose dreams had brought Bavaria to ruin. Ludwig II, the fairy tale king, left behind a legacy of beauty and madness, a kingdom that had once been prosperous, now burdened with debt and an uncertain future. His castles, still standing tall against the Bavarian sky, remain as a testament to a man who sought to build his own world of fantasy, but whose reign crumbled under the weight of his unreal dreams. Rest now, Ludwig, in the fairy tale castles you created, for the world you built with your dreams now belongs to the past.
And the only echo of your reign is the sound of wind through the towers of Neuschwanstein, where the ghosts of your dreams still linger.
Farouk I, born in 1920, was destined for royalty from the moment of his birth. The son of Sultan Fuad I, he was groomed to rule the ancient land of Egypt, a country with a proud history stretching back to the time of the pharaohs. When Farouk ascended to the throne in 1936, at the young age of 16, the world looked upon him with expectation. He was to be a modern ruler, guiding Egypt into a new era of prosperity and progress. But Farouk's early promise would soon be overshadowed by his excesses. A man of indulgence and extravagance, he enjoyed a lavish lifestyle that would come to define his reign. He surrounded himself with opulence. Gold, jewels, and fine garments were his constant companions. His palace was a symbol of his wealth, and his court became a place of grand spectacles, fit for royalty. He entertained lavishly, indulging in fine food, drink, and extravagant celebrations, while the people of Egypt, struggling under economic hardship, looked on in growing frustration. Farouk's reign was marked by corruption and a series of political missteps. His government, riddled with inefficiency, was seen as out of touch with the needs of the common people. As his personal wealth grew, so too did the dissatisfaction of those who believed that Egypt's resources should be used for the benefit of the nation, not squandered on a monarch's whims. His obsession with luxury and his inability to address the mounting social and political unrest led to a growing sense of disillusionment among the people. In 1952, after years of instability, discontent, and a mounting series of defeats in both foreign and domestic policy, Farouk was faced with an insurrection. The Egyptian Revolution, led by a group of military officers, would prove to be the end of his reign. Farouk, fleeing his palace in the middle of the night, was forced into exile, leaving behind a country he had once ruled. His abdication marked the fall of the monarchy and the rise of a new republic, led by General Gamal Abdel Nasser. Farouk's lavish lifestyle, once the envy of the world, had led to his downfall, as he was no longer seen as a symbol of Egypt's strength and prosperity, but of its decay. Farouk's years in exile were marked by a quiet bitterness. He spent his days in Italy, living in relative obscurity, far from the throne he had once held with such abandon. He died in 1965, at the age of 45, having squandered not only his kingdom's wealth but his own legacy. Today, Farouk's name is often remembered not for his political failures or his brief reign, but for the opulent lifestyle that he clung to in the face of mounting hardship. His fall from grace serves as a cautionary tale of the dangers of vanity and indulgence in the face of a nation's needs. Rest now, Farouk, for the splendor you once reveled in has faded to memory. The palaces you built with gold have crumbled, and Egypt, though forever changed, continues on without you. Alfonso XIII, born in 1886, came into the world as a king, his birth marking the continuation of Spain's Bourbon dynasty. A monarch from the very moment of his birth, he ascended to the throne even before he could take his first breath, as his father, King Alfonso XII, passed away while his mother, Queen Maria Cristina, was pregnant with him. From that day, Spain's fate was tied to the reign of a child king. Raised in an environment of political turbulence, Alfonso grew up amidst the complexities of ruling an empire that had lost much of its former glory. The great colonial possessions of Spain had already been stripped away, and the country was struggling with internal divisions and economic instability. Alfonso, though well-meaning, was often ill-prepared for the demands of leadership. As he matured, his reign became increasingly defined by a series of poor decisions and a failure to confront the social and political challenges of the time. Alfonso's rule was marked by significant unrest. The early years saw attempts to modernize Spain, but these efforts were stymied by deep-seated regionalism, military influence, and a series of economic crises. The king's decision to support military intervention in Morocco during the Rif War, 1920 to 1927, proved disastrous, resulting in a humiliating defeat and further weakening the monarchy's standing. As Spain struggled with political chaos, Alfonso's personal involvement in the affairs of the state only served to complicate matters. His inability to maintain a balance between the military, the church, and the liberal forces in the country led to a breakdown of governance. His reliance on military dictatorship in the late 1920s, under the leadership of Miguel Primo de Rivera, failed to address the underlying social tensions. While Alfonso's initial hopes for stability under the dictatorship may have seemed plausible, it only deepened the country's divisions. The political instability grew, and in 1931, amid widespread dissatisfaction, Alfonso was forced into exile, as the Second Spanish Republic was declared. Spain was now at the brink of a full-scale civil war, and the collapse of the monarchy could be seen as one of the catalysts for the violence that would engulf the nation in 1936. Alfonso XIII, having abdicated the throne, spent the rest of his days in exile. He would later try to return to Spain, but his efforts proved unsuccessful. His reign, marked by mismanagement, political neglect, and poor judgment, became a symbol of the failed governance that ultimately contributed to the violent upheaval of the Spanish Civil War. He died in 1941, far from the country he once ruled, his legacy forever tarnished by the turmoil and strife that had followed his abdication. Rest now, King Alfonso, for your reign was a reflection of the fractured times you inherited, and the broken monarchy you left behind. The echoes of your rule still reverberate in the hearts of a nation that has long since turned the page. Nicholas II, born in 1868, was the last of the Romanov dynasty, a family that had ruled Russia for over 3 centuries. From the very beginning, his life was marked by destiny. He was born into the weight of imperial expectation, but little did the young Nicholas know that his reign would mark the end of an era, and the fall of an empire that had stood for centuries. Ascending to the throne in 1894 after the sudden death of his father, Tsar Alexander III, Nicholas was a man of gentle nature, deeply devoted to his family and his faith. He was a ruler who preferred the peaceful comforts of his royal household to the tumult of politics. His kindness and naivety, though, would become his undoing. In the eyes of many, he lacked the sharpness and will to rule an empire as vast and diverse as Russia. Under Nicholas's rule, Russia entered an age of uncertainty. The Industrial Revolution, though bringing change to the country, was met with resistance and unrest. Nicholas's refusal to address the growing demands of reformers, workers, and peasants left the masses simmering with discontent. His decisions, often made in isolation and without proper counsel, seemed to push the country toward an inevitable collapse. In 1905, the first signs of revolution appeared as workers, soldiers, and peasants rose in protest. The infamous Bloody Sunday, where peaceful demonstrators were gunned down by the Imperial Guard, marked a turning point. Nicholas, though shaken, continued to rely on force rather than dialogue, earning the wrath of the people and the nobles alike. Yet, even when faced with revolution, Nicholas hesitated to make meaningful changes, and his half-hearted reforms only deepened the crisis. By the time of World War I, Russia was already weakened, and Nicholas's leadership became more erratic. The war, which had started with great enthusiasm, turned into a quagmire, draining the country's resources and morale. Nicholas, who took command of the Russian army in 1915, became increasingly distant from the realities of the war front, while his wife Alexandra was heavily influenced by the mysterious and controversial figure of Rasputin. This alienated the Russian aristocracy and further eroded the monarchy's legitimacy. The winter of 1917 brought the final blow. Widespread hunger, the brutal toll of war, and a collapsing economy led to mass protests and the eventual overthrow of the monarchy. In March 1917, Nicholas II was forced to abdicate in the face of the Russian Revolution. What had once been an empire stretching from the frosty tundra to the warm seas had crumbled beneath the weight of Nicholas's indecision and inaction. Exiled with his family to Siberia, the once great Tsar and his family were held in captivity, far removed from the opulence they had once known. On July 17, 1918, in the dead of night, Nicholas, his wife Alexandra, and their 5 children were executed by Bolshevik forces, bringing a tragic end to Russia's imperial dynasty. Nicholas II is remembered as a ruler who lacked the strength and foresight to lead Russia through its most turbulent times. His reign, though marked by personal devotion and familial love, was ultimately a reign of fatal weakness, which led to the collapse of the Romanov dynasty and the birth of a new harsh era under the Bolsheviks. Rest now, Tsar Nicholas, for the empire you once ruled has passed into history. The echoes of your reign are now but whispers on the winds of time, and your legacy stands as a cautionary tale of how a lack of vision and strength can bring down even the mightiest of thrones. Puyi, born in 1906, was destined for greatness before he even understood its weight. He was the last emperor of the Qing dynasty, born into a world of imperial glory that had long since begun to crumble. His childhood was a life of luxury, spent within the walls of the Forbidden City, where the corridors echoed with centuries of tradition and the power of China's emperors. But for young Puyi, the empire that once stood as the Middle Kingdom, a beacon of ancient power, was already on the brink of collapse. At the tender age of 2, Puyi was declared the Emperor of China in 1908, following the death of his uncle, the Guangxu Emperor, and the abdication of his predecessor, the Xiantong Emperor. His reign, however, was no more than a ceremonial title, a reflection of the rapid decline of the Qing dynasty. Behind his throne, the imperial court was racked with political infighting, while revolutionaries and reformers sought to bring an end to centuries of dynastic rule. In 1912, as the Qing dynasty fell to the forces of revolution, Puyi's rule was cut short. The Xinhai Revolution led to the establishment of the Republic of China, and the young emperor was forced to abdicate, his empire crumbling around him. Yet, the man who had once held the mandate of heaven was not free. He was allowed to remain in the Forbidden City, still in residence, but as little more than a figurehead, a powerless relic of a bygone era. In 1917, Puyi briefly returned to the throne during a failed attempt to restore the monarchy, but it was clear that his power had evaporated. He had no real authority, and his dreams of reclaiming the throne were crushed once again. Then, in 1932, a dark chapter began. In the wake of Japan's invasion of Manchuria, Puyi was installed as the puppet ruler of the Japanese-controlled state of Manchukuo. In this new role, he was nothing more than a tool for the Japanese to further their imperial ambitions. Far from being the sovereign ruler of China, Puyi was a puppet, his every action dictated by his Japanese masters. His reign over Manchukuo was nothing more than a charade, a facade of power, while the real decisions were made in Tokyo. Puyi's life took a further tragic turn after World War II. Following Japan's defeat, he was captured by the Soviet Union and later handed over to the People's Republic of China. He spent years in prison, held as a symbol of the old imperial order. It was only in 1959 that Puyi was released, and he spent the remainder of his life in relative obscurity, working as a gardener and librarian in Beijing. In 1967, Puyi passed away, a man who had once ruled over the vast and ancient empire of China, but whose life was defined by a series of lost opportunities, manipulated by forces far beyond his control. His legacy is one of tragedy, an emperor who never truly reigned, a symbol of a monarchy that was swept away by the tides of history. Rest now, Emperor Puyi, for your empire has long since faded, and the kingdom you once ruled is no more. The echoes of your reign linger in the quiet corners of history, a reminder of the fleeting nature of power and the fragility of even the most glorious thrones. Leopold II, born in 1835, was a king whose name would come to be synonymous with cruelty and exploitation. His reign as the second king of Belgium, which began in 1865, would leave a stain on history that would endure for centuries. While Belgium itself remained a relatively small and unremarkable European power, Leopold dreamed of grandeur that extended far beyond the borders of his own kingdom. His vision, however, was not one of enlightenment or progress, but of greed and ruthless ambition. In 1885, Leopold II famously claimed ownership of the vast territories in Central Africa that would come to be known as the Congo Free State. Under the guise of philanthropy and humanitarianism, he presented his colonial venture to the world as an effort to bring civilization to the heart of Africa. The international community, swayed by Leopold's charm and persuasive tactics, allowed him to establish control over the region. But the truth behind his actions was far darker. Leopold ruled the Congo with absolute authority, his grip tightening over the land and its people. What was sold as a philanthropic mission quickly turned into an endless exploitation of the resources and the native population. Under his command, the Congo became a brutal colony, where millions of Congolese were subjected to horrific violence, forced labor, and mutilation. The demand for rubber, in particular, fueled Leopold's insatiable appetite for wealth. He set quotas for rubber collection that could only be met through the most extreme measures. Villages were terrorized, people were whipped and enslaved, and whole communities were wiped out. The infamous practice of cutting off the hands of those who failed to meet quotas became one of the most notorious symbols of Leopold's reign of terror. Leopold's reign over the Congo Free State is believed to have resulted in the deaths of millions. Estimates range from 10 million to more. Yet, despite the immense suffering, Leopold denied responsibility for the atrocities committed in his name, constantly deflecting blame onto others. For years, his actions went unchecked, as Belgium and the international community turned a blind eye to the horrors occurring in the heart of Africa. It was only in the early 20th century, as reports and testimonies of the atrocities began to surface, that the true scale of Leopold's brutality came to light. International outrage led to Belgium officially taking control of the Congo from Leopold in 1908, transforming it into a Belgian colony. Leopold, who had ruled with impunity, was forced to relinquish his private possession, but by then, his legacy was irrevocably tainted. Leopold II died in 1909, a king who had sought glory through the blood and suffering of others. His empire was no more, and the Congo, which had been plundered for its resources, was left to rebuild in the wake of decades of destruction. Yet even today, his actions are a grim reminder of the horrors of imperialism and the depths of human cruelty. Rest now, King Leopold, for the lands you once sought to dominate are forever scarred by your deeds. The rivers of the Congo, once red with the blood of the innocent, have long since quieted, but your name remains. A byword for tyranny and exploitation. Yang Guang, known to history as Emperor Yang of the Sui dynasty, was born in 569, a prince destined for greatness but whose reign would bring nothing but tragedy. He was the second emperor of the Sui dynasty, ascending to the throne in 604 after the death of his father, Emperor I, who had established the Sui dynasty and brought China out of the chaos that had plagued it for centuries. Initially, Yang Guang appeared to be a capable ruler. Under his rule, China's infrastructure was expanded, and monumental construction projects were undertaken. His grand vision included the construction of the Grand Canal, a feat of engineering that sought to link the north and south of the empire, facilitating trade and strengthening imperial control. The construction of such a vast project, however, came at a great cost, both financially and in human lives. Emperor Yang's ambition stretched far beyond the borders of his empire. The emperor sought to expand the Sui dynasty's reach through military conquest, and his eyes were set on the powerful Tang dynasty to the west and the kingdoms of the south. To achieve this, he waged a series of costly wars against the kingdom of Goguryeo in the Korean peninsula. Despite his initial confidence, the wars were disastrous. The Sui military, burdened by logistical failures and harsh campaigns, found themselves bogged down in a prolonged conflict that drained the empire's resources and morale. The toll of these wars was immense, and they failed to achieve the glory Emperor Yang had sought. His armies suffered crushing defeats, and his people grew weary of the endless conflict. The emperor's lavish lifestyle and reckless spending further alienated the court and the people. The extravagant construction projects, particularly the Grand Canal, strained the empire's finances and led to heavy taxation, pushing the common people to the brink of despair. As the suffering of his subjects mounted, unrest spread throughout the empire. Rebellions began to flare up in various regions, and the emperor's once unquestioned authority began to falter. His advisors and generals grew disillusioned with his erratic leadership, and the loyalty of his military was shaken by the defeats abroad and the famine at home. In 617, the Sui dynasty's grip on power began to crumble. A series of peasant uprisings, led by the charismatic Li Yuan, gathered strength. Li Yuan, once a trusted general under Emperor Yang, rebelled against his former master and quickly gained support across the empire. In 618, Emperor Yang was overthrown and assassinated by his own officials, marking the end of the Sui dynasty and the rise of the Tang dynasty. Emperor Yang's reign is remembered as one of grand ambition and catastrophic failure. His desire to expand his empire and build lasting monuments ultimately led to the destruction of the very foundation he had inherited. His downfall serves as a tragic lesson in the dangers of overreach, the hubris of unchecked ambition, and the consequences of ignoring the welfare of one's people. Rest now, Emperor Yang, for your empire lies in ruins, and the echoes of your reign are but whispers on the wind. The canals you built now carry only the memories of a fallen dynasty, and the wars you waged have long since faded into the dust of history. Charles II, born in 1661, was a monarch marked by tragedy from the very moment of his birth. He was the last of the Habsburgs to rule Spain, a dynasty once known for its power and influence, but Charles was born into a family whose genes had been slowly eroded by generations of inbreeding. His parents, Philip IV of Spain and Mariana of Austria, were first cousins, and this union, meant to consolidate royal power, only deepened the dynasty's eventual ruin. From the moment he came into the world, it was clear that Charles was no ordinary child. He suffered from numerous physical and mental ailments that were the result of the Habsburg genetic legacy. His body was frail, and he struggled with developmental delays, leaving him mentally weak and physically incapable of ruling effectively. Charles's inability to speak until the age of 4 and his other developmental difficulties were often attributed to the genetic malfunctions that had plagued his family for generations. Charles was crowned King of Spain at just 4 years old after the death of his father, Philip IV. However, his reign was nothing more than a shadow of power, as the kingdom was controlled by his mother and a series of regents during his childhood. His court was filled with intrigue, as ambitious nobles and foreign powers jostled for control of a crown that seemed to have little strength left. As he grew into adulthood, Charles faced mounting challenges. Spain was in steep decline, both economically and militarily. The once mighty Spanish Empire, which had ruled vast territories in Europe and the Americas, was faltering, and Charles, ill-equipped to restore its fortunes, could do little to change the course of history.
Charles II's règne saw the continuation of Spain's dwindling power on the world stage.
The wars of the 17th century had drained the empire's resources, and the treasury was nearly empty. The Spanish colonies were no longer the profitable gold mines they had once been, and Spain's military, once the most formidable in Europe, was in disarray. Despite his best efforts, Charles's physical and mental disabilities hindered any meaningful leadership. He was described as an indecisive and ineffective ruler, incapable of making the hard decisions needed to save his crumbling empire. His inability to produce an heir also created uncertainty about the future of the Spanish throne, contributing to political instability. In 1700, after years of failing health, Charles II died without a clear successor, his legacy sealed by the immense decline of Spain under his reign. His death marked the end of the Habsburg dynasty in Spain and ushered in the War of Spanish Succession, a conflict that would shape the future of Europe. Charles's death led to the ascension of the Bourbon dynasty under Philip V, whose reign would be the beginning of Spain's eventual recovery, though at the cost of much of its former power. Charles II is remembered as a tragic figure, a king whose inherited weaknesses, both physical and mental, contributed to the slow decay of an empire that once ruled the seas and the lands of the Americas. His reign serves as a somber reminder of the dangers of inbreeding, and how the weakness of a monarch can mirror the decline of a great nation. Rest now, King Charles II, for your kingdom has passed into history, and the empire that once stretched across the globe now lies scattered like dust in the wind. The throne you once occupied is now but a relic of a fading past.
Lucius Verus, born in 130 AD, was a man born into a legacy of imperial greatness.
The son of Marcus Aurelius' cousin, he was destined for high office, but unlike his illustrious father, he lacked the temperament and gravitas that would mark a ruler of true distinction. From an early age, it was clear that Lucius Verus was more enamored with the pleasures of life than with the responsibilities of empire. In 161 AD, following the death of Emperor Antoninus Pius, Lucius Verus ascended to the throne alongside Marcus Aurelius, who became his co-emperor. While Marcus was revered for his wisdom and leadership, Lucius was often seen as a figurehead, his reign characterized more by indulgence than by decisive action. Verus' reign was marked by luxury and extravagance. He preferred the lavish comforts of Rome's grandest estates, attending to his personal pleasures, hunting, games, and the pursuit of indulgences, while leaving the weighty matters of governance to his more capable co-emperor. Though he was given command of the eastern provinces, including the Parthian War, it was largely fought and won by his generals, not by any military acumen of his own. His reputation as a ruler was further diminished by his indulgence in court intrigues and excesses, seeking comfort in the delights of Roman society rather than focusing on the empire's true needs. Despite his indulgence, Lucius Verus did play a part in the military victory against the Parthians, a success that was credited more to his generals than to any personal brilliance. However, this military achievement did little to shake his reputation as a ruler who was more interested in indulgence than in true governance. In 169 AD, after a life of indulgence, Lucius Verus fell ill and died. His death was met with little fanfare, and his legacy was overshadowed by the towering figure of Marcus Aurelius, whose rule would define the era. Lucius Verus is remembered not for his leadership, but for his failure to rise above the pleasures of the world. He was a man whose reign was defined by luxury and neglect, a co-emperor whose legacy is one of unfulfilled potential. Rest now, emperor of excess, for even the brightest luxuries fade into the quiet darkness of time. Marcus Aurelius Antoninus, known to history as Caracalla, was born in 188 AD to the esteemed family of the Severan dynasty. His father, Emperor Septimius Severus, was a soldier emperor who expanded the empire's borders with military conquest and political cunning. From a young age, Caracalla was groomed for power, but his reign would be marked by bloodshed, cruelty, and a relentless pursuit of personal ambition. In 198 AD, Caracalla was made co-emperor with his father, and upon Severus's death in 211 AD, Caracalla became the sole ruler of the Roman Empire. His early years as emperor were overshadowed by his brutal and erratic temperament. Caracalla's reign was defined by violence. His thirst for power led to a series of bloody purges that included the murder of his own brother Geta, in a horrific act of fratricide. Geta's death came after a violent struggle for the throne, and the aftermath saw the massacre of Geta's supporters, leaving a blood-soaked stain on Caracalla's rule. While Caracalla's reign was marked by bloodshed, it was also marked by economic strain. Desperate to fund his extravagant military campaigns and lavish projects, he levied heavy taxes on the empire's citizens. He is best remembered for the Constitutio Antoniniana, an edict in 212 AD that granted Roman citizenship to nearly all free men within the empire. While this act expanded the empire's legal structure, it also placed a heavy tax burden on the populace, inflaming resentment across the provinces. Caracalla's military ventures, though often successful, were fueled by a dangerous combination of arrogance and brutality. He sought glory on the battlefield but did little to strengthen the empire's foundations, his military campaigns proving costly both in lives and resources. His reign saw the empire embroiled in constant warfare, with Caracalla using his legions to assert his dominance rather than securing Rome's long-term stability. In 217 AD, as Caracalla made his way to the east on a military campaign, he was assassinated by members of his own guard, a grim end for a ruler whose reign had been defined by fear and oppression. His death was a result of his cruelty and the widespread hatred he had fostered throughout his reign. Caracalla's legacy is one of tyranny and terror, a ruler who sought to secure his power through massacre and oppressive taxation rather than through wisdom or justice. His reign serves as a stark reminder of how unchecked ambition can lead to the downfall of even the most powerful rulers. Rest now, Emperor of bloodshed, for the echoes of your reign have long been swallowed by the quiet march of time. Marcus Opellius Diademenianus, known simply as Diademenian, was born in 208 AD into the troubled Severan dynasty, a family that would see its fair share of turmoil. The son of the ambitious general Macrinus, Diademenian's brief and tragic life would be one defined not by power, but by the fleeting grasp of it. Little more than a child when he was thrust into the imperial spotlight, Diademenian's reign remains one of the shortest and most ineffectual in Roman history. In 217 AD, following the assassination of Emperor Caracalla, Macrinus seized the throne and declared his son, Diademenian, co-emperor. At just 9 years old, Diademenian was too young to rule effectively, and his position was more symbolic than substantive. The true power in the empire remained with Macrinus, who hoped to consolidate his own rule by elevating his son. However, the Senate and the military never truly accepted Macrinus's rule, and his reign was marred by growing dissent and military unrest. In the same year, the Parthian invasion and the unrest within the empire placed further strain on the Severan regime. Diademenian's role was limited to a mere puppet figure, the child emperor who had little agency in the matters of state. His name would be invoked in vain as Macrinus tried and failed to solidify his reign amidst the growing chaos. But Diademenian's reign would be fleeting. In 218 AD, after only a year in power, Macrinus's rule came to an abrupt end. The boy emperor was captured and murdered by forces loyal to Elagabalus, the new emperor, marking the tragic and ignoble end to a reign that had never truly begun. Diademenian's legacy is little more than a whisper in the annals of history, a young emperor whose rule was not one of agency or ambition, but of helplessness and manipulation. His brief appearance on the imperial stage stands as a somber reminder of how the fate of empires could fall into the hands of those too young or powerless to shape their own destiny. Rest now, child emperor, for even the briefest flame flickers out in the wind of time, leaving behind only the shadow of what might have been. Marcus Didius Julianus was born in 133 AD into a privileged but unremarkable family. A man with political ambition but little true merit, Julianus's rise to power would forever be tarnished by the ignoble manner in which he seized the imperial throne. His name is forever associated with one of the most humiliating chapters in the history of the Roman Empire, an emperor who purchased his position in a public auction. In 193 AD, after the assassination of Emperor Pertinax, the imperial throne was left vacant. The Praetorian Guard, the elite bodyguard of the emperor, found themselves in a position of immense power. Faced with the uncertainty of the empire's future, they made a shocking decision. They auctioned off the throne to the highest bidder. Didius Julianus, who happened to be present in the capital at the time, eagerly offered a staggering sum to the guards, more than any other contender, and thus became the new emperor. However, his purchase of the empire was an act of desperation, and his rule was anything but legitimate in the eyes of the people and the Senate. Julianus's reign was short-lived, lasting only a few months, and it was marked by widespread contempt and opposition. The empire was in disarray, and the notion that an emperor could be bought like a common commodity enraged both the citizens of Rome and the military. Julianus's reign quickly unraveled as rival claimants to the throne emerged. The most significant challenger was Septimius Severus, a respected general in the eastern provinces, who had been declared emperor by his legions. With Severus marching on Rome, the Praetorian Guard, who had initially sold the empire to Julianus, quickly abandoned him. In the face of inevitable defeat, Julianus was forced to surrender. Captured by Severus's forces, Didius Julianus was executed in June 193 AD, his brief reign ending in humiliation. His purchase of the throne had not saved him, it had only hastened his downfall. Julianus is remembered not for his accomplishments, but for his profound lack of dignity and the shame he brought upon the office of emperor. His reign serves as a stark reminder of how the pursuit of power through wealth, rather than merit or respect, leads only to ruin. Rest now, emperor of shame, for the price of your throne was your undoing, and your name will fade into the forgotten dust of history. Gaius Julius Verus Maximinus, known as Maximinus Thrax, was born in 173 AD, the son of a Gothic or Thracian peasant. Little did the world know that this towering, hulking figure, who stood head and shoulders above many of his contemporaries, would one day become one of Rome's most brutal and despised emperors. Maximinus's rise to power was as unexpected as it was violent. A soldier by trade, he quickly gained the favor of the Roman military due to his immense strength and fighting prowess. His military career took him from the lower ranks to the top, eventually becoming a trusted general under Emperor Severus Alexander. But Maximinus had higher ambitions, and in 235 AD, following the death of Alexander and the murder of his entire court, the army declared Maximinus emperor, bypassing the Senate entirely. His ascent was marked by bloodshed, as he took the throne by force and crushed any opposition in his path. Once emperor, Maximinus Thrax ruled with a terrifying iron fist. His reign was dominated by military campaigns and the ever-growing demands of his legions. Despised by the Senate and the elite of Rome, who saw him as an outsider and a brute, Maximinus relied heavily on the loyalty of his soldiers, giving them vast rewards and privileges. His rule was defined by heavy taxation to fund his military ventures, and the common people bore the brunt of his cruelty. Maximinus was notorious for his harshness and ruthlessness. He believed in ruling through fear, and his methods were brutal. The slightest hint of rebellion or dissent was met with swift and violent retribution. Executions, mass punishments, and confiscations became commonplace as Maximinus sought to crush all opposition. His reign was marked by constant conflict and the expansion of the empire's borders, but at great cost. His military campaigns were far from successful, and his reign became one of unrest, especially as his soldiers began to feel the weight of the endless wars and the heavy toll they took on their resources. The people of Rome, distanced from the horrors of the frontier wars, grew increasingly disillusioned with their emperor. In 238 AD, as revolts began to brew and his own soldiers turned against him, Maximinus's reign came to a violent end. In the face of mounting opposition, the emperor was assassinated by his own troops in a dramatic coup, marking the end of his brutal rule. His body was dragged through the streets of Rome, a symbol of the people's disdain for the man who had ruled through terror. Maximinus Thrax is remembered as one of the most despised emperors in Roman history, a ruler whose reign was built on military might and brutality rather than wisdom or justice. His reign serves as a warning about the dangers of military autocracy and the eventual collapse that comes when a ruler alienates both the elite and the common people. Rest now, Emperor of Terror, for even the mightiest of rulers are eventually cast down by those they sought to dominate. Flavius Honorius, born in 384 AD, was the son of the great Emperor Theodosius I and a member of the illustrious Valentinian dynasty. Upon his father's death in 395 AD, Honorius became the Western emperor of a crumbling empire, one already beset by internal decay and external pressures. But unlike his father, who had once held the empire together, Honorius lacked the strength, vision, or authority to stem the tide of destruction that was soon to engulf the Western Roman Empire. Honorius's reign began with promise, but it soon became evident that he was a ruler unable to rise to the challenges of his time. A fragile and indecisive emperor, he was heavily influenced by those around him, particularly his regent, Stilicho, a general of great skill and ability. For a time, it seemed that Stilicho's leadership could hold back the barbarian invasions and prevent the empire's collapse. But even with Stilicho's military prowess, the empire's internal divisions and external threats proved overwhelming. As Honorius grew older, his reliance on Stilicho waned, and in 408 AD, Stilicho was executed under the emperor's orders, a decision that would come to haunt him. With his most capable general gone, the empire's defenses weakened, and a series of crises quickly spiraled out of control. The Visigoths, led by their king Alaric, had already begun their plundering of the empire's borders, but the true test of Honorius's leadership would come in 410 AD. It was in that year that the unthinkable happened. The Visigoths, having besieged Rome for months, sacked the Eternal City. For the first time in over 800 years, Rome fell to a foreign invader. The news of the sack of Rome sent shockwaves throughout the empire, and Honorius, who had been safely ensconced in the city of Ravenna, reacted with startling indifference. When told of the sack, it is famously reported that he replied, I cannot believe that Rome has fallen. I have no time to think about it. The sack of Rome marked the symbolic end of an era. It shattered the myth of Rome's invincibility and served as a brutal reminder of how far the empire had fallen. Yet Honorius's reign continued for another 13 years, marked by further military setbacks, political intrigue, and a steadily weakening authority. His inability to control his court and military, compounded by his failure to address the growing barbarian threat, ensured that the Western Roman Empire would only continue to spiral into irrelevance. In 423 AD, Honorius died, leaving behind a fractured empire on the verge of collapse. His reign is remembered as one of the most ineffectual in Roman history, marked by weak leadership, indecision, and an inability to respond to the greatest crisis of his time. His failure to act in the face of the Visigoth threat and the fall of Rome stands as a glaring testament to the vulnerability of a once mighty empire. Rest now, emperor of inaction. For even the longest reigns falter when those who wear the crown are not fit to bear its weight. Romulus Augustus, often known by the diminutive Augustulus, was born in 460 AD into a world that was already crumbling. His rise to the imperial throne came at a time when the Western Roman Empire, once the pinnacle of civilization, was little more than a shadow of its former self. The true power had long since been stripped from the emperor's hands, held instead by military commanders, barbarian chieftains, and puppet rulers. Romulus was no exception. His reign was marked not by his own actions, but by the forces of history that swept over him. The circumstances of Romulus's ascension are as tragic as they are telling of the state of the empire. In 475 AD, a coup led by the ambitious general Orestes overthrew the previous emperor, Julius Nepos, and installed his young son Romulus on the throne. Romulus, only a child, likely no older than 16, was crowned emperor, but his imperial title was little more than a formality. The empire was already fragmented, with much of the western territories in the hands of various barbarian tribes, and the power of the emperor was largely symbolic. Under Romulus's reign, the Western Roman Empire was a hollow shell. The real power lay with Orestes, his father and the general who had placed him on the throne. But Orestes's ambitions would soon lead to his downfall. In 476 AD, Orestes was overthrown by the barbarian chieftain Odoacer, a man who had once served as one of his generals. Odoacer, declaring himself king of Italy, deposed Romulus Augustulus and sent him into exile. The fall of Romulus, a figurehead who had symbolized the last vestige of the Western Roman Empire, marked the end of an era that had begun over a millennium earlier. The deposition of Romulus Augustulus is widely regarded as the formal end of the Western Roman Empire. The empire had already been in a slow decline for centuries, but with the removal of Romulus, the line of Roman emperors in the West came to a definitive end. The Eastern Roman Empire, later known as the Byzantine Empire, would continue to thrive for nearly another 1,000 years, but for the West, the fall was irreversible. Romulus's reign was short, lasting only about a year, and his rule was largely irrelevant in the grand narrative of Roman history. He is often seen as the final tragic figure in the collapse of a civilization that had once ruled much of the known world. As the last emperor of the West, Romulus Augustulus became a symbol of imperial decay, an emperor in name only, whose reign reflected the impotence of the Roman state by the time of its collapse. After his deposition, Romulus Augustulus was sent to live in a villa in Campania, where he lived out his remaining years in obscurity. Little is known of his life afterward, and his death is shrouded in mystery. His legacy is a symbol of the end of the Western Roman Empire, a reminder that even the greatest empires must one day fall. Rest now, last emperor of the West, for the empire you were born to lead crumbled before you, and your name will fade into the annals of history, a reminder of what once was, and what is no more. Cleopatra VII Philopator, born in 69 BC, was the last and one of the most iconic rulers of ancient Egypt. A woman of unparalleled intelligence, political acumen, and charisma, Cleopatra navigated the treacherous waters of Egyptian politics with the precision of a seasoned strategist. She was not only a queen but a true diplomat, an intellectual, and a woman of power who managed to capture the attention of the greatest men of her time. Yet, despite her brilliance, Cleopatra's reign ended in the loss of Egypt's independence, marking the final chapter of the ancient kingdom's glorious history. Cleopatra was born into a Ptolemaic dynasty that had ruled Egypt since the reign of Ptolemy I, a general of Alexander the Great. The Ptolemies, though Greek in origin, had ruled Egypt for nearly 3 centuries, often facing internal strife and external threats. Upon the death of her father, Ptolemy XII, Cleopatra ascended to the throne in 51 BC, co-ruling with her younger brother Ptolemy XIII. However, her reign was immediately challenged by a series of political intrigues and struggles for power, particularly against her brother, who sought to marginalize her. Cleopatra's true skill lay in her ability to align herself with the right allies at the right time. It was her relationship with the Roman leaders Julius Caesar and later Mark Antony that would define her reign. In 48 BC, she famously seduced Julius Caesar, aligning herself with the Roman general against her brother. With Caesar's support, she regained control of Egypt, a power shift that demonstrated both her cunning and her ability to maneuver through dangerous political waters. Cleopatra's relationship with Caesar, which culminated in the birth of their son, Caesarion, solidified her position on Egypt's throne. However, Caesar's assassination in 44 BC left Cleopatra vulnerable once more. In the power vacuum that followed, Cleopatra turned to another powerful Roman leader, Mark Antony. Their romantic and political alliance grew strong, and Cleopatra became a central player in the Roman civil wars, attempting to assert Egypt's influence over the Western Mediterranean. But this alliance would prove to be Cleopatra's undoing. The Roman Senate, particularly under the leadership of Octavian, the future Emperor Augustus, viewed Cleopatra as a threat to Roman supremacy. The civil conflict between Mark Antony and Octavian escalated, culminating in the Battle of Actium in 31 BC, where Antony and Cleopatra were decisively defeated by Octavian's forces. With their defeat, the fate of Egypt was sealed. Rather than face capture and humiliation, Cleopatra and Mark Antony both took their own lives in 30 BC, marking the end of the Ptolemaic dynasty. Cleopatra's death heralded the final fall of Egypt to Rome, and the once great kingdom became a mere province of the Roman Empire. Though she had fought to preserve Egypt's independence through political alliances, her reliance on Roman leaders ultimately led to her downfall. Cleopatra is remembered as a master of diplomacy and a queen of formidable intellect, yet her reign ended with the loss of the land she loved, swallowed by the expanding Roman Empire. Rest now, Queen of Egypt, for though you were a ruler of great ambition and wisdom, the sands of time have swept away your empire, leaving only the whispers of your name in history's vast desert. Akhenaten, born Amenhotep IV, ascended the throne of Egypt in 1353 BC during the height of the new kingdom's power. From the outset of his reign, he was marked as a king set apart from his predecessors. Akhenaten's legacy, however, would be shaped not by military victories or monumental constructions, but by a radical shift in Egypt's religious landscape that would destabilize the ancient kingdom and create a legacy of turmoil. Akhenaten's most audacious act was his abandonment of Egypt's polytheistic traditions. At the heart of his reforms was the establishment of Aten, the sun disk, as the one and only true god. This marked a dramatic departure from Egypt's long-standing worship of a vast pantheon of deities, with Ammoni-Ra at the center of Egyptian religion. Akhenaten's devotion to Aten was absolute, and he declared it the state religion, shutting down temples to other gods, including the powerful Ammonius priesthood, which had long held significant sway over the political and economic life of Egypt. In his pursuit of religious revolution, Akhenaten moved the capital from the city of Thebes to a newly founded city, Akhetaten, modern-day Amarna, dedicated entirely to Aten. The city was a grand symbol of his break with the past, with its architecture and art reflecting the new religious focus. Akhenaten's religious reforms extended to art as well, where depictions of the royal family, once idealized in strict and formal poses, became more naturalistic, even portraying the king and queen Nefertiti in intimate, almost humanizing scenes. However, Akhenaten's religious reforms, while innovative, were destabilizing for Egypt. The priests of Ammonius, whose power had been vast, were alienated, and the rich tradition of Egyptian polytheism was shattered. The economic consequences were also severe, as the wealth and resources tied to the priesthood were diverted or destroyed. The people of Egypt, long accustomed to the favor and protection of a multitude of gods, found themselves struggling to adapt to the singular and abstract concept of Aten. Furthermore, Akhenaten's exclusive focus on religion came at the expense of Egypt's military and political stability. The pharaoh's attention to religious matters left little room for foreign policy or defense, and during his reign, Egypt's enemies, such as the Hittites and the Mitanni, began to challenge the empire's borders. Akhenaten's failure to effectively manage Egypt's external affairs weakened the kingdom's position in the ancient world. After Akhenaten's death in 1336 BC, the kingdom was left in a state of disarray. His son, the famous Tutankhamun, ascended the throne but was forced to abandon the reforms of his father. Tutankhamun reinstated the worship of Ammonius and returned Egypt to its traditional polytheistic beliefs. Akhenaten's city of Akhetaten was abandoned, and his religious revolution was effectively undone. His successors sought to erase his memory, with the very name Akhenaten being struck from official records in an attempt to obliterate the memory of his reign. Today, Akhenaten remains one of Egypt's most controversial rulers. His religious reforms, though innovative, left a kingdom divided and weakened. His reign serves as a cautionary tale about the dangers of radical change without regard for the stability and traditions that hold an empire together. Akhenaten's vision of religious purity ultimately led to the unraveling of Egypt's strength, and his legacy is one of both boldness and fragility. Rest now, Pharaoh of the Sun, for your radical vision burned bright, but like the sun at dusk, it faded into the horizon, leaving behind a kingdom forever changed by your reign. Nero Claudius Drusus, more commonly known as Drusus Caesar, was born in 7 BC into the heart of Rome's imperial family, a man seemingly destined for greatness. He was the son of the revered general Nero Claudius Drusus and the brother of the future emperor Tiberius, making him a member of one of the most influential families in the Roman Empire. Drusus's early life was filled with promise, and his potential was evident to all who knew him. Yet, his untimely death at the age of 23 left Rome wondering what might have been. From a young age, Drusus was molded for leadership. As a military commander, he was entrusted with significant responsibilities by his father, a figure of immense power. His upbringing was filled with the values of Roman duty, discipline, and ambition. His family saw in him the future of the empire, a ruler who would continue the legacy of conquest and expansion that had defined Rome's ascendancy. Drusus's military career was promising. He displayed skill and bravery in campaigns across the Roman territories, securing victories and earning the admiration of both his soldiers and the Senate. His military acumen seemed to confirm his suitability as a future emperor. His potential as a leader was clear. He was popular among the legions, respected for his abilities, and loved for his youthful vigor. At times, he appeared to be the natural heir to Tiberius, his brother, and to the empire itself. But Drusus's life was tragically short-lived. In 23 AD, during a time of political instability, Drusus fell ill under mysterious circumstances. While some sources suggest he was poisoned, whether by his enemies or by those closer to home remains a matter of debate. His sudden death robbed Rome of a ruler who had the potential to shape the future of the empire, leaving a void that would not be easily filled. Following Drusus's death, Tiberius was left as the sole ruler of Rome, and the empire's direction veered further into political intrigue and authoritarianism. Drusus had been a man of promise, a youthful figure with the makings of a capable and popular emperor, but his untimely demise sealed the fate of the Roman Empire, leaving it in the hands of his more calculating, and at times, more repressive brother. Drusus's death sparked widespread grief, especially among the military, who saw in him not only the embodiment of their Roman ideals but the hope of future prosperity under a leader they could trust. However, history would never know whether Drusus could have lived up to that potential, and his untimely death is a poignant reminder of how fragile even the greatest ambitions can be. Rest now, Drusus Caesar, for though your potential shone brightly, it was extinguished before you could realize the greatness that Rome once believed you destined for. The empire, forever haunted by what might have been, moves forward without you. Ethelred II, known to history as the Unready, was born in 966 to King Edgar the Peaceful and Queen Wulfrun. His reign, beginning in 978, was marred by a series of poor decisions that led to a weakening of England's defenses and an unending struggle against Viking invasions. Despite his royal lineage and early promise, Ethelred's inability to effectively navigate the complex political landscape of his time ultimately set the stage for England's turbulent years under repeated Norse raids. Ethelred ascended to the throne at a young age following the murder of his brother, King Edward the Martyr, under suspicious circumstances. With the young king's early reign marked by a lack of experience and political savvy, the kingdom's leadership was uncertain. His decisions were often influenced by ineffective advisors, and his actions throughout his reign would be characterized by a lack of consistent strategy or foresight. The Viking threat was ever present during Ethelred's reign, yet his responses to it were consistently flawed. In 1002, he ordered a massacre of Danish settlers in England, a brutal act known as the St. Brice's Day Massacre, in an attempt to eliminate the Viking presence. Instead of bringing peace, this bloodshed provoked a fierce retaliation from the Vikings, led by Sweyn Forkbeard of Denmark. This decision set off a chain of invasions, and England's defenses began to crumble. Ethelred's reaction to Viking invasions was reactive rather than proactive. In the face of repeated raids, he resorted to paying large sums of tribute, known as Danegeld, to the Vikings in an attempt to buy peace. However, this only emboldened the raiders, who continued their onslaughts. With each payment, Ethelred's authority weakened, and his reputation as a leader became increasingly tarnished. His inability to build a stable and enduring defense for his kingdom left England vulnerable to foreign powers. In 1013, Sweyn Forkbeard successfully invaded England, forcing Ethelred into exile. However, following Sweyn's death in 1014, Ethelred returned to reclaim the throne. Unfortunately, his return did little to quell the chaos. By 1016, England was in the midst of a civil war between Ethelred's sons and the Danish forces under Sweyn's son Knut. Ethelred's death that year marked the end of his reign, but England's division and vulnerability remained. Knut eventually emerged victorious, establishing the Danish rule over England, a lasting legacy of Ethelred's failure to protect his kingdom. Ethelred the Unready's reign serves as a cautionary tale of poor decision-making and the consequences of failing to act decisively in the face of external threats. His inability to unite England against the Vikings, coupled with his constant cycle of ineffectual responses, ultimately led to the downfall of his dynasty and the rise of Danish rule in England. Rest now, Ethelred, for your reign, though filled with good intentions, will be remembered not for strength or wisdom, but for the repeated mistakes that left your kingdom at the mercy of invaders. Louis V, born in 967, was the last monarch of the Carolingian dynasty, a family that had once ruled much of Western Europe with great power and prestige. His reign, which began in 986, was marked by a distinct lack of leadership and initiative, earning him the derisive nickname Louis the Do-Nothing. In an era of political turmoil and shifting power structures, Louis V's failure to assert his authority or effectively govern led to the end of the Carolingian dynasty in France. Louis inherited the throne after the death of his father, King Lothair, who had left behind a kingdom divided among his sons. The young king, however, was not prepared to confront the challenges of ruling a fractured realm. Louis V's reign lasted only a brief year, from 986 until his untimely death in 987, and it was a period of political inertia, with little effort made to resolve the feudal fragmentation or address the growing power of local lords and the nobility. As king, Louis V showed no interest in the responsibilities of leadership. He was known for his indifference to the affairs of state and his lack of initiative in dealing with the pressing issues of the time. The Carolingian Empire, once a symbol of central authority, was in decline, and Louis seemed incapable of reclaiming any sense of order. His inactivity allowed powerful nobles to grow in influence, further weakening royal authority. In a time when rival factions vied for control and the kingdom's stability was in constant flux, Louis failed to unite his people or curb the influence of local warlords. Unlike his Carolingian ancestors, who had established a strong central monarchy, Louis V's reign left France vulnerable to external threats and internal disorder. His inability to act decisively or inspire loyalty among his subjects made him a king without a real kingdom to rule. Louis V's reign was abruptly cut short when he died unexpectedly in 987, under circumstances that some historians suggest may have been suspicious. With his death, the Carolingian dynasty came to an end. The throne was taken by Hugh Capet, a nobleman who would go on to establish the Capetian dynasty, which would rule France for over 8 centuries. Louis V's legacy, such as it is, serves as a poignant reminder of the dangers of complacency in leadership. His reign is largely forgotten in the annals of history, overshadowed by the more capable rulers who preceded and followed him. As the last Carolingian king, Louis V's failure to grasp the reins of power marked the final decline of a once great dynasty and the beginning of a new era in French monarchy. Rest now, Louis the Do-Nothing, for your kingdom, though once mighty, has long since moved on, leaving behind only the faint echo of a reign lost to indifference. John Balliol, born in 1249, became King of Scotland in 1292 following a complex and contentious succession crisis after the death of the previous Scottish king, Alexander III, who left no direct heir. His reign, which began with great promise, ultimately saw him reduced to a figurehead under the control of English monarchs, marking one of the most turbulent and humiliating periods in Scottish history. His legacy is defined by political weakness, manipulation, and the loss of Scottish independence to English domination. Balliol was a relatively minor noble before being chosen as king, largely due to his bloodline and connections to the Scottish royal family. His selection was the result of arbitration by King Edward I of England, who intervened in the dispute over the Scottish throne. Edward, eager to expand his influence over Scotland, effectively manipulated the process, presenting Balliol as a puppet monarch who would owe his position to English favor. This arrangement set the stage for Balliol's fragile reign, in which his authority was consistently undermined by Edward's ambitions. The early years of John Balliol's reign were marked by his subjugation to Edward I of England, who required that Balliol swear allegiance as a vassal. This oath made Balliol a de facto subject of Edward, a move that was seen as a betrayal by many Scots who had hoped for greater independence following the death of Alexander III. Though Balliol was crowned as the rightful king of Scotland, his power was severely limited by the overwhelming influence of Edward, who exerted control over Scottish affairs and even interfered in the appointments of Scottish bishops and other key positions. As Edward continued to tighten his grip on Scotland, tensions grew between the two crowns. Balliol's ability to govern effectively was further compromised by his constant struggles to balance the competing demands of the Scottish nobles and the English king. He was frequently summoned to Edward's court, where he was forced to make humiliating concessions, which further eroded his credibility and authority in the eyes of his people. The turning point in Balliol's reign came in 1296, when Edward launched a military campaign against Scotland. After a series of defeats, Balliol was captured by the English, and his power was shattered. Edward, determined to assert English control, had Balliol imprisoned and stripped of his title, relegating him to the role of a mere prisoner in the hands of the English. Scotland was formally annexed to England, and Balliol was reduced to the status of a powerless figurehead. Though he was briefly released and allowed to live in relative obscurity, Balliol was never able to reclaim any meaningful authority. Balliol's final years were marked by disgrace and disillusionment. Having been dethroned and humiliated by Edward I, he faded into obscurity, living out his remaining years in France. His reign, which began with the potential for sovereignty, ended in utter failure, with Scotland losing much of its independence under English rule. John Balliol is remembered as one of Scotland's most unfortunate monarchs, a king who, despite being crowned, was little more than a puppet of the English crown. His inability to resist Edward I's dominance and his failure to defend Scotland's sovereignty marked his reign as one of subjugation and shame. In the broader sweep of Scottish history, Balliol is often seen as a symbol of the fragility of power when it is undermined by external forces and internal divisions. Rest now, John Balliol, for your reign, defined by defeat and dependence, will forever be a somber reminder of the perils of kingship when true authority is lost to foreign influence. David II of Scotland, born in 1324, was the son of King Robert the Bruce, one of Scotland's most revered monarchs who had fought fiercely for the nation's independence. However, David's reign, which began in 1329 after the death of his father, would be marked by misfortune, poor leadership, and a tumultuous period of instability for Scotland. Unlike his father, whose legacy was one of triumph and defiance against English rule, David's reign was clouded by weakness, internal strife, and the long shadow of imprisonment that defined his rule. David's early years on the throne were fraught with challenges. At only 5 years old when his father passed, he was too young to rule, and his reign was initially overseen by regents. His ascension came at a time when Scotland was still recovering from the wars of independence, and the country was vulnerable to further English aggression. The English king, Edward III, who had previously faced Robert the Bruce in battle, saw David as a weak monarch and sought to undermine Scotland's independence. In 1332, when David was just a teenager, a faction of Scottish nobles, supported by England, attempted to seize the throne from him, resulting in the death of David's cousin, the rightful heir to the throne, and plunging Scotland into another period of civil strife. Although David was able to regain control, his position was increasingly precarious, and the English king, Edward III, continued to push for Scottish subjugation. David II's poor leadership was underscored by his inability to secure the loyalty of the Scottish nobility. Though he had been crowned king, he struggled to command the respect of the nobles, many of whom had their own ambitions. His reign was marked by political infighting and a lack of effective governance. David failed to unify Scotland and strengthen its defenses, leaving the kingdom vulnerable to both internal divisions and external threats. The most significant blow to David II's reign came in 1346, when he was captured by the English at the Battle of Neville's Cross. The defeat was disastrous for Scotland, and David was taken prisoner by Edward III, who saw an opportunity to further destabilize Scotland by holding the king captive. David was imprisoned in the Tower of London for a staggering 11 years, effectively removing him from power and leaving Scotland leaderless during a critical period. During his imprisonment, Scotland was left to fend for itself, with the nobility again divided over how to manage the kingdom in David's absence. While David was in captivity, Scotland faced continued English military campaigns and internal strife, which deepened the kingdom's instability. The regents who ruled in David's place during his absence were unable to match the resilience of the earlier leaders, and the Scottish people suffered under the prolonged absence of their king. It was only in 1357, after a hefty ransom was paid by the Scottish crown, that David was released from captivity, but by then, his authority had been severely damaged. Upon his return to Scotland, David too attempted to reclaim control of the kingdom, but his reign was never the same. The long years of imprisonment had left him a weakened and indecisive leader, and his authority was further challenged by a restless nobility and a series of political crises. His attempts to secure peace with England, including a proposed marriage to Edward III's daughter, were viewed as signs of weakness by many Scots, further diminishing his popularity. He failed to unite the kingdom, and his reign was characterized by ineffective leadership and a lack of strong governance. David II's health also began to deteriorate during his later years, and his reign ended with his death in 1371. He left no heirs, and Scotland passed to his nephew, Robert II, ushering in a new era of governance under the Stuart dynasty. David II's death marked the conclusion of a reign that had been defined by missed opportunities, poor decisions, and a failure to rise to the challenges of kingship. David II is remembered as one of Scotland's weaker kings. His long imprisonment, combined with poor leadership and a failure to solidify his power, left Scotland in a vulnerable position. Unlike his father, Robert the Bruce, who had been a symbol of Scottish resistance and resilience, David's reign is largely seen as a period of decline and instability for the kingdom. His inability to lead effectively and secure the loyalty of his nobles marked a time of missed potential for Scotland, leaving a legacy of inefficiency and weakness. Rest now, David II, for your reign, a time of lost opportunities and missed chances, remains a somber reminder of the consequences of leadership undone by captivity and indecision. Robert II, born in 972, ascended to the throne of France in 996, following the death of his father, Hugh Capet, the founder of the Capetian dynasty. As the second king of the Capetian line, Robert's reign should have been a continuation of his father's strong and steady leadership. Instead, Robert's rule, marked by indecision and ineffective governance, contributed to the gradual erosion of royal authority in France. His reign would see the weakening of the crown's power, setting the stage for the gradual rise of feudalism that would dominate the French landscape for centuries. In the early years of Robert's reign, he faced significant challenges in consolidating his rule. The Capetian monarchy, though founded on the promise of stable succession and royal unity, was still a young institution. Robert's authority was not firmly established, and many local lords held substantial power over their territories. These nobles frequently defied the king, asserting their own interests and diminishing the royal crown's influence. One of Robert's greatest struggles was his inability to assert control over his own family and court. His reign was marred by personal conflict, most notably with his wife, Queen Bertha, whom he divorced in 1001. His subsequent marriage to Constance of Orleans was fraught with tension, further destabilizing his authority. His inability to navigate these personal and political disputes highlighted his weakness as a ruler, as it undermined his position both within the royal family and with the broader nobility. Beyond his personal issues, Robert's inability to curb the growing power of the nobility was perhaps his most significant failure. As local lords expanded their territories and influence, Robert was often forced to rely on their support to maintain control, which further eroded the crown's authority. The king's power was seen as weak, and the nobility's autonomy grew unchecked. By the end of Robert's reign, much of France was effectively governed by these powerful regional lords rather than the king himself. Robert's inability to resolve these issues and strengthen royal power is one of the defining features of his reign. Though not a tyrant or an oppressive ruler, Robert lacked the strong leadership qualities required to unite his kingdom and solidify the monarchy's role in an increasingly decentralized France. After Robert's death in 1031, his son, Henry I, inherited a weakened monarchy, further confirming the long-term consequences of Robert's ineffective rule. The Capetian dynasty, though not immediately threatened, would continue to face challenges in asserting its authority, a struggle that would persist for generations. Rest now, Robert II, for your reign, though not marked by tyranny, left France in the grip of a fractured nobility, the crown's strength diminished by the very nobles it should have commanded. Your legacy, though quiet, is a somber reminder of the perils of an ineffective king in a land ripe for division. Harold Harefoot, born around 1015, was the son of King Nut the Great and his concubine Wulfrun. As one of Nut's many children, Harold was not initially in line for the throne. However, following the sudden death of his half-brother, King Harthacnut, Harold found himself thrust into the throne of England, albeit under contentious circumstances. Harold's reign, which lasted from 1035 to 1040, was brief and marked by instability. Upon his father's death in 1035, Harold quickly moved to secure his position by seizing the throne of England, while his half-brother, Harthacnut, was away in Denmark. This led to a power struggle between Harold and his mother's family, as well as competing claims to the throne. Despite Harold's claim, many Anglo-Saxons preferred Harthacnut as their ruler, believing him to be the legitimate heir, but the rivalry between the two brothers would mark much of Harold's short reign. Harold's rule was characterized by a lack of true stability. Despite his efforts to maintain control, Harold faced significant opposition from both the English nobility and the Danes, who were split in their loyalties. His reign was further complicated by unrest in the north, where several rebellions and uprisings occurred as local lords questioned his ability to lead. Harold, a ruler who struggled to unite his kingdom, found himself constantly battling against internal divisions and external threats. In addition to political instability, Harold's reign saw the continuing dominance of Danish interests in England. His policies, primarily aimed at maintaining the power of the Danish nobility, alienated the English aristocracy. This growing tension between the Anglo-Saxons and Danes weakened the cohesion of England as a unified kingdom and left the country divided in the years leading up to Harthacnut's eventual return in 1040. Ultimately, Harold Harefoot's reign was cut short by his untimely death in 1040, likely from natural causes. His death ended the short-lived and tumultuous period of Danish control, and Harthacnut was able to take the throne, restoring some degree of stability to England. Harold's passing marked the end of the brief, unstable phase of Danish rule in England, but it also underscored the fragility of his reign and the deep divisions within the kingdom. Harold Harefoot is largely remembered as a ruler who failed to consolidate his power and secure his legacy. His reign, though brief, was a turbulent time in English history, one that highlighted the challenges of ruling a divided kingdom. Rest now, Harold, for your reign, though fleeting, will be remembered as one of instability, a brief flame in the turbulent years before the kingdom would find itself under the rule of stronger hands. Stephen II of Hungary, born in 1101, was the son of Koloman, king of Hungary, and heir to the Hungarian throne. Ascending the throne in 1116 after his father's death, Stephen's reign was marked by internal divisions, military failures, and an inability to consolidate power, which ultimately led to the weakening of the Hungarian monarchy during his rule. In the early years of Stephen's reign, he faced challenges from within his own family. His cousin, the powerful Duke Bela, was a constant rival for the throne, and Stephen's efforts to secure his rule were often thwarted by internal strife. The Hungarian nobility, divided between factions loyal to Stephen and those loyal to Bela, exacerbated the political instability of his reign. His inability to quell these domestic conflicts left him vulnerable to external threats and further eroded his authority. Stephen's military record was also less than impressive. His reign saw several military defeats, most notably in his attempts to defend Hungary's borders against external enemies. The Kingdom of Hungary, which had once been a strong power in Central Europe, began to show signs of military decline under Stephen's leadership. His inability to defend Hungary against raids and incursions from neighboring states such as Poland and the Holy Roman Empire further undermined his reputation as a capable ruler. One of the more significant failures of Stephen II's reign was his inability to address the growing power of the nobility. The Hungarian aristocracy, emboldened by Stephen's weakness, began to act more independently, further fracturing the unity of the kingdom. This decentralized authority, combined with Stephen's lack of effective leadership, made Hungary increasingly susceptible to internal rebellion and foreign aggression. Stephen's reign was also marked by a series of poor diplomatic decisions. His efforts to forge alliances were often ineffective, and his failure to secure a lasting peace with neighboring states meant that Hungary remained in a constant state of insecurity. This lack of diplomatic acumen, coupled with his military failures, painted Stephen as a weak king in the eyes of both his subjects and his enemies. By the time of Stephen II's death in 1131, Hungary was in a precarious position. The internal divisions and external threats that had plagued his reign left the kingdom vulnerable to further instability. Stephen was succeeded by his son, Bela II, whose reign would face the aftermath of his father's failures. Stephen II of Hungary is remembered as a monarch whose reign was characterized by weak leadership, military incompetence, and a failure to unify his kingdom. His inability to address both internal and external challenges contributed to the weakening of Hungary as a power in Central Europe, leaving a legacy of missed opportunities and unresolved conflicts. Rest now, Stephen II, for your reign was one of division and decline, a quiet reminder of the perils that await kings who fail to wield both sword and scepter with strength. David II of Scotland, born in 1324, was the son of King Robert the Bruce, one of Scotland's most revered monarchs who had fought fiercely for the nation's independence. However, David's reign, which began in 1329 after the death of his father, would be marked by misfortune, poor leadership, and a tumultuous period of instability for Scotland. Unlike his father, whose legacy was one of triumph and defiance against English rule, David's reign was clouded by weakness, internal strife, and the long shadow of imprisonment that defined his rule. David's early years on the throne were fraught with challenges. At only 5 years old when his father passed, he was too young to rule, and his reign was initially overseen by regents. His ascension came at a time when Scotland was still recovering from the wars of independence, and the country was vulnerable to further English aggression. The English king, Edward III, who had previously faced Robert the Bruce in battle, saw David as a weak monarch and sought to undermine Scotland's independence. In 1332, when David was just a teenager, a faction of Scottish nobles, supported by England, attempted to seize the throne from him, resulting in the death of David's cousin, the rightful heir to the throne, and plunging Scotland into another period of civil strife. Although David was able to regain control, his position was increasingly precarious, and the English king, Edward III, continued to push for Scottish subjugation. David II's poor leadership was underscored by his inability to secure the loyalty of the Scottish nobility. Though he had been crowned king, he struggled to command the respect of the nobles, many of whom had their own ambitions. His reign was marked by political infighting and a lack of effective governance. David failed to unify Scotland and strengthen its defenses, leaving the kingdom vulnerable to both internal divisions and external threats. The most significant blow to David II's reign came in 1346, when he was captured by the English at the Battle of Neville's Cross. The defeat was disastrous for Scotland, and David was taken prisoner by Edward III, who saw an opportunity to further destabilize Scotland by holding the king captive. David was imprisoned in the Tower of London for a staggering 11 years, effectively removing him from power and leaving Scotland leaderless during a critical period. During his imprisonment, Scotland was left to fend for itself, with the nobility again divided over how to manage the kingdom in David's absence. While David was in captivity, Scotland faced continued English military campaigns and internal strife, which deepened the kingdom's instability. The regents who ruled in David's place during his absence were unable to match the resilience of the earlier leaders, and the Scottish people suffered under the prolonged absence of their king. It was only in 1357, after a hefty ransom was paid by the Scottish crown, that David was released from captivity, but by then, his authority had been severely damaged. Upon his return to Scotland, David II attempted to reclaim control of the kingdom, but his reign was never the same. The long years of imprisonment had left him a weakened and indecisive leader, and his authority was further challenged by a restless nobility and a series of political crises. His attempts to secure peace with England, including a proposed marriage to Edward III's daughter, were viewed as signs of weakness by many Scots, further diminishing his popularity. He failed to unite the kingdom, and his reign was characterized by ineffective leadership and a lack of strong governance. David II's health also began to deteriorate during his later years, and his reign ended with his death in 1371. He left no heirs, and Scotland passed to his nephew, Robert II, ushering in a new era of governance under the Stuart dynasty. David II's death marked the conclusion of a reign that had been defined by missed opportunities, poor decisions, and a failure to rise to the challenges of kingship. David II is remembered as one of Scotland's weaker kings. His long imprisonment, combined with poor leadership and a failure to solidify his power, left Scotland in a vulnerable position. Unlike his father, Robert the Bruce, who had been a symbol of Scottish resistance and resilience, David's reign is largely seen as a period of decline and instability for the kingdom. His inability to lead effectively and secure the loyalty of his nobles marked a time of missed potential for Scotland, leaving a legacy of inefficiency and weakness. Rest now, David II, for your reign, a time of lost opportunities and missed chances, remains a somber reminder of the consequences of leadership undone by captivity and indecision. Peter III of Aragon, born in 1239, ascended to the throne of the Crown of Aragon in 1276 following the death of his father, James I. As the King of Aragon, Catalonia, and other territories in the Iberian Peninsula, Peter was a monarch who inherited a kingdom already vast and influential. However, his reign, which lasted from 1276 to 1285, became notorious for its controversial decisions and oppressive policies, leading to a divided legacy. Peter III was initially seen as a ruler who would continue his father's legacy of territorial expansion and consolidation. His marriage to Constance of Sicily, which was arranged to strengthen ties with the Kingdom of Sicily, gave him an ambitious claim to the Sicilian throne. The early years of his reign were focused on asserting his dominance both in the Mediterranean and on the Iberian Peninsula, with efforts aimed at solidifying his kingdom's position against both internal rivals and external enemies. However, Peter's reign quickly took a darker turn, marked by an increasingly autocratic style of leadership. His aggressive expansionist policies and heavy-handed tactics alienated many of his subjects, both in Aragon and in the newly acquired lands. Peter's military and political ambitions, especially his pursuit of the Sicilian throne, brought him into direct conflict with the papacy and other European powers, including the Kingdom of France. His intervention in Sicilian affairs, which resulted in the outbreak of the War of the Sicilian Vespers, 1282, further complicated his reign and sowed the seeds of widespread dissatisfaction. Peter's rule in Aragon was also marked by oppressive domestic policies. He increased taxes to fund his military campaigns, placing a heavy financial burden on his subjects. His arbitrary and harsh treatment of nobles, combined with his disregard for the traditional rights of the Aragonese Cortes, the kingdom's representative assembly, further strained relations with the aristocracy. The nobility, once loyal to the crown, became increasingly disillusioned with Peter's leadership, viewing him as a tyrant who sought to centralize power at the expense of their influence and privileges. One of the most controversial aspects of Peter's reign was his failure to respect the autonomy of the various regions within his kingdom. While his father, James I, had worked to maintain a balance of power between the different territories of the Crown of Aragon, Peter sought to assert royal authority over them, undermining local laws and traditions. This caused unrest in regions like Catalonia, where the crown's imposition of central control was met with resistance. Peter's foreign policy also contributed to his unpopularity. His ongoing conflict with the papacy over his control of Sicily, along with his failure to maintain diplomatic relations with France, led to isolation for Aragon in the broader European context. The kingdom's involvement in the Sicilian conflict was particularly costly, as Peter's forces faced significant setbacks. Despite his initial successes, the ongoing war weakened Aragon's position in the Mediterranean and made Peter's later years more difficult. Tragically, Peter III's reign was cut short in 1285 when he died unexpectedly at the age of 46, possibly from illness. His death marked the end of a controversial and turbulent rule, and his passing left his kingdom in a precarious position. His son, Alfonso II, succeeded him, but the damage done by Peter's policies, both domestically and abroad, would have lasting repercussions for the Crown of Aragon. Peter III is remembered as a monarch whose reign, while initially filled with promise, became defined by oppression, internal conflict, and failed foreign ventures. His heavy-handed approach to governance, disregard for the rights of his subjects, and failure to balance the interests of his kingdom's diverse regions ultimately led to his controversial legacy. He remains a cautionary figure in medieval Spanish history, a king whose ambition and authoritarianism came at a great cost to his realm. Now rest, Peter III, for your reign, a time of strife and division, will long be remembered as a tale of potential unfulfilled and ambition unchecked. Baldwin II of Constantinople, born in 1217, was the last Latin emperor of Constantinople, a title he inherited under the most precarious of circumstances. Baldwin's reign, which spanned from 1228 to 1261, was defined by his struggles to preserve the fragile Latin Empire that had been established in the wake of the Fourth Crusade. His tenure as emperor, however, would be marked by increasing instability and an eventual collapse of Latin rule in the Byzantine capital, leading to the restoration of the Byzantine Empire. The Latin Empire had been founded in 1204 after the Fourth Crusade, when Western European crusaders captured Constantinople, dethroned the Byzantine emperor, and established a Latin Christian kingdom in its place. Baldwin I, Baldwin II's grandfather, had initially ruled as the first Latin emperor. But by the time Baldwin II ascended to the throne, the once promising empire was in severe decline, beset by both external and internal pressures. Baldwin II's reign began in an atmosphere of political and military chaos. The Latin Empire was weak, its territory reduced to little more than Constantinople and a few scattered holdings in the surrounding region. Baldwin was only 11 years old when he became emperor, and he was forced to rely heavily on the support of his regents. By the time he took full control of the throne in 1228, the Latin Empire was already under constant threat from the resurgent Byzantine forces, as well as the surrounding powers like the Bulgarians and the Greeks. The Latin Empire's primary challenge during Baldwin II's reign was the recovery of its lost territories. Baldwin faced ongoing conflicts with the Byzantine Empire, which had been steadily regaining power under the leadership of the Byzantine Emperor John III Doukas Vatatzes. The Latin Empire's military strength was insufficient to hold off the advancing Byzantine forces, and Baldwin was forced to make several desperate attempts to secure financial support, even resorting to pawning imperial treasures and lands to foreign rulers in exchange for funds. Baldwin II's reliance on external support and his inability to maintain control over key regions proved to be his undoing. In the 1240s, the empire's defenses had been severely weakened, and the military failures culminated in the loss of Constantinople in 1261. The Byzantine forces, led by Emperor Michael VIII Palaiologos, retook the city, marking the official end of the Latin Empire. Despite Baldwin II's efforts to appeal for help from the West, no significant reinforcements came, and he was eventually forced to flee Constantinople in 1261. With the fall of the Latin Empire, Baldwin II became a displaced monarch, wandering through Italy and other parts of Western Europe, seeking support from various rulers. He was offered some titles and small territories in return for his loyalty to the Western cause, but the grandeur of the Latin Empire was now only a distant memory. Baldwin II's rule is remembered as the last gasp of the Latin Empire, a time when the empire's very survival was in question. His reign was marked by failed diplomacy, military failure, and a deteriorating relationship with the West, which ultimately led to the empire's collapse. Baldwin's inability to secure sufficient resources, both financially and militarily, underscored the broader structural weaknesses of the Latin Empire, which was doomed from its inception. Though Baldwin II did his best to hold together a crumbling empire, history remembers him as the last Latin emperor of Constantinople, a monarch who presided over a political and military collapse that symbolized the end of Latin rule in the East. His reign marks a tragic chapter in Byzantine and Crusader history, where the ambitions of the Fourth Crusade ultimately led to the disintegration of the very empire it sought to conquer. Now rest in peace, Baldwin II, for your reign, though brief and filled with strife, marks the end of an era, a final chapter in the story of the Latin Empire, whose glory faded like the sunset over the Bosphorus. Sigismund III Vasa, born in 1566, was a monarch whose reign was defined by political turbulence, religious conflict, and failed attempts to unify the realms of Poland and Sweden. Ascending to the throne of Poland in 1587 and later becoming King of Sweden in 1592, Sigismund's efforts to consolidate his rule over these two kingdoms would not only strain the delicate balance of power, but also set the stage for years of warfare, rebellion, and instability that would shape the fate of both nations. Sigismund's birth into the Vasa dynasty, a prominent Swedish royal family, seemed to promise a strong connection between the two kingdoms of Poland and Sweden. His ascension to the Polish throne was largely due to the support of Polish nobles, who elected him as their king. Sigismund's mother, Catherine Jagiellonica, was a Polish princess, and his election as king was seen as a natural continuation of the Polish-Swedish ties. However, this election also marked the beginning of deep-rooted divisions between Sigismund's dual claims to power and the reality of ruling two distinct nations. His reign in Poland began with promise. Sigismund was educated and well-versed in European politics, and his early policies focused on strengthening the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth, ensuring its territorial integrity, and securing its position as a major European power. However, Sigismund's personal ambitions, particularly his desire to maintain control over Sweden, would complicate his reign. In 1592, Sigismund inherited the Swedish throne through his paternal grandfather, King Gustav I Vasa. However, his reign in Sweden was contentious from the start. Sigismund, a devout Catholic, was opposed by a largely Protestant Swedish aristocracy that had grown distrustful of his religious beliefs and perceived attempts to introduce Catholicism into Sweden. Sigismund's ambition to impose Catholicism on his Swedish subjects, combined with his tendency to favor Polish interests, led to increasing dissatisfaction in Sweden, where the Protestant nobility saw his policies as a threat to their religious and political autonomy. In 1599, a conflict known as the War of the Swedish Succession broke out, culminating in Sigismund's deposition by his uncle, Charles IX of Sweden. Sigismund was forced to abdicate the Swedish throne in favor of his cousin, Gustavus Adolphus, and was exiled from Sweden. Despite this setback, Sigismund continued to view himself as the rightful king of Sweden, a claim he would pursue for years to come. Meanwhile, Sigismund's reign in Poland was marked by increasing political instability. His foreign policy was primarily focused on maintaining Polish influence over the Baltic region and resisting the rising power of Russia. However, Sigismund's focus on Sweden and his personal desire to reclaim the Swedish throne distracted him from the challenges within his own kingdom. The nobles in Poland, particularly the powerful magnates, resented his autocratic tendencies and centralized approach to governance, leading to growing tensions with the monarchy. Sigismund's failure to balance the interests of his Polish subjects and the demands of his Swedish ambitions led to a period of internal strife and external conflict. His efforts to extend Polish influence over Ukraine were met with rebellion, and the Zebrzydzowski Rebellion in 1606 to 1607, a noble revolt against his authority, further weakened his position. Moreover, Sigismund's failure to effectively manage his domestic affairs allowed external powers, such as Russia and Sweden, to encroach on Polish territory. The 30 Years' War, which broke out in 1618, further complicated Sigismund's rule. Poland found itself drawn into the conflict between Catholic and Protestant powers in Europe. Sigismund's support for the Catholic Habsburgs in the war against Protestant forces in the Holy Roman Empire alienated many within his own kingdom, where religious tensions were on the rise. Meanwhile, the wars with Sweden over control of territories around the Baltic Sea continued, draining Poland's resources and exacerbating the internal divisions within the Commonwealth. Sigismund's failure to maintain unity in his dual realms, combined with his inability to address the mounting challenges within Poland, ultimately contributed to the decline of his reign. Despite his initial successes and personal ambition, Sigismund's reign left Poland politically fractured and vulnerable to foreign intervention, while Sweden's increasing strength under Gustavus Adolphus marked the beginning of its rise as a dominant military power in Europe.
Sigismund III Vasa died in 1632, leaving behind a fractured legacy.
His reign had been marked by wars, internal divisions, and his failure to reconcile the competing interests of Poland and Sweden. His inability to unify the crowns of these two realms and his failure to navigate the political complexities of his time led to long-lasting consequences for both nations. History remembers Sigismund as a monarch whose grand ambitions ultimately failed to bring lasting stability. His reign serves as a cautionary tale about the dangers of overreaching and the importance of balancing domestic governance with foreign policy. In the end, his rule over Poland and Sweden exemplified the fragility of monarchic power in a time of rising national identities and shifting political allegiances. Now rest in peace, Sigismund III, for your reign was a tale of ambition unfulfilled, where the dreams of unity crumbled beneath the weight of war and division. Your legacy, though marked by your struggles, left a long shadow across the history of Poland and Sweden. James II, born in 1633, was the last Catholic monarch of England, whose reign would ultimately end in one of the most significant events in English history, the Glorious Revolution of 1688. His rule, from 1685 to 1688, was marked by his attempt to reassert Catholicism in a predominantly Protestant nation, leading to intense political and religious tensions that would result in his deposition. James was born into the royal house of Stuart, the second son of King Charles I, and he became the heir presumptive to the English throne after the execution of his father in 1649. Having lived through the turbulent period of the English Civil War and the subsequent Republican Commonwealth under Oliver Cromwell, James's early years were marked by the chaos that led to the restoration of the monarchy under his brother, Charles II, in 1660. When James became king in 1685 after the death of his brother, Charles II, his Catholic faith immediately became a point of contention. England, still scarred by the religious conflicts of the Reformation, had grown deeply wary of Catholicism. Charles II had managed to navigate the political tensions between Protestants and Catholics, but James, unlike his brother, was far less inclined to compromise. He openly embraced Catholicism and made little effort to conceal his intention to promote the faith within his kingdom. James's Catholicism was not only a personal matter but also a political one. He sought to give Catholics more rights, including the right to hold public office and practice their faith openly. This alienated the Protestant majority, particularly the Anglican Church, and triggered fears that James would attempt to restore Catholicism as the state religion. His policies, such as appointing Catholics to key positions of power and attempting to repeal laws that discriminated against them, led to widespread protests and anger from the Protestant elite. One of James's most controversial actions was the birth of his son, James Francis Edward Stuart, in 1688. The prospect of a Catholic heir to the throne reignited fears of a Catholic dynasty, pushing the Protestant establishment to act. The birth of the prince made it clear that James was not going to have a Protestant successor, and his policies became increasingly unpopular, especially among the powerful Whig and Tory factions. Fearing a potential return to Catholic rule and the subjugation of Protestantism, a group of prominent English nobles, including leaders of both the Whig and Tory parties, invited William of Orange, the Protestant ruler of the Netherlands, to intervene. William, who was married to James's Protestant daughter, Mary, saw an opportunity to seize the throne. In November 1688, William landed in England with a Dutch army, and James, facing little resistance, fled the country. James's flight from the throne was not only an act of surrender, but also marked the end of the Stuart monarchy's absolute power. The Glorious Revolution, as it came to be known, was largely bloodless, and it established the principle that the monarchy could be overthrown by Parliament, a watershed moment in the development of constitutional monarchy in England. In 1689, William and Mary were crowned co-monarchs of England, while James II was declared deposed. James made several attempts to regain his throne, notably in the Jacobite uprisings, but he was never successful. After spending some time in exile in France, where he was supported by King Louis XIV, James II died in 1701 in Saint-Germain-en-Laye, never having regained the throne. James II's reign, though brief, had lasting effects on England's political landscape. His attempt to impose Catholicism on a Protestant nation was seen as an overreach that ultimately led to his downfall. The Glorious Revolution not only resulted in the deposition of a king, but also fundamentally altered the relationship between the monarchy and Parliament. It reinforced the idea that sovereignty rested with Parliament and that the monarchy could not govern without its consent. This laid the groundwork for the modern British constitutional monarchy. James II is remembered as a monarch whose religious policies and attempts to centralize power made him one of the least popular kings in English history. His failure to navigate the complex religious and political landscape of his time cost him the throne, and his downfall is a testament to the power of public sentiment and the enduring principle of parliamentary supremacy. Now rest, James II, for your reign, though short-lived, left an indelible mark on the history of England. Your fall from grace marked the end of absolute monarchy and the beginning of a new era of constitutional rule. The revolution that ended your reign echoed down the centuries, shaping the future of the British crown and the nation. Mary Stuart, Queen of Scots, was born in 1542, the only surviving legitimate child of King James V of Scotland and Mary of Guise. Her early life was marked by tragedy and political upheaval, as she ascended to the Scottish throne when she was just 6 days old, following her father's death. Raised in France, Mary was married to the French Dauphin Francis, who became King Francis II in 1559. But the death of Francis in 1560 left Mary a widow at just 18, and she returned to Scotland in 1561, a Catholic monarch in a country increasingly divided by Protestantism. Upon her return to Scotland, Mary found herself at the center of a nation caught between two warring religious factions, Catholics and Protestants. Despite the challenges, Mary sought to unite her divided country, but her political choices and personal relationships would ultimately unravel her reign and lead to her tragic downfall. Mary's most significant political missteps began with her second marriage to Henry Stuart, Lord Darnley, in 1565. Darnley was a cousin, and his claim to the Scottish throne was stronger than Mary's. The marriage initially appeared promising, but Darnley's ambition, arrogance, and desire for power soon put him at odds with his wife. Their relationship deteriorated rapidly, and in 1566, Darnley was found murdered in mysterious circumstances. Though the exact details of the murder remain unclear, many suspected that Mary's political advisor, the Earl of Bothwell, was involved, leading to widespread suspicion that Mary herself had been complicit in the murder. To the shock of many, just 3 months after Darnley's death, Mary married the Earl of Bothwell, who was widely believed to have orchestrated Darnley's murder. This marriage was disastrous for Mary's reign. Bothwell was deeply unpopular, and the union sparked outrage among the Scottish nobility and Protestant reformers. As a result, Mary was forced to abdicate the throne in 1567 in favor of her infant son, James VI, and was imprisoned. Mary fled to England, seeking refuge with her cousin, Queen Elizabeth I. However, Elizabeth, a Protestant queen with her own tenuous hold on power, viewed Mary as a legitimate Catholic rival to the English throne. The Catholic Church, in particular, considered Elizabeth illegitimate due to her Protestant faith, and many Catholics believed that Mary, with her stronger claim, should be the rightful Queen of England. As a result, Elizabeth saw Mary as a threat, particularly given the numerous Catholic plots to place Mary on the English throne. Over the next 19 years, Mary remained imprisoned in England, under close guard and in varying degrees of confinement. Despite several attempts to regain her freedom, including negotiating with foreign powers and supporters, she was unable to escape her predicament. The political instability surrounding Mary only deepened when, in 1586, a Catholic plot known as the Babington Plot was uncovered. The plot sought to assassinate Elizabeth and place Mary on the English throne. Though Mary herself may not have been directly involved, the evidence of her complicity was enough to convince Elizabeth's advisors that she posed a serious threat to England's stability. In 1587, after years of imprisonment, Mary was tried for her role in the plot and found guilty of treason. Despite pleas for mercy from her supporters, including the powerful French monarchy, Elizabeth reluctantly signed Mary's death warrant. On February 8, 1587, Mary Stuart was executed by beheading at Fotheringhay Castle in England. Her death marked the tragic end of a turbulent and ill-fated reign. Mary's downfall can largely be attributed to her poor political decisions and her inability to navigate the treacherous waters of 16th-century European politics. Her personal choices, particularly her disastrous marriages, undermined her position as a monarch and alienated much of her nobility. Furthermore, her failure to recognize the dangers posed by her Catholicism in a Protestant-dominated England contributed to her prolonged imprisonment and eventual execution. Mary's legacy is one of tragic ambition and misplaced trust. Though she had the potential to rule a united and powerful kingdom, her political misjudgments led to her downfall and a legacy marred by scandal, betrayal, and loss. Today, she is remembered not only as a queen who was a pawn in the larger struggle between Protestant and Catholic Europe, but also as a symbol of the tragic consequences of poor political choices. Now rest in peace, Mary Stuart, for your reign was one of great promise, but your choices, both political and personal, led you down a path of no return. Your death has echoed through history as a cautionary tale of the fragility of power and the dangerous cost of ambition. Charles IX, born in 1550, was the son of King Henry II of France and Catherine de' Medici. Ascending to the throne in 1560 after the untimely death of his father, Charles became king at the tender age of 10. His reign was marked by political instability, religious wars, and the intense influence of his mother, Catherine, who wielded significant power as regent during his minority. The Kingdom of France during Charles's reign was embroiled in the brutal wars of religion, a series of civil wars fought primarily between French Catholics and Protestants, known as Huguenots. These wars were fueled by a deep-seated religious divide that had been growing in France since the Protestant Reformation. The conflict was not just a religious struggle but also a political one, with powerful noble families, including the House of Guise, Catholic, and the House of Bourbon, Protestant, vying for control of the French throne. Charles IX, though technically the ruler, was largely at the mercy of his ambitious and domineering mother, Catherine de' Medici, who sought to navigate the volatile political landscape. Catherine, eager to maintain her family's hold on power, often resorted to manipulation and pragmatic alliances with both Catholic and Protestant factions. However, the pivotal moment in Charles IX's reign came in 1572, with one of the darkest chapters in French history, the St. Bartholomew's Day Massacre. The massacre, which began on the night of August 23 to 24, was the culmination of years of religious tension between Catholics and Protestants. The immediate catalyst was the wedding of Charles's sister, Margaret of Valois, to the Protestant Henry of Navarre, later King Henry IV. This marriage, which was meant to foster peace between the warring factions, was instead seen as a provocation by the Catholic elite, who feared the growing power of the Huguenots. Leading up to the wedding, tensions were already high, and the Catholic nobles, led by the powerful House of Guise, began to see the Protestant presence in Paris as a threat. On the night of the wedding, an attempt was made on the life of Admiral Gaspard de Coligny, a prominent Protestant leader. Though the initial attack failed, Coligny was severely wounded, and his supporters, including many Protestant nobles, were increasingly vulnerable. What followed was nothing short of a massacre. In the early hours of August 24, Charles IX, under the heavy influence of his mother and the Catholic faction, gave the order for the killing of Huguenots in Paris. The violence quickly spread throughout the city and beyond, with thousands of Protestants slaughtered in the streets, in their homes, and even in churches. Historians disagree on the exact number of victims, but it is estimated that anywhere from 3,000 to 30,000 Huguenots were killed in the massacre and its aftermath.
The massacre choquait d'Europe.
Many Protestant rulers, as well as the papacy, initially supported the killings, but the brutality and scope of the event led to widespread condemnation. The massacre not only deepened the rift between Catholics and Protestants, but also tarnished Charles IX's reputation as a ruler. The king, who had initially seemed hesitant and even reluctant to authorize such violence, later expressed regret, claiming that he had been manipulated by his mother and the Catholic court. However, the damage was done, and the massacre cemented his legacy as a monarch whose reign was defined by religious intolerance and political instability. Charles's later years were marked by the continued strain of religious conflict. His health deteriorated, and he became increasingly withdrawn, often plagued by guilt and paranoia over his role in the massacre. His reign, which had started with hopes of restoring order to France, ended in bitterness and regret. Charles died in 1574 at the age of 23, likely from tuberculosis, though some historians have suggested that his deteriorating mental state may have contributed to his premature death. Charles IX's legacy is irrevocably tied to the St. Bartholomew's Day massacre, one of the most infamous events in French history. Despite his youth and the pressures of his reign, Charles's decisions, particularly his acquiescence to the violence and his inability to assert his own authority over his mother, led to the brutal deaths of thousands and deepened the sectarian divide in France. His rule is often seen as a tragic example of a monarch whose indecisiveness and susceptibility to influence led to catastrophic consequences for his people. Now rest, Charles IX, for your reign, though marked by youthful ambition and potential, ended in bloodshed and regret. The horror of the massacre you oversaw has long reverberated through history, and your name, forever tied to that darkness, will be remembered as a symbol of the dangers of religious intolerance and the tragic cost of political manipulation. Eric XIV, born in 1533, was the eldest son of King Gustav I of Sweden, the founder of the Vasa dynasty. Coming to the throne in 1560 at the age of 27, Eric's reign was initially full of promise. Sweden, under his father's leadership, had emerged as a powerful European kingdom, and Eric was well educated, a lover of the arts, and eager to continue the legacy of his father. He seemed poised to expand Swedish influence and solidify his rule, but his reign would soon descend into chaos, marred by paranoia, cruelty, and murder. Eric's initial efforts to strengthen Sweden's political and military standing were somewhat successful. He sought to expand Sweden's influence in the Baltic region and engaged in conflicts against Russia and Denmark. However, his mental state, which became increasingly unstable, began to overshadow his early diplomatic and military achievements. What truly began to define Eric XIV's rule, and eventually led to his downfall, was his growing paranoia. Historians suggest that Eric may have suffered from a mental illness, possibly exacerbated by the pressures of ruling and the stress of courtly intrigue. His behavior became increasingly erratic, and his distrust of those around him grew to dangerous extremes. In particular, Eric became deeply suspicious of the Swedish nobility, whom he believed were plotting against him. His fixation on perceived threats escalated over time, and he began to eliminate those he suspected of treason. One of the most infamous episodes of Eric's reign was the Stockholm bloodbath of 1568. After a series of political struggles with his own nobles, particularly his half-brother Johann, Eric had many prominent members of the nobility executed. His suspicion of a conspiracy within the noble class led him to arrest and ultimately execute several of his close relatives, including his cousins and other influential nobles, on charges of treason. The executions were carried out with chilling brutality, and many of the victims were executed in the most public and humiliating ways possible. Among those Eric had murdered were the Sture family, one of Sweden's most powerful noble families. In a particularly notorious act, he ordered the execution of 3 members of the Sture family, including their leader, Nils Sture. This event not only deepened the rift between Eric and his aristocracy but also destabilized his reign, as it alienated many of the key figures in Sweden's political establishment. Eric's increasingly erratic behavior and cruel actions led to growing dissatisfaction among his nobles and even his closest allies. By 1568, his brother Johann, who had grown tired of Eric's violence and madness, rebelled against him, ultimately leading to Eric's deposition. After a short but bitter struggle, Eric was captured and imprisoned by Johann, who became King John III of Sweden. For the remainder of his life, Eric lived in captivity in the castle of Österrike, cut off from power and subjected to the whims of his brother. Eric's later years were marked by a bitter and solitary existence. He never fully recovered from the mental collapse that had consumed his reign. His imprisonment was relatively luxurious by the standards of the time, but it was a prison all the same. His paranoia and mental illness were never fully treated, and his obsession with conspiracies continued to haunt him. Eric XIV died in 1577 under mysterious circumstances. Some sources suggest he may have been poisoned, possibly by those around him who feared his erratic behavior. Others believe that his death was simply the result of his years of mental instability. Regardless of the cause, his death marked the end of one of the most tumultuous and tragic reigns in Swedish history. Eric XIV is remembered primarily for the cruelty and paranoia that defined his reign. His decision to murder members of the nobility, including his relatives, and his overall descent into madness are the hallmarks of his rule. Though he may have been a capable and ambitious king in his early years, his inability to maintain control over his own mind and his brutal treatment of his subjects ensured his reign would end in failure. Eric XIV's legacy is one of a monarch undone by his own fear, and his rule serves as a cautionary tale of the dangers of absolute power, unchecked paranoia, and the destructive consequences of mental illness. Rest now, Eric XIV, for your reign is remembered not for achievements but for the darkness that consumed it. The halls of power that you once filled with ambition and vision now stand silent, echoing with the shadows of your cruel decisions and the hollow consequences of your reign. Sigismund I the Old, born in 1467, was a king of Poland and Grand Duke of Lithuania, one of the most significant rulers of the Jagiellonian dynasty. Ascending the throne in 1506, Sigismund I presided over a period of relative peace and prosperity in Poland and Lithuania. However, despite his reign's stability in many respects, Sigismund's rule is often criticized for allowing the power of the Polish magnates, noble families of vast wealth and influence, to flourish unchecked, which ultimately contributed to the weakening of the Polish monarchy and set the stage for future political turmoil. Sigismund's reign was marked by military success, including campaigns that strengthened Poland's borders and solidified its influence in Eastern Europe. He was a patron of the arts and helped establish Poland as a center of Renaissance culture, bringing Italy's artistic and intellectual movements to his court. Sigismund's diplomatic achievements also contributed to Poland's stature in Europe, as he successfully navigated alliances with major European powers, including the Holy Roman Empire, Hungary, and Russia. However, despite his diplomatic successes and his support for culture and the arts, Sigismund's failure to assert royal authority over the powerful magnates would have lasting consequences for the Polish monarchy. Sigismund I's reign saw the rise of the magnates as the dominant force in Polish politics. The Polish nobility, known as the Szlachta, was already influential during the early years of Sigismund's reign, but it was under his rule that they gained increasing control over the political landscape. One of the key factors in the magnates' rise was the privileges they gained through the Golden Liberty, which was codified during Sigismund's reign. The Golden Liberty gave the nobility significant rights, including the right to veto any legislation that passed through the Polish Sejm, parliament, and a substantial degree of autonomy in local governance. Sigismund, perhaps recognizing the political landscape he governed, was not able or unwilling to curtail these privileges. The power of the magnates became so pronounced that it often undermined the authority of the crown. Sigismund's personal leadership style and his dependence on noble support for his military campaigns further weakened his ability to rule effectively. The magnates, seeing the king as a tool for their own ambitions, used their wealth and power to influence decisions in their favor. They began to dominate the royal court and the Sejm, leaving the monarchy in a position where it had limited ability to enforce its will. The king's reliance on the magnates ultimately created a political system where the monarchy was a figurehead, and the real power lay in the hands of wealthy and influential noble families. Sigismund's failure to curtail the magnates' power also had significant consequences for the cohesion of the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth. While Poland remained a powerful state during his reign, the excessive influence of the magnates sowed the seeds of internal divisions and set the stage for future political dysfunction. The resulting imbalance of power made it difficult for any single ruler to centralize authority effectively, and in the centuries following Sigismund's death, Poland would struggle with political instability, most notably seen in the liberum veto, a practice that allowed any member of the Sejm to block legislation, effectively paralyzing the government. Sigismund I the Old's reign, while culturally vibrant and militarily successful in many respects, ultimately contributed to the fragmentation of Polish power. His inability to check the rising power of the magnates allowed them to dominate Polish politics for generations, ensuring that future monarchs would face great difficulty in asserting their authority. Sigismund died in 1548, leaving behind a kingdom that was both culturally advanced and politically fractured. His legacy, therefore, is one of contrasts. While he helped to strengthen Poland's position in Europe, his failure to address the growing influence of the nobility planted the seeds for the political chaos that would follow. The Polish monarchy that emerged after his death struggled under the weight of a powerful, unruly nobility that Sigismund had inadvertently empowered. Now rest, Sigismund I, for your reign remains a paradox, a period of cultural and military achievement, yet one that failed to secure the very power that could have ensured Poland's continued strength in the centuries to come. The kingdom you left behind was one marked by a tension between the crown and the magnates, a tension that would shape the course of Polish history for generations. Ferdinand VII, born in 1784, was the King of Spain who became notorious for his despotic rule and political incompetence, which not only led to widespread instability in Spain but also contributed to the loss of much of the Spanish Empire in the Americas. His reign is one of the most tumultuous periods in Spanish history, marked by absolute monarchy, disregard for constitutionalism, and a series of disastrous decisions that left Spain in disarray. Ferdinand was the son of Charles IV, and his ascension to the throne was anything but smooth. In 1808, as Spain was in the midst of the Napoleonic Wars, Ferdinand became involved in a struggle for power with his father. Napoleon Bonaparte, the French emperor, took advantage of this family dispute, forcing Charles IV to abdicate in favor of Ferdinand. However, Napoleon, ever the opportunist, then seized the opportunity to install his brother, Joseph Bonaparte, as the new king of Spain, sparking the Peninsular War. Ferdinand was captured and held in France for much of the conflict. During his captivity, the Spanish people resisted Napoleon's occupation, and the Spanish War of Independence, 1808 to 1814, resulted in a bloody struggle between Spanish guerrilla fighters and French forces. After Napoleon's defeat in 1814, Ferdinand VII was restored to the throne, but it was a throne that had been severely weakened by the war, and the Spanish Empire was in deep decline. Once Ferdinand returned to Spain, his reign became marked by authoritarianism and incompetence. Despite the desire of many Spanish reformers for a constitutional monarchy, Ferdinand rejected these calls outright. In 1814, after his restoration, he famously tore up the Constitution of 1812, which had been drafted during the Napoleonic occupation, and declared himself an absolute monarch. This action sparked widespread opposition, particularly from liberal factions in Spain, who sought constitutional reform. Ferdinand's authoritarian rule was marked by repression, as he sought to crush any attempts at political reform or liberalization. He dismantled the nascent parliamentary system, imprisoned political opponents, and suppressed the growing liberal movements. His refusal to consider constitutional reforms alienated many within Spain, including the military and segments of the aristocracy. Ferdinand's incompetence as a ruler was perhaps best demonstrated by his handling of Spain's colonies. While his empire in the Americas had already begun to fray, the political instability he caused in Spain itself accelerated the collapse of Spanish rule in the New World. Following his return to the throne, a series of revolutions broke out across Latin America, including the independence movements in Argentina, Mexico, and Venezuela. Ferdinand failed to effectively respond to these movements, and by the time of his death in 1833, Spain had lost most of its American colonies, leaving only Cuba and Puerto Rico under Spanish control. On a domestic front, Ferdinand's rule saw multiple uprisings and rebellions, particularly from liberal factions who had hoped that his return would bring about reform. One of the most notable of these was the Trienio Liberal, 1820 to 1823, when liberal forces managed to force Ferdinand to accept a constitutional monarchy. However, his desire for absolute power led to a military intervention by France, which restored his absolute monarchy in 1823. This further solidified his reputation as a despotic ruler who was more interested in maintaining personal power than addressing the needs of his country. Ferdinand VI's personal life was equally troubled, marked by numerous marriages and political intrigues. His first marriage to Maria Antonia of Naples ended in divorce, and his second marriage to the French Princess Marie-Louise of Parma was also short-lived. His third marriage to his niece, Maria Cristina of the Two Sicilies, would prove significant for the future of Spain, as she gave birth to a daughter, Isabella II, who would later succeed Ferdinand. Ferdinand's death in 1833 marked the end of an era of political chaos in Spain, but it also ushered in a period of instability over the succession. His death led to the Carlist Wars, as various factions fought for control of the Spanish throne. The issue was particularly contentious because Ferdinand had attempted to secure the throne for his daughter Isabella, overriding the rights of his brother, Don Carlos, who led the Carlist forces. Ferdinand VI's reign was disastrous for Spain. His refusal to adopt reforms, his rejection of constitutionalism, and his overall incompetence weakened Spain both domestically and internationally. His oppressive policies and despotic rule contributed to political instability at home, and his inability to hold on to Spain's colonial empire marked the beginning of the end for the once mighty Spanish Empire. In the annals of Spanish history, Ferdinand VII is remembered as a monarch whose failure to adapt to the changing political landscape led to the disintegration of Spain's empire and the fracturing of the nation. His reign serves as a cautionary tale of the dangers of absolute power and political inertia in a rapidly changing world. Rest now, Ferdinand VII, for your reign is one of conflict and division, a reminder that an empire's glory can unravel through arrogance, fear, and an unwillingness to change. The echoes of your decisions still resonate in the political turmoil that followed, long after your death. Charles II, born in 1630, was the King of England, Scotland, and Ireland, whose reign from 1660 to 1685 is often remembered for both its charm and its deep political complexities. Known as the Merry Monarch, Charles was beloved for his wit, charm, and the restoration of the English monarchy after the tumultuous period of the English Civil War and the subsequent Commonwealth under Oliver Cromwell. However, despite his personal appeal and skill in navigating courtly life, Charles's reign was marked by significant political weaknesses that ultimately prevented him from fully consolidating power and led to ongoing tensions between the monarchy and parliament. Charles was the son of the executed King Charles I, whose execution in 1649 marked the culmination of the English Civil War. After the monarchy was abolished, Charles II spent years in exile, primarily in France and the Netherlands. During this time, he built relationships with powerful European courts and navigated the precarious world of royal diplomacy. In 1660, after Cromwell's death and the collapse of the Commonwealth, Charles was invited to return to England and assume the throne, an event known as the Restoration. At first, Charles II's return was greeted with widespread enthusiasm. He was seen as a figure of hope for a nation weary of civil war and republican rule. His charisma and tact endeared him to the public, and his court was known for its lively social gatherings, cultural flourishing, and the re-establishment of Anglicanism as the state religion. Charles's reign heralded the return of many royalist traditions and the revival of the arts, with painters like Sir Peter Lely and composers like Henry Purcell achieving renown. However, despite his personal charm and political adaptability, Charles II was often weak when it came to the more pressing matters of governance. Unlike his father, Charles I, who had believed strongly in the divine right of kings, Charles II was more pragmatic and inclined to compromise with Parliament, yet this only created new tensions. One of Charles's most significant political shortcomings was his inability to manage the growing power of Parliament, particularly in relation to the issue of religion. The religious landscape of England during Charles's reign was fraught with tension between Anglicans, Catholics, and Puritans. Although Charles himself was sympathetic to Catholics, he was politically unable to support religious tolerance effectively. His attempts to grant religious freedoms to Catholics through the Declaration of Indulgence were met with fierce resistance from Parliament, and in the end, he had to retract the declaration. Charles's political weakness was also evident in his handling of foreign policy and military matters. While he managed to maintain England's position in Europe and secured a treaty with France in 1670, his reign was marked by numerous military failures, including England's involvement in the Third Anglo-Dutch War, 1672 to 1674, which ended in an embarrassing defeat. His reliance on French support, both financially and militarily, also created suspicions among the English public and Parliament, who feared that Charles was too willing to align with France at the cost of England's independence. Another key aspect of Charles II's political weakness was his dependency on patronage and favoritism. His reliance on a close-knit group of courtiers, known as the Cabal, a group of 5 ministers, further alienated Parliament, as many saw these ministers as self-interested and ineffective. While Charles skillfully played the factions against one another, he failed to build a solid long-term political base that could ensure the monarchy's strength in the face of parliamentary opposition. Perhaps one of the most significant failures of Charles II's reign was his inability to address the growing fear of absolute monarchy in England. The exclusion crisis of the 1670s and 1680s saw Parliament attempt to exclude his Catholic brother, James, from the line of succession, fearing a return to Catholic rule. While Charles skillfully used political maneuvering to preserve his brother's place in line, this crisis left a lasting legacy of distrust between the monarchy and Parliament. Charles also faced challenges regarding the economy. Although he restored stability after the chaos of the Civil War, his reign was marked by economic difficulties, including inflation, high taxes, and an unstable financial system. The Great Fire of London in 1666, which destroyed much of the city, further strained the economy, and the restoration of London's infrastructure required significant financial resources. These problems, combined with Charles's extravagant court and expensive foreign policy, left England in a fragile economic state by the end of his reign. Charles's reign ended in 1685 when he died of a stroke, leaving the throne to his Catholic brother, James II. While Charles's reign was not marked by the same level of political strife as that of his father, Charles I, it nevertheless highlighted his personal charm coupled with a failure to assert strong and consistent leadership. His reign saw the restoration of the monarchy but also sowed the seeds for future political upheavals, most notably the Glorious Revolution of 1688, which would see his brother James II overthrown. In the end, Charles II's legacy is one of a monarch who was beloved for his charm, intelligence, and wit, yet whose political weaknesses prevented him from truly securing the monarchy's place in English political life. While his reign restored the monarchy, it also set the stage for ongoing political struggles, and his failure to effectively navigate the complex relationship between monarchy and parliament would leave England on the cusp of a new era of constitutional monarchy. Rest now, Charles II, for your reign remains a tale of charm and compromise, where personal appeal could not mask the deeper political fragility that characterized your rule. The merry monarch may have danced through the courts of Europe, but the tensions you left behind would eventually lead to the revolution that swept your family from the throne. Sultan Selim III, born in 1761, ruled the Ottoman Empire from 1789 until his deposition in 1808. His reign, though relatively short, was marked by a significant attempt to modernize and reform a decaying empire. Known as a visionary and a reformer, Selim III sought to revive the military and administrative systems of the Ottomans, pushing for changes that would strengthen the empire and prevent further decline in the face of European military and technological advancements. However, his ambitious reforms were met with strong resistance from conservative elements within the empire, and his reign ended in tragedy when he was overthrown by those who saw his changes as a threat to the traditional order. Selim was a product of the Ottoman dynasty, inheriting the throne during a period of great political and military upheaval. The Ottoman Empire, once a dominant force in the world, was in decline by the late 18th century. The empire faced military defeats at the hands of Russia, Austria, and Persia, and the once powerful Janissary Corps, which had been the backbone of Ottoman military strength, had become corrupt and ineffective. From the outset of his reign, Selim recognized the need for reform. He was deeply influenced by the Enlightenment ideas coming from Europe, as well as the successes of European military and technological advancements. One of his most significant goals was to modernize the Ottoman military, which had fallen behind Europe's armies. He sought to create a new Western-style army, the Nizam-i-Sedid New Order, to replace the Janissaries and to revitalize the Ottoman military. He also tried to introduce reforms in the administration, legal system, and even economic structures, aiming to strengthen the state's power and improve the efficiency of governance. One of Selim III's key reforms was the establishment of new military units that were trained in the European style, including using modern firearms and tactics. He also took steps to standardize and modernize the Ottoman navy, recognizing the empire's naval weakness as a serious vulnerability. Alongside military reforms, Selim attempted to overhaul the Ottoman bureaucracy and legal systems, implementing reforms to increase central control and reduce corruption within the government. He also sought to strengthen the economic infrastructure of the empire, supporting the development of new industries and promoting trade. However, Selim's reforms were met with fierce opposition. The most significant resistance came from the Janissary Corps, who saw the new military units as a direct threat to their privileged position in Ottoman society. The Janissaries had long been a powerful force, both politically and militarily, and Selim's attempts to curtail their influence were viewed as an affront to their authority. This resistance was compounded by conservatives within the Ottoman elite, including the religious leaders, who saw Selim's reforms as a challenge to the traditional Ottoman way of life and to Islamic orthodoxy. Despite his efforts to implement these changes, Selim was unable to win over the powerful conservative factions. In 1807, unrest began to spread throughout the empire, fueled by both dissatisfaction with Selim's reforms and the political instability caused by military defeats in the wars with Russia and Austria. The situation became more dire when Selim's policies alienated the influential local notables and military leaders who had been loyal to the traditional system. In 1808, a military coup led by a faction of the Janissaries and other conservative forces resulted in Selim III's deposition. He was forced to abdicate and was imprisoned for the remainder of his life. Although he was allowed to live in relative comfort, he was never able to reclaim the throne. Sultan Mahmud II, his cousin, succeeded him and would eventually continue many of the reforms Selim had begun, though Mahmud was far more successful in navigating the political and military challenges that had led to Selim's downfall. Selim III's legacy is complex. While his reign was marked by progressive attempts to modernize the empire, he failed to secure the support of the conservative factions that held significant power within the Ottoman state. His downfall is a reminder of the challenges faced by reformers in times of entrenched tradition, where change, no matter how necessary, can be met with fierce resistance. Ultimately, Selim's failure to adapt his reforms to the political realities of the Ottoman Empire led to his overthrow and marked a significant turning point in Ottoman history. Now rest, Sultan Selim III, for your reign was one of reform and ambition, yet the forces of tradition proved too strong to overcome. Your efforts to modernize the empire may have failed, but they laid the groundwork for future reformers who would continue the struggle for a stronger Ottoman state. The wheels of time continue to turn, but your vision for the empire will not be forgotten. Catherine de' Medici, born in 1519, was one of the most influential and controversial queens in French history. As the wife of King Henry II of France and the mother of three French kings, Francis II, Charles IX, and Henry III, she found herself at the center of the turbulent and often violent political and religious struggles of 16th-century France. Catherine's reign was overshadowed by the Wars of Religion, a series of conflicts that pitted French Catholics against Huguenots, Protestants, and ultimately left the French monarchy weakened. Her name is often linked to the chaos of this period, and she is sometimes vilified for her involvement in the brutal political machinations that marked the religious wars. Catherine was born into the powerful Medici family of Italy, the daughter of Lorenzo de' Medici, Duke of Urbino, and Madeleine de la Tour d'Auvergne. Her marriage to Henry II of France in 1533 was part of a political alliance between the Medici family and the French monarchy. Catherine was initially overshadowed by her husband, who preferred the company of his mistress, Diane de Poitiers, and by the young king's mistresses at court. Despite her initial marginalization, Catherine gradually became a politically astute and formidable figure in the French court. Following the sudden death of her husband in 1559, Catherine found herself in a vulnerable position. Her son, Francis II, was only a child, and she was thrust into the role of regent. Though she held the power of regency, her position was constantly challenged by powerful factions at court, including the Guise family, who were staunch Catholics, and the Bourbons, who supported the Huguenots. This religious divide between Catholics and Protestants became the defining issue of Catherine's reign. Catherine's reign is often seen as one of political pragmatism, as she attempted to balance the warring factions to preserve the power of the monarchy. She tried to navigate a delicate path, attempting to appease both the Catholic and Protestant factions in the hopes of avoiding outright civil war. At various times, she used diplomacy, marriage alliances, and military intervention to maintain her family's grip on power. However, her attempts at balancing the factions often led to further chaos and instability. One of the darkest chapters in Catherine's legacy is her involvement in the St. Bartholomew's Day massacre of 1572. The massacre, which began on the night of August 23, saw the murder of thousands of Huguenots in Paris and other cities across France. The event followed the marriage of her daughter, Margaret of Valois, to the Protestant leader Henry of Navarre, a union intended to reconcile the two factions. However, tensions remained high, and when a prominent Huguenot leader, Admiral Gaspard de Coligny, was attacked by Catholic assassins, the violence spiraled out of control. The massacre is widely believed to have been instigated or at least sanctioned by Catherine, who, in the eyes of many, saw it as a necessary action to quell the growing power of the Huguenots. Whether Catherine was directly responsible or whether she merely turned a blind eye to the violence, the massacre remains one of the most infamous events of her reign and severely tarnished her reputation. Despite her role in the massacre, Catherine continued to seek ways to secure peace and stability in France. She was a key player in the Edict of Nantes of 1598, which granted limited religious tolerance to the Huguenots, a step toward ending the religious wars. However, this was after her death, and the edict would only provide temporary peace before the rise of new conflicts in the 17th century. Throughout her life, Catherine also struggled with personal loss. Of her 10 children, only 3 survived to adulthood, and her sons' reigns were marked by political instability and crisis. Her eldest son, Francis II, died young, leaving the throne to her second son, Charles IX, who was deeply influenced by her. Charles's reign saw the height of the wars of religion, and he was haunted by the decisions made during the St. Bartholomew's Day massacre. Her third son, Henry III, was king during the final years of the wars, but his reign was plagued by infighting between the Catholic League and Protestant forces, and he was assassinated in 1589. Catherine de' Medici's legacy is a subject of historical debate. Some see her as a pragmatist, trying to balance the factions and secure the monarchy in an era of religious and political strife. Others view her as a manipulative and ruthless figure, whose actions, such as the St. Bartholomew's Day massacre, exacerbated the violence and division within France. What is undeniable is that her reign shaped the course of French history, especially during the Wars of Religion, which left a profound impact on the nation. Rest now, Catherine de' Medici, for your reign was one of political maneuvering, religious strife, and personal sorrow. In the annals of history, your name will forever be linked to both the bloodshed of the St. Bartholomew's Day massacre and the relentless efforts to maintain the fragile balance of power in France. Your legacy is a testament to the complexities and tragedies of monarchy during one of the most turbulent periods in European history. Maximilian I of Mexico, born Ferdinand Maximilian Joseph in 1832, was an Austrian archduke who became the short-lived Emperor of Mexico from 1864 until his execution in 1867. His reign represents one of the most dramatic and tragic episodes in Mexican history, a tale of European intervention, political conflict, and imperial ambition that ended in failure and death. Maximilian's rise to the throne and his subsequent downfall were deeply tied to both Mexican internal strife and international politics, particularly the rivalry between European powers and the United States during the 19th century. Maximilian was born into the Habsburg family, which ruled the Austrian Empire, and was the younger brother of Emperor Franz Joseph I of Austria. His early life was spent in the military and naval services of the Austro-Hungarian Empire. Maximilian's political career took a dramatic turn when he was chosen by French Emperor Napoleon III to rule Mexico, which had recently been thrown into turmoil following the Mexican War of Reform, 1857 to 1861, and the subsequent French intervention. The seeds of Maximilian's rule were sown during the French invasion of Mexico in 1862. The Mexican government, under President Benito Juárez, had defaulted on its foreign debts, prompting France, Britain, and Spain to send military forces to Mexico. While Britain and Spain withdrew after negotiations, Napoleon III saw an opportunity to establish a French-backed monarchy in the Americas, which would serve as a counterbalance to growing U.S. influence in the Western Hemisphere, particularly after the American Civil War. In 1863, with the support of French forces, Napoleon offered the Mexican throne to Maximilian, who was initially hesitant but ultimately accepted the offer, driven by ambition and a sense of duty to restore order to Mexico. Maximilian's decision to accept the crown was influenced by a combination of his idealistic vision of bringing stability to Mexico and the allure of ruling a vast new empire. He was crowned emperor in 1864, though his rule was never widely accepted by the Mexican population. Maximilian's reign faced immediate opposition from Mexican Republicans, led by Benito Juárez, who viewed the French-backed monarchy as a foreign imposition and a betrayal of Mexico's sovereignty. Maximilian, despite being an outsider, attempted to govern Mexico in a more liberal manner than many expected. He adopted policies aimed at land reform, the protection of indigenous rights, and the promotion of education, hoping to win the support of the Mexican people. However, his reign was fundamentally flawed by his reliance on French military support and his inability to gain the loyalty of key Mexican factions. His position was further weakened by the lack of a solid political base in Mexico, as many Mexicans viewed him as a puppet of the French. As the Mexican Republican forces, led by Juárez, continued to gain strength and support, the situation became increasingly dire for Maximilian. The United States, recovering from its own civil war, had a vested interest in preventing European monarchies from taking root in the Americas. The U.S. government, under President Andrew Johnson, made it clear that it would not tolerate foreign interference in the Western Hemisphere, further isolating Maximilian and weakening the French support for his regime. In 1866, facing mounting pressure and declining resources, Napoleon III withdrew French troops from Mexico, leaving Maximilian to face the Mexican Republicans alone. Without French support, Maximilian's empire crumbled. The Republican forces, led by Juárez, captured Maximilian in 1867 after a prolonged siege of the imperial stronghold at Querétaro. Maximilian was tried by a military court, found guilty of treason, and sentenced to death. On June 19, 1867, Maximilian was executed by firing squad, along with two of his generals, Miramon and Mejia. His execution marked the definitive end of the French experiment in Mexico and the restoration of the Republic under Juarez. Maximilian's tragic end sealed his legacy as a pawn of European imperial ambitions in the Americas. While he was portrayed as a well-meaning liberal monarch, his failure to understand the complexities of Mexican politics, his dependence on foreign intervention, and his inability to win the loyalty of the Mexican people ultimately led to his downfall. In the eyes of many Mexicans, he remained a symbol of foreign oppression, a monarch who was unable to grasp the deep-seated desires for independence and sovereignty that defined Mexico's national identity. In the aftermath of his execution, Maximilian's story became a source of both tragedy and romanticism, particularly in European and Mexican culture. He is often remembered as a man caught between his noble ideals and the harsh realities of political power, a foreign ruler who ultimately fell victim to the forces of nationalism and independence. Now rest, Emperor Maximilian, for your reign was a brief and tragic chapter in the story of Mexico. Though your dreams of empire were dashed, your name lives on as a reminder of the dangers of foreign intervention and the resilience of a nation determined to chart its own course. Your legacy, though defined by defeat, remains an indelible part of both Mexican and European history. King Otto of Greece, born in 1815, was a Bavarian prince who became the first modern king of Greece. His reign from 1832 to 1862 was marked by political instability, discontent, and eventual downfall, making him one of the less successful monarchs in Greek history. Otto's journey from an idealized foreign monarch to a deposed king highlights the tensions between the aspirations of the newly established Greek state and the challenges of ruling a country still in its infancy after centuries of Ottoman domination. Otto was born in Bavaria to Prince Ludwig of Bavaria and Princess Therese of Saxe-Heilburghausen. After the Greek War of Independence, which ended in 1829, Greece was struggling to establish a stable government and needed a monarch who could provide legitimacy. In 1832, after much deliberation from European powers, Otto, then 17 years old, was chosen to be Greece's first king. He arrived in Greece with little experience in governance, a foreign prince who would be expected to unify the newly independent state. His reign began with some optimism, as the Greeks hoped for stability under a strong monarch. However, Otto's rule was immediately met with dissatisfaction. The new king brought several Bavarian advisors with him, which created resentment among the Greek population. The presence of these foreign officials was seen as a reminder that Greece's new sovereignty had not yet been fully realized. Additionally, Otto's refusal to adopt the Greek Orthodox faith, despite the strong religious identity of the people, only deepened the divide between him and the Greeks. Otto's reign continued with a series of unpopular decisions. His reliance on Bavarian administrators, his failure to implement needed reforms, and his inability to expand Greek territories contributed to growing discontent. His reign was also marked by economic difficulties and the failure to resolve Greece's pressing social issues. By the early 1840s, protests against his rule had become increasingly frequent, culminating in a military coup in 1843. Faced with the demands of the army, Otto reluctantly agreed to grant Greece its first constitution, though this did little to restore his popularity. In 1862, Greece's political and economic crises reached a boiling point. Otto, unable to maintain control and increasingly isolated from both the elite and the population, was forced to abdicate. His departure marked the end of Bavarian influence in Greece, and he was replaced by King George I of Denmark, who was considered a more acceptable monarch. After his abdication, Otto returned to Bavaria, where he lived out his remaining years in relative obscurity. His reign had been marked by failure, but it was also part of the early struggles of the Greek state. Though Otto's reign was unpopular and ultimately ended in his deposition, it paved the way for the eventual rise of a more successful Greek monarchy under the Danish royal family. King Umberto I of Italy, born in 1844, was the second king of unified Italy, reigning from 1878 until his assassination in 1900. His rule coincided with a period of significant social and political change in Italy, a time marked by growing unrest, economic struggles, and dissatisfaction with his leadership. Though his reign was initially characterized by some successes, it ultimately saw rising opposition and culminated in his tragic assassination. Umberto was the son of Victor Emmanuel II, the first king of Italy, and his reign followed the unification of the Italian states into a single nation in 1861. As king, Umberto inherited a country that was still grappling with regional divisions, economic instability, and the challenges of consolidating power and authority. While he was not as personally dynamic as his father, Umberto was seen by many as a stabilizing figure who could continue the work of unifying the country. However, his reign faced numerous difficulties. Italy struggled with widespread poverty, especially in the southern regions, where the unification had led to economic disruption. The country was also dealing with high taxes, labor unrest, and a lack of industrialization compared to other European powers. These social and economic issues led to widespread discontent among the Italian populace, particularly among the working class and rural poor. Umberto's response to these challenges was often seen as inadequate, and his rule was marked by authoritarian tendencies. The king relied heavily on the military and the establishment to maintain order, which only fueled dissatisfaction. While he pursued some modernizing initiatives, such as improving infrastructure and supporting colonial ventures, these efforts were overshadowed by the increasing unrest at home. One of the most notable events during his reign was the repression of the southern rebellions, where the government used force to suppress uprisings. His reign also saw the rise of political extremism, including the increasing influence of socialism, anarchism, and other radical movements. In the 1890s, there were numerous strikes and protests, particularly in the industrial cities of the north. The government, under Umberto's leadership, responded harshly to these movements, leading to a deepening divide between the ruling elite and the working class. One of the defining moments of Umberto's reign was his involvement in Italy's colonial ventures, particularly in Africa. The most infamous of these was the Italo-Ethiopian War in 1895 to 1896, which ended in a humiliating defeat for Italy at the Battle of Adwa. This failure damaged Umberto's reputation and intensified public disillusionment with his leadership. Despite these challenges, Umberto remained largely unresponsive to calls for political reform and greater democratic representation. His inability to address the needs of the people, coupled with his reliance on conservative policies, alienated many segments of Italian society. In 1900, Umberto I's reign ended in tragedy. While visiting Monza, a city near Milan, he was assassinated by an anarchist named Gaetano Bresci. Bresci had been motivated by a personal vendetta against the king, who he blamed for the brutal suppression of protests and uprisings in the past. The assassination shocked the nation and was a grim reflection of the deep divisions and unrest that had characterized Umberto's rule. Umberto I's reign is remembered as a time of increasing social unrest and political strife. While he oversaw some modernization efforts and continued Italy's push for empire, his inability to address the social and economic issues facing the country led to widespread dissatisfaction. His assassination marked the end of his troubled reign and highlighted the instability that would continue to plague Italy in the years to come. Emperor Franz Joseph I of Austria was born on August 18, 1830, and ascended to the throne in 1848, following the abdication of his uncle, Emperor Ferdinand I. His reign began in a period of turbulence, as the Austrian Empire was grappling with the revolutions of 1848 that were sweeping across Europe. Franz Joseph, still a young man at the time, inherited an empire in crisis, with nationalist movements gaining ground in Hungary, Italy, and various Slavic regions. Initially, Franz Joseph struggled to maintain control, and the empire was plagued by uprisings and unrest. In Hungary, revolutionary forces were pushing for independence, and it took a harsh military response, aided by Russian intervention, to suppress the revolution. This early experience shaped Franz Joseph's view on governance, leading him to adopt a conservative and autocratic style of leadership. He sought to maintain the old imperial order, resisting calls for liberal reforms and greater autonomy for the various ethnic groups within his empire. Throughout much of his reign, Franz Joseph focused on holding together the vast and diverse Habsburg lands. The empire was home to many different peoples, including Germans, Hungarians, Czechs, Italians, and Slavs, and the emperor's inability to fully address their national aspirations was a constant source of tension. The most significant of these tensions was with Hungary, where the 1867 Austro-Hungarian Compromise was reached. This agreement created a dual monarchy, giving Hungary significant autonomy while still recognizing Franz Joseph as the ruler of both Austria and Hungary. This compromise was a temporary solution, but it also marked the beginning of a slow decline as it failed to fully resolve the nationalistic pressures that would later contribute to the empire's dissolution. The late 19th century saw the empire's economy struggle, particularly with industrialization lagging behind other European powers. The empire's military and political systems were also increasingly outdated, and Franz Joseph found it difficult to manage the complex web of interests among the different ethnic groups. Despite attempts at modernization and reforms, the empire's cohesion weakened as nationalist movements gained strength. Franz Joseph's reign also witnessed significant military defeats, such as the loss of Lombardy to the Kingdom of Sardinia in 1859 and the defeat at the Battle of Königgrätz in 1866 against Prussia, which led to the loss of Austria's influence in Germany. These defeats forced the empire to reorient itself politically, and the creation of the Austro-Hungarian Empire in 1867 was part of this effort to maintain the empire's strength by appeasing the Hungarians. However, despite these efforts, the underlying problems of nationalism, economic stagnation, and ethnic strife persisted. The empire faced increasing difficulties in managing its diverse population, and political movements in regions like Hungary, the Balkans, and the Czech lands pushed for more autonomy or outright independence. These tensions culminated in the early 20th century, particularly after Franz Joseph's reign saw the assassination of Archduke Franz Ferdinand in 1914, an event that directly led to World War I. Franz Joseph remained emperor throughout the war, but by the time of his death in 1916, the Austro-Hungarian Empire was unraveling. The war had placed immense strain on the empire, and the death of Franz Joseph marked the end of an era. His successor, Emperor Charles I, would try to preserve the empire, but it ultimately dissolved at the end of World War I, giving way to new nation-states across Central and Eastern Europe. Franz Joseph's reign, which lasted nearly 68 years, is remembered as one of slow decline. He presided over an empire that struggled to adapt to the modern world, facing internal divisions, rising nationalism, and economic challenges. Despite his attempts to preserve the unity of the Habsburg lands, his reign ultimately saw the collapse of the Austro-Hungarian Empire, a key player in European history. Wilhelm II of Germany, born on January 27, 1859, was the last German emperor and king of Prussia, ruling from 1888 until his abdication in 1918 at the end of World War I. His reign was marked by aggressive foreign policies, military expansion, and a strong desire to assert Germany's dominance in Europe, factors that contributed to the outbreak of World War I. Wilhelm was born into the Prussian royal family and was the eldest son of Prince Frederick William, who would later become Emperor Frederick III. Wilhelm's early years were marked by a difficult relationship with his mother and a strained bond with his father, which contributed to his overcompensation in later life. He became emperor in 1888 after the sudden death of his father and the brief reign of his father's predecessor, Emperor Frederick III, who succumbed to cancer after just 99 days on the throne. Once in power, Wilhelm II pursued a more aggressive and assertive foreign policy than his predecessors. He sought to establish Germany as a major world power, with an imperialist drive that was expressed through the expansion of the German navy and the pursuit of colonial acquisitions. This shift in policy angered many European powers, particularly Britain, which had long dominated the seas. Wilhelm's infamous place in the Sun speech, in which he called for Germany to assert itself on the global stage, became symbolic of his desire for a larger German empire. A key factor in Wilhelm's reign was his relationship with his foreign ministers and military leaders. Despite the potential for diplomacy, Wilhelm's own erratic personality and tendency to act impulsively led to a lack of cohesive strategy. He often interfered with foreign policy decisions, alienating other European leaders and fostering an environment of mistrust and competition. One of the most significant diplomatic mistakes of Wilhelm's reign was the termination of the Treaty of Reassurance with Russia in 1890. The treaty had previously ensured a neutral stance between the two nations in the event of a war with a third power. Wilhelm's decision to let the treaty lapse contributed to the formation of opposing alliances, with France and Russia becoming closer allies, a situation that would have dire consequences in the lead-up to World War I. In 1905, Wilhelm's reckless rhetoric further strained relations with Britain and France during the First Moroccan Crisis, where he offered support to Morocco in resisting French influence. This was perceived as a direct challenge to French power and caused a diplomatic crisis that nearly led to war. Despite the tensions, Wilhelm failed to gain any significant diplomatic victories, and his pursuit of a world power status only heightened the fear and suspicion of Germany's neighbors. Wilhelm's foreign policy failures were matched by his internal leadership. His reign saw the rise of militarism in Germany, with the Kaiser placing a strong emphasis on the expansion and modernization of the German military. This militarism was accompanied by a growing culture of nationalism, which began to overshadow the more liberal and democratic movements within the country. As tensions in Europe mounted, the assassination of Archduke Franz Ferdinand in June 1914 became the spark that ignited World War I. Wilhelm's response to the crisis was one of support for Austria-Hungary, which was determined to punish Serbia for the assassination. This decision to back Austria-Hungary without seeking a diplomatic solution set off a chain reaction of alliances and declarations of war, ultimately plunging Europe into a devastating conflict.
The war proved disastreux for Germany.
Although the initial months of the war saw successes on the battlefield, Germany soon found itself bogged down in a bloody and protracted conflict. The war drained the empire's resources and led to widespread suffering among the civilian population. By 1918, with Germany on the verge of collapse, and facing growing unrest at home, Wilhelm II was forced to abdicate and flee to the Netherlands. Wilhelm's abdication marked the end of the German monarchy and the beginning of the Weimar Republic. His reign is often viewed as one of mismanagement and blunders. His aggressive policies, combined with his tendency for impulsive decision-making and disregard for the diplomatic ramifications of his actions, contributed directly to the outbreak of World War I. The war, which resulted in millions of deaths and the eventual disintegration of the German Empire, overshadowed Wilhelm's legacy. After his abdication, Wilhelm spent the rest of his life in exile in the Netherlands, where he lived until his death in 1941. Despite his attempt to justify his actions in his memoirs and speeches, Wilhelm's role in precipitating World War I and the downfall of the German monarchy ensured his place as one of history's most controversial figures. Kaiser Friedrich Wilhelm IV of Prussia, born on October 15, 1795, was the King of Prussia from 1840 until his death in 1861. His reign was marked by indecision, conservatism, and a resistance to significant political change, particularly the growing movement toward German unification in the 19th century. While initially seen as a potential reformer, Friedrich Wilhelm IV's refusal to embrace the unification of Germany ultimately led to missed opportunities and weakened his legacy as a ruler. Friedrich Wilhelm IV was the eldest son of Friedrich Wilhelm III, who ruled Prussia during the Napoleonic Wars. Upon his father's death in 1840, Friedrich Wilhelm IV inherited a kingdom that was still recovering from the aftermath of the Napoleonic era. Early in his reign, there was some hope that he might be a more progressive monarch. He had a reputation for being a cultured and intellectual ruler, and he initially gave signs of wanting to introduce reforms to modernize the kingdom. He even spoke of granting a constitution for Prussia, but his actions would often contradict his words. The early 1840s saw a wave of liberal and nationalist movements across Europe, including within Prussia itself. The rise of these movements, however, quickly revealed Friedrich Wilhelm IV's conservative inclinations. His initial attempts at reform were met with resistance from the Prussian aristocracy and military establishment, which remained loyal to the traditional autocratic system. Friedrich Wilhelm IV's hesitancy and indecision left him vulnerable to pressures from both liberal reformers and conservatives. The revolutions of 1848, which swept through much of Europe, marked a crucial turning point in his reign. In response to widespread protests and calls for greater political freedom, the king reluctantly promised to introduce a constitution and convene a national assembly. However, Friedrich Wilhelm IV's reluctance to relinquish any real power meant that the constitutional reforms he offered were weak and largely symbolic. His failure to genuinely engage with the liberal movements led to a loss of trust among many of his supporters. The most significant event of his reign came in the context of the 1848 revolutions, the issue of German unification. As the various German-speaking states across Central Europe grappled with the idea of uniting into a single nation-state, Friedrich Wilhelm IV found himself at a crossroads. A key moment came when representatives of the Frankfurt Assembly, which was attempting to draft a constitution for a united Germany, offered the title of Emperor of a united Germany to Friedrich Wilhelm IV. This was a momentous offer, but the king rejected it. His refusal was based on the fact that the offer came from a popular assembly and not from the monarchs of the existing German states. Friedrich Wilhelm IV's decision to turn down the imperial crown, citing his belief in the divine right of kings and his aversion to the democratic nature of the movement, effectively thwarted the aspirations of German nationalists and delayed the unification of Germany for several decades. Friedrich Wilhelm IV's rejection of the unification offer is often viewed as one of the most critical missteps of his reign. By refusing to lead the movement, he allowed more pragmatic and ambitious figures, such as Otto von Bismarck, to rise to prominence. Bismarck, who would later become Prussia's chancellor, skillfully navigated the complex political landscape and was instrumental in the eventual unification of Germany, which occurred after Friedrich Wilhelm IV's death. During the latter part of his reign, Friedrich Wilhelm IV's health began to decline, and he suffered from a series of mental health issues that led to periods of instability. He became less involved in the day-to-day affairs of the state, with his brother, Prince Wilhelm, the future Emperor Wilhelm I, assuming many of his responsibilities. His mental decline and inability to address the pressing political issues of his time further alienated him from his people and his advisors. Friedrich Wilhelm IV died on January 2, 1861, after a reign of 21 years. His passing marked the end of an era for Prussia, as his more decisive and politically astute brother Wilhelm I succeeded him. Under Wilhelm I and the leadership of Otto von Bismarck, Prussia would go on to achieve the unification of Germany in 1871, but Friedrich Wilhelm IV's failure to act decisively during the critical moments of his reign meant that he would be remembered as an ineffective ruler, whose conservative reluctance to embrace the tides of change delayed the inevitable unification of his people. In retrospect, Friedrich Wilhelm IV is often seen as a monarch who was caught between the old world of absolutism and the new world of constitutionalism and nationalism. His failure to navigate the political changes of his time and his rejection of the opportunity to lead a united Germany remain the defining features of his reign, and his refusal to modernize ultimately relegated him to a footnote in the history of European monarchs. Sultan Abdul Hamid II, born on September 21, 1842, ruled the Ottoman Empire from 1876 until his deposition in 1909. His reign, lasting 33 years, was marked by political conservatism, authoritarianism, and a series of reactionary policies that ultimately contributed to the decline of the Ottoman Empire. Abdul Hamid II's attempts to maintain the empire's traditional structure in the face of modernizing pressures would have far-reaching consequences for the empire's stability, eventually leading to its collapse in the aftermath of World War I. Abdul Hamid II came to the throne in 1876, following the abdication of his brother, Sultan Murad V, who was deemed mentally unstable. His accession marked a turning point for the empire, as it occurred at a time of significant internal and external challenges. The Ottoman Empire was losing territory, military power, and influence across Europe, the Middle East, and North Africa. Abdul Hamid initially presented himself as a reformist ruler, and in the early months of his reign, he promulgated a constitution and created a parliamentary system. However, his embrace of reform proved to be short-lived. In 1877, the empire found itself embroiled in the Russo-Turkish War, which resulted in a disastrous defeat for the Ottomans and the loss of significant territory in the Balkans. The war exposed the empire's military weaknesses and increased nationalist sentiments among its subject populations. The Treaty of Berlin, 1878, which ended the war, further eroded the empire's influence, leading to the loss of more territories in the Balkans and the creation of independent states such as Bulgaria, Serbia, and Montenegro. In the wake of these losses, Abdul Hamid II grew increasingly paranoid and distrustful of both internal and external forces. In 1878, he suspended the constitution he had initially embraced and dissolved the Ottoman parliament. Abdul Hamid's decision to abandon constitutionalism and his increasing reliance on autocratic rule set the tone for the remainder of his reign. He consolidated power within the imperial palace, placing himself at the center of political decision-making, while cracking down on any dissent or opposition. He ruled through an extensive secret police network, curtailing freedom of expression and suppressing nationalist movements within the empire. Abdul Hamid's authoritarian policies extended to the empire's political and military leadership. He relied heavily on military and religious institutions to maintain control over the diverse and multi-ethnic empire. However, his reactionary stance came at a significant cost. The oppressive atmosphere he created alienated many reform-minded intellectuals and young military officers, who eventually formed the Young Turks movement, calling for political and social reforms. The reign of Abdul Hamid II was also marked by significant external challenges. The rise of European imperialism put the Ottoman Empire in a precarious position. Abdul Hamid's attempts to balance relations with major European powers like Britain, France, and Russia were often seen as unsuccessful. The empire's inability to modernize and industrialize on the same scale as its European counterparts left it vulnerable to external influence and intervention. In addition to these political failures, Abdul Hamid II's reign saw increasing nationalist uprisings in various parts of the empire, particularly in the Balkans and among Arab populations. While Abdul Hamid sought to assert Ottoman control through military force, his inability to address the underlying causes of these nationalist movements only exacerbated tensions. Abdul Hamid II's foreign policy, marked by a combination of fear, isolationism, and cautious diplomacy, contributed to the growing disintegration of the empire. The decline of Ottoman influence in North Africa, the Balkans, and the Middle East only accelerated during his reign. The loss of Egypt to British control in 1882 was a significant blow to the empire's prestige, as was the continued loss of territory in the Balkans. In 1908, a coup led by the Young Turks successfully forced Abdul Hamid to restore the constitution and re-establish the Ottoman parliament. However, the Sultan's influence had been severely weakened. In 1909, after a failed counter-coup, Abdul Hamid was deposed and exiled to Salonika, effectively ending his reign. His deposition marked the end of the old order in the Ottoman Empire and the beginning of a new era, though the empire would continue to face immense challenges leading to its eventual collapse after World War I. Abdul Hamid II's reign is often remembered as a period of decline for the Ottoman Empire. His reactionary policies, including his suppression of political freedoms, reliance on authoritarian rule, and resistance to modernization, alienated key groups within the empire and contributed to the eventual disintegration of Ottoman power. His failure to adapt to the changing political and social landscape of the 19th and early 20th centuries left the empire increasingly vulnerable to both internal unrest and external intervention. While Abdul Hamid II is often credited with preserving the empire for a time through his strong-handed rule, his refusal to embrace significant reforms ultimately sealed the empire's fate. His reign serves as a cautionary tale of how resistance to change can exacerbate decline, and his legacy is tied to the fall of an empire that had once ruled much of the Middle East, North Africa, and parts of Europe for centuries. Sultan Abdulaziz of the Ottoman Empire, born on February 9, 1830, ruled from 1861 until his deposition in 1876. His reign is largely remembered for financial mismanagement, extravagant spending, and a failure to modernize the empire effectively, which led to his downfall and eventual deposition. While Abdulaziz began his rule with a commitment to reform, his inability to address the pressing economic issues of the empire and his lavish lifestyle contributed significantly to the empire's instability during his reign. Abdulaziz came to the throne in a time when the Ottoman Empire was facing considerable challenges. The empire's military and economic power had been in decline for some time, and it was struggling to maintain its vast territories in the face of European imperialism. The empire was increasingly referred to as the sick man of Europe, a term that reflected its weakening position on the international stage. Abdulaziz's rule began with high expectations, particularly in regard to modernization and reform. He initially pursued policies to modernize the military and improve infrastructure, particularly in terms of railroads and telecommunication systems, in order to strengthen the empire's economic position. However, Abdulaziz's financial mismanagement soon became evident. The Sultan's extravagant spending on personal luxuries, as well as on grandiose public works and military projects, strained the empire's already fragile finances. He invested heavily in the construction of palaces, the purchase of luxury goods, and lavish court ceremonies, while failing to address the dire financial situation of the state. The empire's debt soared during his reign, with foreign loans becoming a significant source of funding for his government. As the empire's financial troubles deepened, Abdulaziz sought loans from European powers, particularly France and Britain, to sustain his lavish lifestyle and fund military projects. However, these loans came with significant interest and conditions that further undermined the empire's sovereignty and plunged it deeper into debt. The economic instability also affected the lives of the average Ottoman citizen, who faced rising taxes and a deteriorating standard of living. Meanwhile, the Sultan's failure to modernize the military in a comprehensive and effective manner contributed to his inability to maintain control over the empire's provinces, many of which were experiencing growing nationalist movements. The empire's military defeats, most notably in the Russo-Turkish War of 1877 to 1878, exposed the weaknesses of Abdulaziz's reign. The Ottoman military was ill-prepared for modern warfare, and Abdulaziz's failure to reform the army effectively contributed to these humiliating losses. The economic decline and military defeats, combined with growing dissatisfaction within the imperial court, led to increasing unrest. Abdulaziz's rule became unpopular among the military and intellectual elites, who saw his reign as marked by ineptitude and failure to address the empire's fundamental issues. A group of reformist officials, including the Young Ottomans, began to challenge Abdulaziz's authority and call for greater political reform. These reformists sought to curb the Sultan's absolute power and introduce a constitutional monarchy. In 1876, facing mounting pressure and a growing crisis, Abdulaziz was deposed by a palace coup led by his own military officers and officials within the government. His deposition was partly driven by a combination of his failure to resolve the empire's financial crisis, his inability to modernize the military, and his increasingly autocratic rule. After his abdication, Abdulaziz was placed under house arrest in the palace, where he remained until his death. The events surrounding Abdulaziz's deposition remain shrouded in mystery. While it is officially stated that he committed suicide by cutting his wrists, some sources suggest that he may have been murdered on the orders of those who had orchestrated his downfall. Regardless of the manner of his death, his reign came to an abrupt and tragic end. Sultan Abdulaziz's legacy is one of squandered opportunities. His failure to address the empire's financial problems, his disregard for necessary reforms, and his inability to adapt to the changing political landscape of the 19th century contributed to the empire's continued decline. His lavish spending and mismanagement set the stage for the further disintegration of the Ottoman state, leading to a greater reliance on European loans and political influence. While he had the potential to bring about important reforms, his reign ultimately stands as a cautionary tale of how mismanagement and failure to adapt to internal and external challenges can lead to the downfall of even the most powerful empires. King Alexander I of Yugoslavia, born on December 16, 1888, reigned as the king from 1921 until his assassination in 1934. His reign, while marked by significant attempts to unify the diverse ethnic groups of Yugoslavia, ultimately ended in failure due to his autocratic policies and the political unrest they caused. His rule is often seen as one of political centralization and authoritarianism, which stoked discontent among various factions within the kingdom. Alexander came to the throne after the death of his father, King Peter I, during a time when Yugoslavia, a relatively new kingdom formed after World War I from the kingdom of Serbs, Croats and Slovenes, was facing considerable political and ethnic tensions. The Kingdom of Yugoslavia, established in 1918, consisted of a patchwork of ethnic groups, including Serbs, Croats, Slovenes, Albanians and others, with deep historical, cultural, and religious divisions. The political landscape was further complicated by regional nationalisms and rivalries, as well as the desire for autonomy from many of the constituent groups. Alexander's response to these challenges was to adopt an increasingly autocratic and centralized approach to governance. In 1929, he dissolved the democratic constitution and replaced it with a personal dictatorship, using his powers to rule by decree. He also restructured the country into a series of Banovinas, regions, trying to weaken the influence of regional nationalities and promote a sense of unity based on a Yugoslav identity. However, this move was largely seen as an effort to suppress regional autonomy and enforce Serb dominance, further alienating the Croats, Slovenes, and other groups who felt marginalized. Alexander's autocratic policies were deeply unpopular among various ethnic groups, particularly the Croats, who resented the loss of their political power and autonomy. The political opposition, including the Croatian Peasant Party and other regional nationalists, was increasingly hostile toward his regime. In addition to political repression, the king also cracked down on the media and suppressed political opposition, viewing any dissent as a threat to the unity of the kingdom. His actions made him a deeply divisive figure, particularly among those who sought greater autonomy for their ethnic groups or opposed Serb dominance in the kingdom's institutions. One of the most significant challenges to Alexander's reign came from the rise of extreme political movements in the 1930s, including the Ustase, a Croatian nationalist group that advocated for an independent Croatia and opposed the Yugoslav monarchy. The tensions between Serb and Croat nationalists were exacerbated by Alexander's authoritarian rule and efforts to impose a unified Yugoslav identity at the expense of ethnic distinctions. In 1934, Alexander I's reign came to a tragic end when he was assassinated during a state visit to France. On October 9, 1934, while traveling in a motorcade in Marseille, he was shot and killed by a member of the Ustase, a Croatian nationalist organization. The assassination was the result of a broader conspiracy involving the Ustase, and the event marked the culmination of growing unrest in the kingdom. Alexander's death plunged Yugoslavia into further instability. The monarchy was left in a state of disarray, and the political divisions and ethnic tensions that he had tried, but failed to resolve, continued to fester. His son, King Peter II, succeeded him, but his reign would be short-lived, and the kingdom would soon be drawn into the turmoil of World War II. King Alexander I's legacy is largely defined by his failed attempts at creating a cohesive Yugoslav identity and his authoritarian methods of governance. His reign is often viewed as a missed opportunity for true democratic development in the kingdom. While he sought to centralize power and impose unity on a diverse and fragmented society, his methods deepened the divisions he sought to resolve. His assassination by Croatian nationalists served as a grim symbol of the unresolved ethnic and political conflicts that would continue to haunt Yugoslavia throughout the 20th century. Haile Selassie, born on July 23, 1892, reigned as the Emperor of Ethiopia from 1930 until he was overthrown in 1974. Known as the Lion of Judah, and hailed as a symbol of African independence, he was a pivotal figure in the history of Ethiopia and the broader African continent. However, while his reign began with high hopes and international acclaim, it later became marred by repression, political instability, and his failure to manage widespread famine, leading to his eventual downfall. Selassie's early years were steeped in the rich history and culture of Ethiopia. He was born as Tafari Makonnen, a member of the aristocracy, and was appointed regent in 1916 during the reign of Empress Zuditu. He became Emperor Haile Selassie I in 1930 after the death of Zuditu, marking the beginning of his long reign. Initially, he was celebrated for his modernizing efforts and his commitment to maintaining Ethiopia's independence in the face of European imperialism. One of his most notable achievements during this period was his role in resisting the Italian invasion in the 1930s. In 1935, Mussolini's fascist Italy invaded Ethiopia, an event that would deeply affect Haile Selassie's legacy. Despite putting up fierce resistance, the Ethiopian forces were no match for the more advanced Italian military. The invasion ended with Ethiopia's occupation by Italy, and Haile Selassie was forced into exile in England. His pleas for international help were echoed on the world stage at the League of Nations, where he became an iconic symbol of resistance against colonialism and fascism. After Italy's defeat in World War II, Haile Selassie returned to Ethiopia in 1941, and he was restored to the throne. Upon his return, Haile Selassie worked to modernize Ethiopia's infrastructure, establish a centralized government, and introduce reforms. He made significant strides in education, infrastructure, and diplomacy, earning praise internationally for his leadership, particularly for his support of the Pan-African movement. In 1963, he was instrumental in the founding of the Organization of African Unity (OAU), which aimed to promote unity and cooperation among African nations. However, as his reign continued, cracks began to form in the foundations of his leadership. Haile Selassie's autocratic style of governance, though initially popular, became increasingly criticized. His government was marked by a lack of political pluralism and the suppression of dissent. The emperor relied heavily on a small elite, and his centralization of power led to widespread corruption within the ruling class. The concentration of wealth in the hands of a few, while much of the population lived in poverty, fueled discontent among the Ethiopian people. In the 1970s, the situation in Ethiopia began to deteriorate significantly. The country was struck by a series of natural disasters, including a devastating famine in 1973 that caused widespread suffering and death. The famine was a critical turning point in Selassie's reign, as his government's mishandling of the crisis led to sharp criticism. The Ethiopian government's failure to respond effectively to the famine and provide aid to the affected populations led to widespread anger. The emperor's inability to address the needs of his people, combined with his reliance on a deeply corrupt elite, undermined his support among the population. At the same time, the growing economic inequality, coupled with political repression, sparked protests and calls for reform. Marxist and leftist groups, including the military, began to challenge the emperor's authority. In 1974, a military coup, known as the Derg, took place, leading to Haile Selassie's deposition. The emperor was arrested and placed under house arrest, where he would spend the final years of his life. Haile Selassie died in 1975 under mysterious circumstances, with some reports suggesting that he may have been murdered by the Derg, though his death has never been conclusively explained.
El Selassie's legacy is complex.
In the eyes of many, he remains a symbol of resistance against colonialism and a champion of African unity. His leadership was particularly significant in the context of the early 20th century, when many African nations were still under colonial rule. However, his later years in power were marked by political repression, failure to address the needs of his people, and economic mismanagement. The famine of 1973, coupled with the growing dissatisfaction among the Ethiopian population, tarnished his reputation and ultimately led to his overthrow. In retrospect, Haile Selassie's reign serves as a cautionary tale of how the inability to adapt to changing political and social realities, combined with autocratic rule and neglect of the people's needs, can lead to the downfall of even the most revered leaders. While his early achievements in modernizing Ethiopia and promoting Pan-Africanism are still remembered, the repression and mismanagement that defined the later years of his reign overshadow much of his earlier legacy. King Zog I of Albania, born Ahmet Zogu on October 8, 1895, was one of the most eccentric and controversial rulers in the history of Albania. His reign, from 1928 to 1939, was marked by both bold ambitions and significant instability, a combination that would ultimately lead to his downfall. Zog's rule is often remembered for his authoritarian style, his attempt to modernize Albania, and his peculiar and often extravagant personal traits. Zog was born into a prominent Albanian family, the Zogu family, and rose through the ranks of Albanian politics during the turbulent years following the country's declaration of independence from the Ottoman Empire in 1912. After Albania's independence, the country was mired in political turmoil, with various factions vying for control. Zog began his political career as a member of the National Assembly, and over time, he worked his way into positions of power, including as Minister of the Interior and Prime Minister. In 1924, Zog played a pivotal role in a coup that ousted the then government of Albania. He was instrumental in restoring order and securing the position of Prime Minister. His leadership style was decisive and ruthless, and he soon consolidated power. In 1928, Zog declared himself King Zog I, with the support of the Albanian parliament. His coronation marked the beginning of his authoritarian rule, as he sought to strengthen his grip on power and bring stability to the country. King Zog's reign was marked by a series of ambitious reforms aimed at modernizing Albania, which was one of the poorest and most backward countries in Europe at the time. He implemented reforms in education, infrastructure, and the military, and he worked to strengthen the country's institutions. Zog also sought to build closer relations with Western Europe, particularly Italy, and even arranged for foreign loans to support his modernization efforts. Despite these efforts, Albania remained economically underdeveloped, and much of Zog's agenda was hindered by limited resources and the political opposition of powerful rival factions. Zog's personality and rule were characterized by eccentricity and authoritarianism. He was known for his obsession with maintaining control over all aspects of Albanian life, including the media, the military, and the economy. He cultivated a strong cult of personality, often portraying himself as the father of the nation and the only person capable of leading Albania to prosperity. His government was highly centralized, and political dissent was not tolerated. Zog used his security forces to suppress opposition, and his reign was marked by frequent purges of political enemies. One of the most striking aspects of King Zog's rule was his personal style and eccentric behavior. Zog was known for his flamboyant appearance, often sporting a large mustache and a distinctive military uniform, and he was infamous for his lavish lifestyle. His court was filled with luxury, and he surrounded himself with foreign advisors and diplomats, further emphasizing his desire to present himself as a man of modernity and sophistication. However, his extravagant lifestyle and the lavish spending of state funds drew increasing criticism from both the Albanian public and international observers. Zog's rule faced numerous challenges. In 1939, Italy, under the fascist leadership of Benito Mussolini, invaded Albania. Despite Zog's efforts to strengthen the country's defenses, Albania was quickly overwhelmed by the Italian military. Zog fled into exile, first to Greece, and then later to France, marking the end of his reign. His departure was a significant blow to his legacy, as it demonstrated his inability to defend the sovereignty of his nation and the failure of his attempts to modernize Albania. After his exile, Zog lived in various European countries, including France and later in Egypt, but he was never able to reclaim his throne. He spent his later years trying to restore his image and legacy, but he was largely forgotten by the international community. He died in 1961 in France, a broken man who had once dreamed of leading Albania into the modern age. King Zog I remains a controversial figure in Albanian history. On one hand, he is credited with laying the foundation for Albania's modernization and making some strides toward developing the country's institutions. On the other hand, his authoritarian rule, eccentric personality, and inability to defend Albania from external threats ultimately tarnished his reputation. His reign is often seen as a period of missed opportunities and failure, where his personal ambition and authoritarianism hindered the development of a truly democratic and stable Albania. In the end, Zog's legacy is one of a man who sought to transform Albania into a modern European state, but whose authoritarian tendencies and personal failings led to his downfall. His reign serves as a reminder of the complexities of leadership and the fine line between ambition and tyranny. Jean Bedel Bokassa, born on February 22, 1921, in what was then the French colony of Ubangi-Sheri, now the Central African Republic, became one of Africa's most notorious and eccentric dictators. His reign as the self-proclaimed emperor of the Central African Empire, 1976 to 1979, is remembered for its brutality, extravagance, and disregard for human rights. Bokassa's rise to power began in the French colonial army, where he served with distinction during World War II and later became a high-ranking officer in the colonial forces. After the Central African Republic gained independence from France in 1960, Bokassa returned home and became involved in the country's politics. In 1966, he seized power in a military coup, overthrowing then-President David Dacko, and became the country's head of state. Initially, Bokassa presented himself as a leader who would bring stability and development to the country, but his rule quickly descended into a despotic dictatorship marked by corruption, violence, and a thirst for power. In 1976, after a decade of autocratic rule, Bokassa took the dramatic and controversial step of declaring himself emperor of the Central African Empire, transforming the country from a republic into a monarchy. This decision was partly inspired by his desire for personal glory and to elevate himself to the status of the great African emperors of history. He was coronated in a lavish ceremony in December 1977, modeled after the French imperial tradition, with a multi-million-dollar budget for the event, an extravagant display of wealth in a country that remained desperately poor. Bokassa's coronation was one of the most extravagant and costly events in African history, with over 2,000 guests in attendance, including dignitaries from around the world. The ceremony featured golden thrones, lavish robes, and a parade of royal regalia. Yet, despite the grandeur of his self-appointed empire, the majority of Central Africans lived in extreme poverty and suffered under the oppressive policies of his regime. Bokassa's wealth, accumulated through corruption and theft, stood in stark contrast to the widespread suffering of his people. Bokassa's rule was marked by extreme cruelty and a complete disregard for human life. He was known for his violent methods of maintaining power and punishing anyone who opposed him. The emperor used his military and secret police to crush dissent, and his regime was notorious for its use of torture, executions, and political purges. One of the most infamous events of his reign was the 1979 massacre of school children who protested against the cost of school uniforms, which he had imposed as part of an attempt to fund his lavish lifestyle. The massacre, in which hundreds of children were killed, shocked the world and deepened Bokassa's reputation as a brutal dictator. Bokassa also indulged in bizarre and eccentric behavior, including claiming to be the reincarnation of the Emperor of Ethiopia, Haile Selassie. He even made plans to marry a young French woman and introduce a new royal family. Despite these excesses, Bokassa's grip on power began to erode in the late 1970s. In 1979, he was overthrown in a coup orchestrated with the help of France, which had grown increasingly disillusioned with his rule. The French military intervened, and Bokassa was forced into exile in France, where he lived in relative obscurity. After his exile, Bokassa attempted to regain his power by staging a failed coup in 1986, but he was unsuccessful. He was eventually arrested and returned to the Central African Republic in 1987 to face charges of embezzlement and human rights abuses. He was sentenced to death in absentia for his crimes, but his sentence was later commuted to life imprisonment. Bokassa was released in 1993, and he spent his remaining years attempting to re-enter the political arena, although he remained a largely peripheral figure in Central African politics. Jean Bedel Bokassa died on November 3, 1996, in Paris, France, at the age of 75. His legacy remains one of infamy, with his reign symbolizing the worst excesses of authoritarian rule in Africa. He is remembered as one of the most brutal dictators of the 20th century, whose self-glorification, cruelty, and mismanagement of his country led to the suffering of countless people. Despite his self-proclaimed imperial status, Bokassa's empire crumbled under the weight of his corruption, violence, and eccentricity, leaving behind a legacy of pain and instability in the Central African Republic. Mobutu Sese Seko, born Joseph Desire Mobutu on October 14, 1930, in Lisala, Belgian Congo, became one of Africa's most infamous dictators. He ruled the country for over 3 decades, from 1965 until his ousting in 1997, under a regime marked by extreme corruption, authoritarianism, and the looting of national resources. Mobutu came from a modest background, but through a combination of charm, ambition, and political savvy, he quickly rose through the ranks of the colonial administration in the Belgian Congo. After gaining experience in the Belgian military and civil service, he joined the nationalist movement for independence from Belgium in the late 1950s. His rise to power began in the chaotic aftermath of independence in 1960, when the Congo was plunged into a period of political instability and violence. In 1965, Mobutu staged a coup against the first prime minister of the newly independent Democratic Republic of the Congo, Patrice Lumumba. The coup was backed by the United States and Belgium, both of whom feared the influence of communism in the newly independent nation. Mobutu initially presented himself as a reformer and protector of national unity, but he quickly established an iron grip on power. In 1971, he officially renamed the country Zaire and adopted the title of President for life. Mobutu's rule was characterized by extreme corruption and the systematic looting of the country's wealth. He amassed enormous personal wealth while the people of Zaire lived in poverty. He implemented a policy known as Zairianization, which sought to increase national control over the economy by forcing foreign businesses and assets to be taken over by Zairans. While this policy was touted as a move toward self-sufficiency, it primarily benefited Mobutu and his close associates, leading to the widespread collapse of the economy. Foreign companies were nationalized, but the wealth was siphoned off into Mobutu's own pockets. Throughout his reign, Mobutu maintained power through patronage, repression, and manipulation. His regime was marked by a personality cult, with Mobutu positioning himself as the supreme leader, the father of the nation, and the ultimate protector of Zaire's sovereignty. He used the state apparatus to stifle any opposition, employing the military and his secret police to silence critics. Political opponents were imprisoned, tortured, or assassinated, and free press was virtually non-existent. Mobutu presented himself as the embodiment of the nation, and he cultivated an image of power and respectability, receiving significant foreign aid, particularly from the United States, as a counterweight to Soviet influence in Africa. However, despite the lavish wealth Mobutu accumulated and his facade of control, his rule was plagued by inefficiency, mismanagement, and widespread corruption. The nation's infrastructure deteriorated, basic services became scarce, and Zaire's once rich natural resources were systematically plundered by Mobutu and his cronies. By the 1980s and 1990s, the country was in a state of economic collapse, and Mobutu's regime had become increasingly unpopular. Mobutu's decline was also hastened by the changing geopolitical landscape. The end of the Cold War in the early 1990s diminished the strategic importance of Zaire to Western powers. Meanwhile, regional conflicts, particularly in neighboring Rwanda and Uganda, began spilling into Zaire, and the country's already fragile political and economic system buckled under the pressure. Mobutu faced growing opposition from both inside and outside the country, and his hold on power weakened. In 1997, after years of rebellion and civil unrest, Mobutu was finally overthrown by Laurent Desire Kabila, whose forces, backed by Rwanda and Uganda, captured the capital Kinshasa. Mobutu fled the country and went into exile in Morocco, where he lived in relative obscurity. Mobutu died on September 7, 1997, in Morocco, from prostate cancer.
Et left behind a legacy of corruption, misrule, and devastation.
Under his leadership, Zaire went from being one of the wealthiest countries in Africa, rich in minerals and natural resources, to one of the poorest and most underdeveloped nations on the continent. His regime is remembered as one of the most corrupt in African history, and his personal accumulation of wealth stands in stark contrast to the widespread poverty and suffering experienced by the people of Zaire. Despite his long reign and powerful image, Mobutu's eventual downfall highlighted the fragility of authoritarian rule built on corruption and the exploitation of national resources. Idi Amin, born in around 1925 in Koboko, Uganda, is one of the most notorious and brutal dictators in modern African history. His rule from 1971 to 1979 was marked by extreme violence, human rights abuses, and widespread corruption, leading to the deaths of hundreds of thousands of people and plunging Uganda into chaos. Amin's rise to power began within the British colonial army. He joined the King's African Rifles, KR, in 1946, eventually rising to the rank of sergeant. Known for his physical strength and a keen sense of survival, Amin was a fearsome figure in the military. In 1962, Uganda gained independence from Britain, and the new nation was led by President Milton Obote. Amin quickly became one of Obote's trusted military officers, rising through the ranks. However, Amin's relationship with Obote was complicated, and a power struggle between the two began to take shape. In 1971, while Obote was attending a Commonwealth summit in Singapore, Amin orchestrated a military coup. The coup was swift and brutal, with Amin seizing power with the support of military allies. He declared himself president and immediately set about consolidating power by purging political rivals, including members of Obote's government and military, as well as anyone he suspected of being a threat to his rule. Amin's first act as president was to declare Uganda a republic and himself its last king of Scotland, a title he gave himself in a strange nod to Scottish influence, as well as his penchant for self-glorification. Amin's regime was characterized by its extreme violence and arbitrary brutality. The new dictator targeted anyone he considered an enemy, including political opponents, ethnic minorities, intellectuals, and anyone deemed disloyal to his rule. His secret police and military forces carried out brutal massacres, kidnappings, and executions. It is estimated that between 100,000 to 500,000 people were killed during his reign, though the true number may never be known due to the scale of the atrocities. Amin's government was infamous for its erratic and capricious nature. He maintained power through fear, frequently changing policies and executing those who were perceived as disloyal. His regime was marked by widespread corruption, with Amin and his associates plundering the country's wealth. He also gave himself multiple extravagant titles, such as Conqueror of the British Empire and Defender of the Faith, reflecting his megalomania. One of Amin's most notorious acts was the expulsion of the Asian community in 1972. Around 80,000 Indians and Pakistanis, who controlled much of Uganda's economy, were forcibly expelled, and their businesses and property were seized. This act crippled Uganda's economy, leaving the country in a state of further instability and poverty. Amin also sought to expand his influence outside Uganda, particularly in the region. In 1978, he invaded neighboring Tanzania, ostensibly to annex the Kagera region. The war, however, ended in disaster for Amin. Tanzanian forces, along with Ugandan exiles, pushed the Ugandan military out of Tanzania and advanced to Kampala, Uganda's capital. By 1979, Amin's government had collapsed, and he was forced to flee to exile in Libya. Amin spent the rest of his life in exile in Saudi Arabia, where he lived in relative obscurity until his death on August 16, 2003. He died of kidney failure in Jeddah, Saudi Arabia, after spending over 2 decades in exile. Despite his fall from power, Amin remained a polarizing figure, with some of his supporters still viewing him as a defender of Ugandan sovereignty, while most of the world remembers him as a brutal dictator who wreaked havoc on his country and its people. The legacy of Amin's rule is one of terror, suffering, and national devastation. His reign left Uganda deeply scarred, both socially and economically. The violence, persecution, and mismanagement he oversaw shattered the country's fabric, leaving Uganda in a state of deep trauma long after his departure from power. His actions have made him a symbol of the destructive potential of unchecked authoritarianism and military rule. In Uganda, the memory of Amin's reign remains a dark chapter in the nation's history, a period that is remembered for its cruelty, suffering, and loss of life. The stories of his atrocities continue to haunt Uganda, and his name is synonymous with dictatorship and brutality. Mengistu Haile Mariam, born in 1937 in the province of Gajam, Ethiopia, became one of the most infamous leaders in Ethiopian history. His rise to power and subsequent rule was marked by brutality, widespread repression, and catastrophic economic mismanagement, resulting in the deaths of hundreds of thousands of Ethiopians. Mengistu's journey to power began as a young military officer during the reign of Emperor Haile Selassie. He was a member of the Derg, a Marxist military junta that initially sought to address corruption, land inequality, and the autocratic rule of the emperor. The Derg, led by a group of officers, overthrew Haile Selassie in 1974, marking the end of the monarchy and the establishment of a socialist regime. At first, Mengistu was not the sole leader of the Derg. He was part of a collective leadership, but he quickly maneuvered to consolidate power for himself. In 1977, after the assassination of several key figures in the Derg, Mengistu became the undisputed leader of the regime. He declared himself the head of the provisional military government of socialist Ethiopia and initiated policies that would dramatically reshape the country, though not in ways that benefited the Ethiopian people. One of Mengistu's most notorious acts was the launch of the Red Terror in 1977, a violent campaign aimed at eliminating political opposition and solidifying his grip on power. The Red Terror targeted anyone suspected of being counter-revolutionary, including former officials of the imperial regime, students, intellectuals, and left-wing rivals. Thousands were arrested, tortured, and executed without trial, and many more were sent to labor camps or disappeared. The regime's brutality was extreme, and the toll it took on Ethiopian society was immense. The exact number of people killed during the Red Terror remains uncertain, but estimates range from 30,000 to 500,000. In addition to the Red Terror, Mengistu's rule was marked by widespread human suffering due to his economic policies and the government's response to natural disasters. His collectivist policies, which aimed to nationalize land and industries, led to widespread inefficiency and a collapsing economy. Agricultural production declined sharply, contributing to famines that devastated the country. The most notorious of these was the famine of 1984 to 1985, which killed between 400,000 and 1 million people. Mengistu's government, which had been receiving foreign aid and assistance, was slow to respond to the crisis and even attempted to hide the extent of the famine from the outside world. The famine further fueled discontent with Mengistu's regime, and by the late 1980s, Ethiopia was plunged into civil war. Rebel forces, including the Tigray People's Liberation Front, TPLF, and the Ethiopian People's Revolutionary Democratic Front, EPRDF, grew stronger, and they launched a series of offensives that steadily pushed the Derg government back. International pressure, particularly from the Soviet Union, which had been a key ally of Mengistu's government, also waned as the Cold War shifted. By 1991, Mengistu's government collapsed. Rebel forces captured Addis Ababa, and Mengistu fled the country, eventually finding asylum in Zimbabwe. His departure marked the end of the Derg regime and the beginning of a new era in Ethiopia, but the scars left by his rule would take decades to heal. After fleeing to Zimbabwe, Mengistu lived there in relative comfort, though he faced little punishment for his actions in Ethiopia. In 2006, he was convicted in absentia by an Ethiopian court for crimes including genocide, war crimes, and crimes against humanity, but he was never extradited to face trial. He remains a deeply controversial figure in Ethiopian history, with some still supporting him for his role in overthrowing the monarchy, while many others view him as a dictator whose policies caused untold suffering and loss of life. Mengistu's legacy is one of violence, repression, and neglect. His policies left Ethiopia deeply scarred, and the toll of his leadership is still felt today. The Red Terror and famine under his rule remain dark chapters in Ethiopia's history, reminders of the devastating consequences of authoritarian rule, ideological extremism, and failure to respond to the basic needs of a country's citizens. Fulgencio Batista, born in 1901 in Baines, Cuba, was one of the most controversial figures in the island nation's history, known for his role as both a military leader and president. His career spanned nearly 3 decades, marked by corruption, repression, and political instability, which eventually culminated in the Cuban Revolution and his eventual exile. Batista's regime was defined by a combination of authoritarian rule, widespread inequality, and deep economic ties to foreign interests, particularly the United States. Batista's rise to power began in the 1930s, a period of political and social upheaval in Cuba. After participating in a coup in 1933 that ousted the government of President Ramon Grau, Batista quickly became the de facto ruler of Cuba, despite not holding the title of president at first. He served as the head of Cuba's military, a position that gave him immense power behind the scenes. By 1940, Batista was elected president through a relatively democratic process, and his administration was initially characterized by progressive policies, including labor rights and social reforms. However, his time in office soon turned authoritarian. Batista's first term as president was marked by efforts to modernize Cuba and address the needs of the working class. He introduced reforms in the education and healthcare systems, expanded labor rights, and sought to reduce the influence of U.S. corporate interests. Despite these efforts, his government was increasingly seen as corrupt and aligned with the interests of the wealthy elite and foreign corporations, particularly American businesses that controlled much of the island's economy. In 1944, after finishing his term, Batista was ousted from power in a democratic election, but his return to power in 1952 was far from peaceful. Rather than seeking election through the democratic process, he staged a military coup, overthrowing the government of President Carlos Praio Socaras. Batista's return to power marked the beginning of a deeply authoritarian regime. He suspended the constitution, dissolved the legislature, and ruled as a dictator, using the military and secret police to suppress dissent. Under Batista, Cuba became a hub of corruption and inequality. The dictator forged close ties with the U.S. government and American corporations, allowing foreign interests to dominate Cuba's economy. This economic model benefited only a small elite, while the majority of Cubans lived in poverty. The country's wealth was concentrated in the hands of wealthy landowners, industrialists, and foreign corporations, while the majority of the population struggled with unemployment and a lack of access to basic services. Batista's regime was also characterized by brutal repression. Political opponents were silenced, and opposition movements were ruthlessly crushed. The police and military forces were notorious for their human rights abuses, including arbitrary arrests, torture, and executions of dissidents. Batista's government became synonymous with corruption, and the US-backed regime was increasingly viewed as an illegitimate and oppressive force by the Cuban people. The conditions under Batista's rule led to growing discontent, and by the mid-1950s, revolutionary movements began to gain traction. The most significant of these was led by Fidel Castro, who, along with his brother Raúl Castro and Ernesto Che Guevara, launched a guerrilla war against Batista's government in 1953. The Cuban Revolution gained support from a wide swath of the population, including students, intellectuals, workers, and even some members of the military, who were disillusioned with Batista's leadership. Batista's response to the revolution was one of increasing violence and repression, but despite the use of force, the revolutionaries steadily gained ground. By the end of 1958, Batista's government was on the brink of collapse. Amid increasing public unrest and the loss of military support, Batista fled Cuba on January 1, 1959, and went into exile in the Dominican Republic, leaving behind a nation in turmoil. Batista's departure marked the end of his corrupt regime, but it also set the stage for the rise of Fidel Castro and the establishment of a socialist state in Cuba. Batista spent the rest of his life in exile, moving between countries like the Dominican Republic and later the United States. He lived out his final years in obscurity, dying in 1973 in Puerto Rico. Batista remains a polarizing figure in Cuban history. To some, he is seen as a leader who attempted to modernize Cuba and strengthen its ties with the U.S., but his regime is primarily remembered for its corruption, repression, and failure to address the needs of ordinary Cubans. His rule fueled the Cuban Revolution, which ultimately brought Fidel Castro to power and led to the establishment of a communist regime that would dominate Cuba for decades. Batista's downfall serves as a reminder of the dangers of political corruption, authoritarianism, and the consequences of disregarding the needs of the people in favor of maintaining power. His reign is often viewed as a catalyst for the revolutionary movements that shaped Cuba's future, marking the end of an era of American-backed dictatorships in Latin America and the beginning of a new chapter in Cuban history. Nicholas I of Russia, born in 1796, ascended to the Russian throne in 1825 after the sudden death of his elder brother, Alexander I. His reign, which lasted from 1825 until his death in 1855, is often remembered as a period of rigid conservatism, autocratic rule, and military failure. A staunch believer in the power of the monarchy, Nicholas I sought to preserve the status quo, resisting political reform and any movement that might threaten his absolute control. Nicholas I's reign began under the shadow of the Decembrist Revolt, a failed uprising by a faction of Russian military officers who demanded a constitutional monarchy and reforms. The revolt, which took place in December 1825, was quickly suppressed, but it left a profound impact on Nicholas. The incident confirmed his fears of political discontent and set the tone for his reactionary policies throughout his reign. From the outset, he embraced an autocratic vision of leadership, famously declaring orthodoxy, autocracy, and nationality as the guiding principles of his rule. These principles emphasize the dominance of the Russian Orthodox Church, the centrality of imperial power, and the preservation of Russian identity, particularly against Western European influences. Nicholas I was deeply suspicious of liberal ideas and movements, both within Russia and across Europe. He responded to the growing calls for constitutionalism and civil rights with repression. His secret police, known as the Third Section, were notorious for spying on the population and crushing dissent. Political and intellectual movements that called for reforms were harshly suppressed, and the press was censored. Universities were tightly controlled, and teachers were monitored for any signs of disloyalty or revolutionary thought. While Nicholas I's policies were effective in maintaining order and quashing opposition within Russia, they also contributed to a stifling environment of stagnation. The emperor's refusal to entertain significant reforms left Russia largely untouched by the liberal and nationalist movements that were sweeping through Europe in the 19th century. This lack of progress stood in stark contrast to the growing industrialization and modernization in Western Europe, and it made Russia increasingly isolated both politically and economically. One of the defining failures of Nicholas I's reign was the Crimean War, 1853 to 1856, which ultimately exposed the weaknesses of the Russian Empire. The war began as a conflict over influence in the declining Ottoman Empire, with Russia seeking to expand its territories in the Balkans and the Black Sea region. However, Russia found itself fighting against an alliance of the Ottoman Empire, Britain, France, and Sardinia. Nicholas I underestimated the strength and determination of the Western powers, as well as the strategic advantages of the Allies, particularly in terms of naval power. The Russian military, though large, was poorly equipped and ill-prepared for modern warfare. The war was marked by logistical failures, poorly planned campaigns, and horrific conditions for soldiers, particularly during the infamous siege of Sevastopol. The Russian army's inability to defend its Black Sea fleet and its strategic positions led to a humiliating defeat. The war culminated in the Treaty of Paris in 1856, which forced Russia to give up significant territorial gains and accepted the principle of international neutrality for the Black Sea. The defeat exposed the Russian Empire's backwardness and its inability to compete with the rapidly advancing military technology of the West. The Crimean War had lasting consequences for Russia and for Nicholas I personally. The defeat shattered the myth of Russian invincibility and revealed the empire's inability to keep pace with technological and military innovations in Europe. For the first time, it became clear that Russia's reliance on outdated military tactics, coupled with its lack of infrastructure and industrialization, was a major vulnerability. The war also led to widespread disillusionment with the autocratic rule of the Tsar and fueled growing calls for reform. Nicholas I died in 1855, just before the conclusion of the Crimean War, and was succeeded by his son, Alexander II, who would eventually initiate a series of reforms, including the emancipation of the serfs. However, the damage caused by Nicholas's reactionary policies was already done. His refusal to modernize, his stifling of political thought, and his failure to address the changing realities of the 19th century left Russia in a precarious position that would eventually contribute to the instability that led to the Russian Revolution of 1917. In the end, Nicholas I is remembered as a ruler who clung to outdated notions of power and resisted the winds of change, to the detriment of his empire. His reign, while initially stable and firm, ultimately ended in failure, leaving Russia ill-prepared for the challenges of modern warfare and political upheaval. His insistence on maintaining absolute control and suppressing reform sowed the seeds for future discontent and unrest, and his legacy is largely seen as one of missed opportunities and failure to adapt to the evolving world. Ferdinand Marcos, born in 1917 in Sarat, Ilocos Norte, Philippines, rose to power in a dramatic and controversial fashion, ultimately ruling as the President of the Philippines from 1965 until 1986. His regime is marked by authoritarian rule, rampant corruption, and widespread human rights abuses, but also by significant infrastructure development and attempts to present himself as a defender of national sovereignty. Marcos began his political career in the 1940s and 1950s, initially gaining a reputation as a soldier and a politician. He served in the Philippine House of Representatives and later the Senate, where he built a reputation as a skilled orator and advocate for the country's interests. By the time he was elected president in 1965, he had already established himself as a key figure in Filipino politics. Upon taking office, Marcos portrayed himself as a reformist, promising to fight poverty, address corruption, and modernize the country. Early in his presidency, he was admired for his ambitious infrastructure projects, such as building roads, bridges, and hospitals. He also enacted policies that supported economic development, attracting foreign investment and increasing industrial output. However, beneath this facade of progress, Marcos's reign was deeply marred by authoritarianism and corruption. In 1972, Marcos declared martial law, ostensibly to combat communist insurgency and restore order, but many saw it as a way to extend his rule and suppress political opposition. Under martial law, he consolidated power, dissolved the existing constitution, and suspended civil liberties. Political opponents were imprisoned, activists were tortured, and the press was heavily censored. Marcos controlled the military and the police, ensuring that his government had full authority to silence dissent. Throughout his rule, Marcos and his wife Imelda amassed a vast fortune through bribery, embezzlement, and cronyism. The Marcos family engaged in extensive money laundering operations and siphoned billions of dollars from the national treasury into their personal accounts, leading to widespread poverty for many Filipinos despite the economic growth under Marcos's initial policies. Marcos's regime was notorious for its corruption, with wealth concentrated in the hands of his close associates and family members, while the general populace suffered from inflation, poverty, and limited access to basic services. Marcos also used his position to maintain a lavish lifestyle, with his wife Imelda famously acquiring thousands of pairs of shoes, jewelry, and other luxury goods, while the Filipino people struggled to make ends meet. The Marcos family's opulence became a symbol of the stark inequality and abuse of power that marked the regime. While Marcos maintained control through his personal charisma, propaganda, and manipulation of political institutions, by the 1980s, his grip on power began to weaken. The economy faltered, public discontent grew, and opposition groups became more vocal. In 1983, the assassination of opposition leader Benigno Aquino Jr., one of Marcos's most prominent critics, sparked massive protests and increased demands for political reform. In 1986, following a disputed presidential election, Marcos's long rule finally came to an end. The People Power Revolution erupted, a peaceful uprising that brought together millions of Filipinos from all walks of life who had grown weary of Marcos's regime. Faced with mounting pressure, Marcos fled the Philippines with his family, escaping into exile in Hawaii.
The Marcos family left behind a legacy of corruption, human rights violation, and the plundering of national resources.
It is estimated that Ferdinand Marcos and his associates stole between $5 billion and $10 billion from the Philippine people during his time in power. Despite the Marcos family's attempt to maintain a legacy of power and wealth, the aftermath of the regime left the Philippines with a deep sense of injustice and distrust in political institutions. Marcos's rule, while initially presenting promises of modernization, ultimately led to widespread inequality, political repression, and a massive loss of public trust. His government is remembered as one of the most corrupt and authoritarian in modern history, with his name forever associated with the abuse of power, economic mismanagement, and a disregard for human rights. Though he died in exile in 1989, the Marcos family's influence would continue to affect Philippine politics, with his children, particularly his son Ferdinand Bongbong Marcos Jr., attempting to reassert the family's dominance in the political sphere. Benito Mussolini, born in 1883 in Predappio, Italy, was a charismatic and controversial figure who became the founding father of Italian fascism. His rise to power in the early 20th century marked a dramatic shift in Italian politics, transforming the country from a parliamentary democracy into a totalitarian state under his authoritarian rule. Mussolini's regime would become notorious for its aggression, suppression of opposition, and disastrous involvement in World War II. Mussolini began his career as a socialist, advocating for workers' rights and revolutionary change, but he grew increasingly disillusioned with his early political beliefs. By the early 1910s, he had abandoned socialism and began to embrace nationalism and authoritarianism, aligning himself with the growing fascist movement. In 1919, Mussolini founded the Fasci Italiani di Combattimento, a paramilitary group that aimed to build a new political order based on nationalism, militarism, and corporatism. The group gradually gained followers, especially in the wake of Italy's disappointing results in World War I, where the country emerged with little to show for its sacrifices. In 1922, Mussolini's fascist party made a bold move to seize power. Mussolini and his followers staged the March on Rome, a dramatic show of strength that pressured King Victor Emmanuel III to appoint him as prime minister. Once in power, Mussolini quickly moved to dismantle Italy's democratic institutions, establishing a dictatorship that would last for over 2 decades. His regime was characterized by a cult of personality, where Mussolini presented himself as the embodiment of Italy's greatness, declaring, "Everything within the state, nothing outside the state, nothing against the state." Mussolini implemented numerous policies aimed at consolidating power and reshaping Italian society. He worked to suppress political opposition, eliminating rival political parties and using violence and intimidation through his black shirt militia to enforce loyalty to the fascist regime. Mussolini also imposed strict censorship, suppressed free speech, and used propaganda to maintain control over public opinion. He promoted a vision of a militarized and autarkic society, advocating for Italian expansionism, particularly in Africa. In foreign policy, Mussolini sought to restore Italy to its former glory as a Mediterranean empire. His ambitions were evident in his invasion of Ethiopia in 1935, which led to international condemnation but also increased his popularity among Italians. Mussolini's regime also forged a close alliance with Adolf Hitler's Nazi Germany, culminating in the signing of the Pact of Steel in 1939, which aligned Italy with the Axis powers during World War II. When World War II broke out in 1939, Mussolini initially hesitated to enter the conflict, but by 1940, he declared war on France and Great Britain, hoping to expand Italy's territories. However, Italy's military was unprepared for the scale of the war, and Mussolini's decisions led to a series of military failures. Italian forces struggled in North Africa, and Mussolini's leadership became increasingly erratic. In 1943, as Allied forces invaded Italy, Mussolini's government collapsed. He was arrested and imprisoned by the Italian king, but was later rescued by German forces and placed in control of the Italian Social Republic, a puppet state in northern Italy under Nazi influence. Mussolini's final days were marked by increasing desperation and disillusionment. As the Allies advanced through Italy, Mussolini's regime continued to crumble. In April 1945, with the Axis powers on the verge of defeat, Mussolini attempted to escape to Switzerland with his mistress, Clara Petacci. However, they were captured by Italian partisans and executed on April 28, 1945. Their bodies were publicly displayed in Milan as a symbol of the end of fascism in Italy. Mussolini's rule had a lasting impact on Italy and the world. While he initially sought to modernize Italy, his policies led to widespread repression, economic hardship, and military failure. His alliance with Hitler and involvement in World War II contributed to the destruction of much of Italy's infrastructure and led to the country's defeat. Mussolini remains a deeply polarizing figure, remembered for his role in the rise of fascism and the suffering it caused. Francisco Franco, born in 1892 in the town of Ferrol, Spain, was a military officer who rose to prominence through his involvement in Spain's turbulent political landscape in the early 20th century. His leadership during and after the Spanish Civil War, 1936 to 1939, ultimately led to his decades-long rule as Spain's dictator, where he established a repressive regime that suppressed political opposition, restricted civil liberties, and stifled the country's political and social progress. Franco began his military career at a young age, quickly rising through the ranks of Spain's army. He gained prominence during the Rif War in Morocco, 1920 to 1927, where he earned a reputation as a capable, albeit ruthless, leader. By the 1930s, Spain was politically unstable, with significant divisions between republicans, monarchists, conservatives, and left-wing forces. In 1931, the Spanish monarchy was abolished, and the Second Spanish Republic was established, but it struggled with political chaos, economic depression, and regional separatism. In 1936, tensions boiled over into civil war. A military coup, led by Franco and other conservative generals, was launched against the elected left-wing Republican government. Franco's nationalists were backed by Fascist Italy and Nazi Germany, while the Republicans received support from the Soviet Union and various international brigades of volunteers. The war was brutal, and Franco's forces systematically used terror tactics to suppress opposition, including executions, mass repression, and the use of terror in occupied territories. After nearly 3 years of fighting, Franco's nationalists emerged victorious in 1939. The defeat of the Republicans marked the beginning of Franco's dictatorial rule, which lasted until his death in 1975. Franco established an authoritarian regime, consolidating power and maintaining control over Spain with a mix of military force and political maneuvering. He abolished Spain's democratic institutions, dissolved political parties, and suppressed regional languages and cultures, particularly targeting Catalonia, the Basque Country, and Galicia. Under Franco, Spain was a one-party state, ruled by the Falange, a fascist political party that became the foundation of his regime. Franco's government was characterized by the suppression of civil liberties, the censorship of the press, and the persecution of political dissidents. Thousands of Republicans, intellectuals, and perceived enemies of the regime were executed, imprisoned, or forced into exile. While Franco initially aligned himself with the Axis powers during World War II, he remained officially neutral in the conflict. Spain was deeply isolated internationally after the war, as the world condemned his brutal rule. However, by the 1950s, Franco began to shift Spain's foreign policy, seeking to re-establish diplomatic relations with Western powers, particularly the United States, in the context of the Cold War. The U.S. saw Franco's regime as a useful ally in containing communism in Europe. Despite international isolation, Franco's regime implemented some economic reforms that led to the development of Spain's economy in the 1950s and 1960s. However, these economic gains were largely overshadowed by political repression and the suppression of democratic movements. Franco continued to rule with an iron fist, appointing himself as caudillo leader, and ruling with the authority of both the military and the Catholic Church, which was strongly aligned with his regime. By the 1970s, Franco's health was failing, and Spain began to feel the pressure for change. Despite his desire to maintain an autocratic system, Franco attempted to groom a successor in his image, Prince Juan Carlos, whom he named as his heir in 1969. However, Franco's death in 1975 marked the end of his reign, and Spain underwent a transition to democracy. Juan Carlos I, once seen as a puppet of Franco, played a pivotal role in dismantling the regime and guiding Spain toward democratic governance. Franco's legacy remains deeply divisive in Spain. While some still view him as a stabilizing force who saved Spain from communism, others see him as a brutal dictator whose regime caused immense suffering. His repression of regional cultures, his disregard for civil rights, and his legacy of political suppression left a deep scar on Spain's history. The transition to democracy after his death was a period of reckoning, but the country still grapples with the complex legacy of Franco's rule.